You're listening to Into the Fire, Book 2 in the Ending series, a post-apocalyptic fantasy and romance adventure, written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. This is part 1 of a 2-part audiobook. You can find more about this series, links to other audiobooks in the Ending world, and our suggested reading order in the description below. Be sure to like and subscribe, and happy listening.
Into the Fire, the Ending series, written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue, narrated by Natalie Duke. Prologue. Mace, January 5th, 1 AE. I'm just saying, the general freaks me the fuck out, Mace, and... Carter stopped talking, for once, as he shifted the beam of his flashlight to shine down the next aisle. Did you hear that? Carter could be dense, but if he thought he heard something, there was something to be heard. Thanks to the virus, the guy had ears of a dog. Mace lifted his left arm and made a fist, and the other 2 members of his fire team froze behind him. Ahead, Carter stood, head cocked to the side. As one, they listened. Mace barely caught it, whimpering. After giving Carter a curt nod, he signaled for all 3 men to follow him, raised his M4, and crept closer to the noise. Patrolling the supply warehouses had been their duty for over a month, ever since the virus had wiped out almost everyone, and they'd yet to find an intruder. General Harrodson's standing order was that only select personnel could enter the warehouses to guard, inspect, and distribute food and other supplies. Unless Mace was grossly mistaken, they were the only patrol on duty at Warehouse F until the shift change at midnight, which was still hours away. It looked like they'd found their first intruder. As they crept down the aisle between 2 towering metal shelving units stuffed with pallets of shrink-wrap supplies, paper towels, toilet paper, plastic cups. They swept each side with the lights attached to their rifles. Halfway down the aisle, huddled on the cold cement floor, was the intruder. The girl was hugging her knees and hiding her face like she was trying to disappear. Mace scowled. Slowly, the girl raised her head, and when Mace saw her dirt-smudged face, his breath hitched. It couldn't be her. Not in the colony. Her long, dark hair was ratted and clumped. Tear tracks trailed down her cheeks, and confusion filled her eyes. Mace knew they were Hazel from memory, even if he couldn't see their color in the darkness. "Stand down," Mace said to the other soldiers before turning his attention to the young woman. "Camille, what are you doing here? Are you hurt?" His voice was deep, gravelly, but concern, or maybe fear, made it even harsher. Hesitantly, he took a step closer to her. Camille flinched, becoming an even tighter ball of folded limbs and tangled hair on the dirty cement floor. For the first time in his 2 years as a ranger, Mace regretted spending so much time lifting weights. She was afraid of him. But he knew her. He had to help her. Clearing his throat, he put on what he hoped was a comforting smile and took another step closer. "We won't hurt you," he told the teenage girl as he knelt down in front of her. "I promise." When he touched Camille's arm, she flinched again. "I promise we won't hurt you," he repeated. Intruders were to be taken straight to headquarters, to General Harrodson, but he couldn't do that. They tended to disappear after that. Of course, if the bastard found out Mace had disobeyed his orders, Mace would disappear himself. But it was Camille. When she finally peered up at him, Mace did his best to look less intimidating by hunching his shoulders, hanging his head, not scowling. She watched him carefully, blank curiosity filling her face. "What are you doing here, Camille?" She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. She tried again. Who is Camille?" Surprised, Mace sat back on his heels and studied her. It is her, isn't it? She was older, more a woman than a child, unlike the last time he'd seen her. Camille was a few years younger than him, so now she had to be at least 17. She still looked like a perfect little doll, though. There was no question in Mace's mind that he was staring at the young woman he'd lived next door to nearly his entire life. "You," he said. "You're Camille, and I'm Mace." He remembered the day her parents brought her home from the hospital. The afternoon she fell off her bike and chipped her tooth on the sidewalk. The Valentine's Day she gave him a card made out of pink and purple construction paper. The day he taught her how to coast on his skateboard without falling. The night she ran away crying after meeting one of his girlfriends. But if Camille could remember any of that, she was hiding it well. She just stared, not responding, and began to shiver. Mace heard his men whispering and shuffling around behind him. He ignored them. "It's okay, Camille," he said, doing his best to soften his voice. "We're friends. We were neighbors, remember? Back in Minneapolis. I used to look after you when your parents..." The other men chuckled, Carter bursting into open laughter. Mace flipped them the bird over his shoulder. They only laughed harder. "You..." Carter couldn't stop laughing. You used to babysit?" Rising, Mace spun and pointed threateningly at Carter. "Shut the fuck up." He glared at each of the men, warning clear in his eyes, until they quieted. "Nobody touches her. Nobody says a fucking word about this. Forget you ever saw her." Their amusement vanished, and they stared back at him with identical expressions, fear mixed with pity and regret. They knew what had to be done. "Mace," the nearest said, "we have to turn her in. The general's standing orders are to..." "I know the orders," Mace snapped. "Fuck them. She's not going anywhere near Harrodson. Forget you ever saw her." After a brief hesitation, all three men nodded. Letting out a relieved breath, Mace turned back to Camille. She was watching him with eyes widened in interest, not fear. He knelt in front of her and explained, "It's not safe for you here. You're going to have to hide until I can get you registered as a colonist." Surprising him, Camille reached out and touched the side of his face with her fingertips, frowning when he flinched. "Where am I?" she whispered. Mace glanced back at his men, silently warning them to keep their mouths shut. If Camille didn't have any memory of the virus, of nearly everyone dying, he didn't want to be the one to tell her. At least, not yet. "You're in the colony. It used to be a military base. You'll be safe here as soon as I get you registered." He hesitated for a moment. "You have no idea how you got here." Quietly, Camille said, "No, I have no idea." She studied him with eerily calm eyes. A metallic bang stole Mace's attention, and then the overhead lights flared to life. Someone else was in the warehouse. While the others stood nearby, rifles raised, Mace helped Camille hide between two pallets of paper towels. She was barely out of sight when the newcomers rounded the far end of the aisle. Mace's stomach dropped when he saw him. "Atwell, how's your patrol going this evening?" asked the man leading a dozen soldiers. Dressed in his usual officer finery, General Harrodson strolled down the aisle toward Mace, toward Camille. "Nothing unusual, sir," Mace reported, stepping away from Camille's hiding place before the general was close enough to see her in the shadows. General Harrodson inspected Mace and his fire team closely. "So it seems," he said, giving Mace an instant feeling of holy fucking shit. Casually, the general glanced around, his gaze lingering near Camille's hiding spot. How are the ability transfers going? Mace asked, hoping to distract him. The general looked at him with cold, gray eyes. Mace returned the man's stare, refusing to look away. Have there been any new developments? I know some of the men would like to get outfitted with regeneration or telekinesis. General Harrodson bared his teeth in a smile. Not yet, no. However, we have had an interesting breakthrough on another project. We're calling them regens. They're reanimated corpses, more or less. They even retain their abilities, though they're altered somewhat from what they were during their first lives. He paused, glancing up at the lights thoughtfully. But the process wipes their minds completely clean, making them very easy to influence. He rubbed his hands together briskly. No need to deal with pesky memories or morals. Reanimated corpses. It took effort for Mace to keep his expression blank. Abruptly, General Harrodson said, "As you were," and turned to leave. Mace watched him walk away, reluctant to move. Why had the general told him about the regens? Why had he come into the warehouse in the first place? Something wasn't right. As they neared the end of the aisle, General Harrodson and his guards halted. CL1, the general called out as he turned to face Mace again. Come here, CL1. Shocking the shit out of Mace, Camille wriggled out from her hiding spot and hurried to General Harrodson's side. Mace clenched his jaw, realizing he'd just signed his own death warrant. CL1 is a particularly amazing regen, don't you agree, Atwell? We just finished her the other day. General Harrodson watched Mace like he was gauging every minute change in his expression. Mace kept his face hard and cold, like the general's. Take their weapons, my dear, Harrodson said to Camille. Even at a distance, Mace could see the confusion on Camille's face. Why, Father? She asked softly. The general stiffened. Because I told you to, my dear, he said with strained affection. These men must be arrested and put on trial. They broke the law. My law. Oh, Camille said, sounding sad or maybe confused. What will happen to them after the trial? It seemed to take a conscious effort for General Harrodson to suppress his simmering anger. The man hated being questioned. The other 3 will be banished from the colony, he said through gritted teeth. Atwell will be executed and turned into a regen. Okay, she said, smiling contentedly. She took a deep breath, then shut her eyes. Her mouth thinned to a flat line. As Mace looked from her to General Harrodson, hatred flooded his veins, quickly followed by adrenaline. His muscles vibrated with the unnatural strength that had increased steadily over the past 2 years. He was the strongest, fastest person he'd ever heard of. Not that it would help him now. The general knew about his ability. Mace figured that was probably the only reason he wanted to bring him back as a regen. To be used. Owned. Mace ground his teeth together and tried to think of a way out of this clusterfuck. Suddenly, his M4 tugged out of his hands and floated upward. He tried to yank it back down, but it continued to float higher. Moving quickly, he untangled his arm from the rifle's strap before it forced him up onto his toes. From the sounds of his men cursing behind him, he knew they were being remotely disarmed as well. Mace watched as their weapons glided into the hands of the general's guards. His attention was drawn to Camille, who was still concentrating. She was doing it. She opened her eyes and left the general's side, a coy smile curving her mouth. Mace watched her approach him, frozen in remorse at what he'd caused. His men wouldn't be tossed out of the colony. They would be executed, regardless of what the general had claimed. It felt like minutes, but finally Camille reached Mace. a spark of sharp intelligence lighting eyes that had once been hazel but were now gray. Almost inaudibly, she whispered, "Do not be afraid, Mace. I will take care of you, just like you used to take care of me. And with my friends, we will take care of Father." Mace barely registered her robotic intonation. He couldn't believe what was about to happen. Soon, he would die, only to be brought back as something else, as someone else. The reanimated young woman stood on tiptoes and lightly touched her lips to Mace's cheek. "My friends really do not like Father." March 1 AE. Chapter 1. Zoe. March 14th, 1 AE. No, this can't be happening. Danny! My voice carried throughout the eerily quiet field as I sprinted along the pasture fence, away from the barn and toward Danny's bone-chilling scream. Jake was right behind me, the light from his flashlight dancing around my bare feet. Each breath was so loud, so raspy, it was like I could hear nothing else. My mind started to feel odd, momentarily distracting me as I ran, but I ignored the feeling along with the frigid air biting at my skin and the jagged rocks poking the bottoms of my feet. My eyes blurred with unshed tears, and I stumbled over something, barely catching myself before colliding with the unyielding ground. I shook my head, trying to dispel the disorienting fog that was steadily creeping into my mind. In the darkness a few yards ahead, I could see Jason's shadowy form. His flashlight and gun were pointed in front of him as he swept into the forest with Jack, Danny's German Shepherd, leading the way. I slowed, hesitating at the edge of the forest. Seeing Jason's pistol raised scared the shit out of me. Did he find something? Who's in there? What's in there? "Dee!" I cried out. In an instant, a strong hand wrapped around my arm. I whipped my head around to face Jake. "What?" "We have to be quiet, Zoe." His voice was low and severe. He pointed into the woods, and I realized all I could hear was the sound of flapping wings and a hoot from an owl off in the distance. Jason wasn't calling out for Danny. There were no voices. I nodded, feeling stupid, but I still wanted to call for her. I needed her to know that we were nearby, that we would find her. Why is this happening to us? Why can't we catch a goddamn break? Turning back to the woods, I concentrated on controlling my breath and regaining some clarity. Why can't I focus? Sanchez, Harper, Chris, and Carlos passed me, bouncing flashlight beams lighting their way into the dense forest. I vaguely noticed Biggs, Ben, and Kai following them, Biggs muttering curses under his breath. My head started to throb under the massive influx of foreign emotions. I shuddered myself against the onslaught and rushed into the woods, hardly feeling the scraggly branches poking and scratching me. What was she even doing out here? I rasped. I stopped inside the tree line, wishing I had been level-headed enough to grab a flashlight and a pair of boots like everyone else. Jake stopped beside me, but Cooper trotted past us, his nose skimming the ground for a scent. He locked onto a trail and began to follow it. I heard a barrage of whispers around me before everyone broke off into groups, but I focused on the dogs. They were following 2 different scent trails. After what felt like an hour of following, searching, and waiting for Jack or Cooper to find some sign of Danny, both dogs' trails converged at a narrow, jagged tree stump. Jack whined, and Cooper sniffed the pine needles around the base of the stump. The dogs had found something. Instinctively, my gut balled into a knot. Ben, who was trying to keep his brother upright, began to say something. I think... "Here," Harper said, aiming his flashlight at the exposed roots of the stump. Crouching, he shifted a fist-sized stone and picked something up. Chris stepped up behind him and peered over his shoulder. "Jason?" she said ominously, glancing at my brother, who moved to her side, and hesitantly I followed. I stopped almost instantly. Jason's dread washed over me, a wave of nausea making my insides lurch, and I had to close my mouth and hold my breath to avoid vomiting. Every hair on my body stood on end at the thought of what they'd found. "What is it?" I croaked. "Please don't say a body part." Stiffly, Jason squatted beside Harper, taking whatever Harper had found from his hand. "A yellow piece of fabric? It's just like the ones we saw back at Lewis McCord," Chris said quietly. Rising from his seated position next to Jason, Jack stretched out his neck to sniff the cloth and whined. Chris glanced around at our confused faces and explained, "It's an armband, or at least part of one. Some of the personnel were wearing these when they put our base on lockdown." She shook her head. "We stole a few. It was the only way we could get off base. The people wearing these..." She snatched the armband out of Jason's hand and clenched it in her fist. "Had something to do with the virus." "I've seen those before, too, on people from the colony," Jake said. He'd been trying to convince us that the supposed safe haven was dangerous since we first met up with him at Fort Knox. "It must have been them." An image of his sister's dark hair and violet eyes flashed through my mind. He was remembering her. He was remembering the men who'd promised to help her, the men who had frightened her enough that she'd taken her own life before they could. Everyone looked at Jake, including my dangerously quiet brother. "Why would they take Danny?" Jason asked as he rose and took a menacing step toward Jake. "How would they even know we're here?" I didn't like Jason's accusing tone, but Jake didn't seem to notice. Never taking his eyes off the yellow armband, he answered, "I don't know how they knew we were here, but if they wanted her bad enough to kidnap her, the resources were..." He paused. "It wouldn't have been difficult for them to take her." The images of his sister's final breath played through his head, through mine. A gut-wrenching feeling of loss took root in the pit of my stomach. "You seem to know a lot about them," Jason probed, taking another step toward Jake. "Maybe you know more than you're letting on. Maybe you..." "You think I'd save Zoe's life back at Fort Knox just to put her in danger again? You really are a piece of..." Jake inhaled and then emitted no further sounds, like he'd decided holding his breath for a while was the safer option. He was probably right. He met Jason's challenging stare a moment longer before turning his angry gaze on me. "I warned you not to come here." His words stung with truth. "Then how the fuck did they find us?" Jason's voice was damning, his glare focused solely on Jake. I didn't like it and felt a sudden desire to punch my brother in the face. "How the hell should I know?" Jake snapped. "We've been here over a month and nothing. You get here and now they know where we are." Jason made a noise that was part exhale, part growl. "How exactly do you know so much about them?" "Because they tried to take my sister, and now she's dead," Jake replied hotly. The two men were standing less than 2 feet apart, Jason's rage barely contained. He didn't lose control often, but when he did... I shuddered, recalling the worst of the fights between him and our dad. Jason cracked his knuckles, an ominous sign I was all too familiar with, and I feared my brother wouldn't be able to rein in his temper. I stepped between them. "It's not Jake's fault, Jason, so back off!" My brother ignored me, instead turning his aggression on Chris. "Stay the fuck out of my head," he ordered, obviously feeling her cerebral fingers, trying to manipulate his mental state into something more stable. Jake and Jason weren't the only ones on edge. Biggs was worrying about Sarah and their unborn baby, and Kai was in pain, practically folding under the weight of our collective panic. Kai's ability to feel volatility, to sense and internalize everyone's destructive emotions, was physically debilitating him. He reached for the flask in his pocket without a second thought. Abandoning Jason, Chris ran to Kai's side. The weight and amount of negativity Kai was picking up on frightened me. It was as if he wasn't just sensing our group, but all of the fear and hostility surrounding us. From Canyon City? From the colony? Like Kai, I was pulled in all directions by the mounting unease and fear of everyone around us, as though I were being emotionally drawn and quartered. I wanted to scream. The looming fog seemed to thicken in my brain, tangling with the barrage of emotions. What the hell's going on? I searched my convoluted mind for something I could grasp onto, something other than anger and fear and resentment. I'd been so fucking naive to think everything would be okay once we found each other. Keep it together, Zoe. Danny needs you. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of the forest, the sharp smell of pine needles, damp soil, and wood. The fog continued to spread its tendrils through my mind in a horrifyingly familiar way. I felt trapped in my own head, unable to escape the encroaching numbness. The only other time I'd felt such an overwhelming loss of mental control was when my mind had been invaded by crazies in the hospital back at Fort Knox. What if we're wrong? What if it isn't the colony? Feeling a sudden jolt of panic, I opened my eyes. I could see the lichen coating the tree trunks in the dim moonlight, like spots on a leopard. But there were no snarls or howls or voices beyond our group. There were no fiendish sounds of crazies cackling in the distance. There were no signs giving me cause to think anyone was there at all. But someone took Danny. A bolt of anger shot through me, jostling me from my statue-like state. I took a step toward my brother. What the hell was she doing out here, Jason? He'd always been big, bad, protective Jason, so why had he let Danny go outside alone in the middle of the night? In the faint moonlight dappling his face, I could barely make out the hard set of his features. Peeing, he answered lamely. Peeing? Alone? In the woods? My anger flared, fury consuming my disbelief and fear. I can't believe you, Jason. I just got her back, and now you... Fuck you. He pointed at me in warning, his eyes glinting silver in the darkness. She was just peeing, he muttered. I can't believe someone was just standing here, Biggs said and began pacing. Were they just waiting for us this whole time? Sarah? The baby? He looked up at Sanchez abruptly. We need to get out of here, he said evenly. It's not safe here anymore. We've do what you want. Jason growled. I'm going after Danny. You think you can just walk into the colony and get her? We need a plan first, Jake said, facing Chris and Sanchez. We need to what? To wait for them to hurt her? To do worse? Jason's tone was scathing as once again he took a step closer to Jake. Calm down, Jason. I placed myself between them again. We need to come up with a plan first. I mean, what if it's crazies and has nothing to do with the... It's not crazies, Jake and Jason said at the same time. They exchanged an irritated glance. I rolled my eyes. If it is the colony, they'll outnumber us and... Then you stay here and plan, Jason said with a smirk. I'll go find Danny. Get over yourself already, I seethed. You think I'm not worried about her? Like I haven't been waiting to see Danny for months? Like I haven't been worrying about her since all this bullshit started? Like suddenly I don't care about her anymore because you're in the picture? She's my best friend, remember? Or did you forget that since everything's always about you? My voice was riddled with bitterness and jealousy, and my words were laden with 26 years' worth of resentment. To my surprise, Jason remained silent. Sanchez cleared her throat. Look, she said deliberately. If we want to find your friend, we need to be rational. So grow the fuck up and stop arguing, and then we can come up with a plan that won't get us all killed. We can't do much else in the dark, Harper said, his voice breaking through the tension. The sun'll be up in an hour or so, then we can continue searching for signs of what happened. I'm not finished looking for her, Jason muttered and turned toward his tent. I wasn't implying that any of us were finished looking for her, Harper clarified, but Jason continued stalking away. The rest of us dispersed, some making their way back to camp, but Jake, Harper, and I stopped at the edge of the forest, watching, thinking. Look how close they were to us, I said with a shaky breath. I gauged the distance between where we stood and the barn. Although far away, I could see the dim embers of the night's fire and the outline of the hay bales and chairs surrounding it. I watched the dark figures of my companions as they moved around the camp. We never even heard them. Suddenly, as if my skin had become animated, creeping over my bones and muscles, I shivered. The thought of never seeing Danny alive again after everything we'd been through, journeying across the country, surviving homicide attempts and crazies, caused a rogue tear to roll down my cheek. Determination, Zoe, I told myself. I hurriedly wiped the tear away. With my brother out of earshot, I turned to Harper. I recalled the fleeting look of unease that had flashed over his dark, handsome features when Danny had arrived the day before. Whatever he'd seen was startling enough to have made his green eyes flare with apprehension. You had a vision earlier, yesterday, when you were hugging Danny, didn't you? I knew I wasn't going to like his reply the moment he closed his eyes in regret. Harper didn't look at me when he spoke. I saw her in darkness, he said quietly. I don't know if she was sleeping or unconscious, I finished for him, refusing to hear him utter the word dead. Chapter 2. Zoe. March 15th, 1 AE. I sat on one of the hay bales arranged around the campfire and brushed off the bottoms of my feet to pull on my socks. My eyes drifted to Danny's cup from the night before, sitting on the makeshift table Jake had made. It still held about an inch of white wine. Then my gaze moved to the empty liquor bottles and red plastic cups stacked on the boulder a few feet away. The sight was enough to make me sick to my stomach all over again. I couldn't believe how stupid we'd been. How careless. We weren't safe, and we never had been. Cooper licked the back of my hand, and I looked down. He was watching me with downtrodden eyes, his tail moving in a half wag. Thank you for your help, Coop, I said, rubbing his velvety ears. I hadn't seen Jack in a while, but I assumed he was still in the tent with Jason. What if whoever took Danny is waiting for you guys in town? Sarah said to Biggs as he, Harper, and Sanchez noisily readied our weapons behind me. I mean... They won't be, baby, Biggs said, trying to soothe her. They have better things to do than wait around for the likes of us. His voice was cool and easy, and I wondered if Sarah believed him. I wanted to believe him. I glanced over my shoulder in time to see Biggs give Sarah a kiss on the forehead. She smiled, rubbing her bulging belly anxiously. Their unborn child had grown so much in the past month that Sarah was limited to sweatpants and loose shirts, a look that was so out of character for the former fashionista, I almost smiled. Are we at least moving camp? She asked him, practically pleading. I mean, what if they come back and take someone else? Danny might come back, I interjected before Biggs could formulate an answer. I knew he wanted to leave. Besides, they could have heard us last night if they really wanted to. They're not interested in the rest of us. At least, I assumed they weren't. Sarah tucked a strand of curly hair behind her ear and absent-mindedly chewed on her fingernails, a new nervous habit she'd adopted within the last couple months since learning she was pregnant. Realizing I was watching her, she focused on me and lowered her hand from her mouth. I guess that makes sense, she said and wrapped her arms around her belly. It was like she was protecting the rapidly growing fetus from the gloomy shadow that had settled over us all. As Sarah retreated into the barn, an image of her house in St. Louis flashed through her mind, and I knew she was missing her home. She hadn't wanted to leave, but she'd done so for Biggs. For me. A fleeting pang of guilt gave me pause, but there was little I could do. I turned back around and picked up my right boot. Danny's out there somewhere, in the hands of who knows. That was my focus. 3 miles to the east, Canyon City was the closest place to search for maps, plans, and anything else that could help us come up with a way to get Danny back. Jason didn't like waiting, but most of us agreed we needed to be strategic if we were going to have any chance of rescuing her. Assuming she's still alive. I think we should assume these colony people want something specific from Danielle, Grayson said, practically reading my mind. He sat on a hay bale on the other side of the dying fire. Although his face was grim and his weathered skin seemed particularly pinched around his eyes, his presence provided a sense of comfort. I couldn't quite pinpoint why. Maybe it was because Grayson reminded me of home, of my past. I thought of my dad and Jason, of how they used to be. But that only conjured a mess of unsettling memories. I can't believe Dad's really gone. Then I remembered the box Jason had brought from Bodega Bay, our dad's box. I glanced toward Jason's tent on the edge of the woods, assuming it was in there with him. In my peripheral vision, I spotted Grayson watching me. I looked down at my boot instead of meeting his knowing, apologetic eyes. Satisfied that the laces were tied well enough, I pulled my pant leg down and raised my other foot to tie my left boot. They wouldn't have gone to all this trouble, Grayson continued. Just to kill her, or... I swallowed another wave of nausea. Once the sun had risen, we'd searched the woods surrounding our camp for what felt like endless, heart-wrenching hours, only to be left with nothing but broken twigs indicating there'd been a struggle, the torn yellow armband, a cigarette butt, and 5 sets of boot prints, not including our own. We'd wasted the early hours of the morning getting nowhere. It was difficult to remain hopeful when I could feel everyone's concern and even some of their doubt. I gathered my hair behind me and started weaving it into a French braid, wondering what was taking Jason so long to get ready. Saying, they knew what they were after, and they must have planned it ahead of time. Grayson leaned forward to stoke the fire with a scrap of cardboard. If they were after her, specifically, Harper said, drawing my attention to him. They must have known about her ability. He was rifling through an ammo-filled duffel bag behind me. It's the only thing that makes sense. But what would they want with her ability? Carlos asked as he, too, joined us, donning his leather jacket. Though the sun was up, it was chilly. A lot of you have an ability, you know, so why take her instead of... He shrugged. Grayson nodded thoughtfully and scratched his brow. True. There are other, more accessible victims they could have taken. He glanced at Sarah as she waddled out of the barn, her cheeks packed with the last mouthful of her second breakfast. Carlos tossed a piece of straw into the fire. And how'd they know about her? How'd they know anything about us? Well, I suppose the first thing we need to consider is who, outside of us, knows anything about the people in our group. Grayson reached behind him, pulling a couple saddlebags up into his lap, and he began packing them with water and granola bars. Carlos crouched down near the fire, his eyes squinting from the brightness of the sun. Sarah stopped at the edge of the campfire and tossed her paper napkin and plate into the pit. The flames grew. As I leaned in toward their heat, I scrubbed my face with my hands and took a deep breath, I watched the dancing flames until they died back down, recalling the weekend bonfires Danny and I used to have on the beach back home. The beach. The memory of a dream flickered to life. I was lying on an incredibly soft mattress, candles glowing all around me, illuminating the fire burning in Jake's eyes. "I'm going to do things to you, Zoe," he whispered against my cheek with delicious promise. His fingertips skimmed across my belly, lingering at the waistband of my boy shorts, and his lips were soft and moist against my neck as he kissed me. I closed my eyes in anticipation. "I'm definitely going to do things," he said again. "Yeah?" I giggled. "What sort of things?" "I'm going to." His warm breath caressing my skin turned into a chilly breeze, and the heat of his body against mine vanished. A bright, blinding light seared through my eyelids. Instinctively, they flew open, and I sat up. Wait, what? I was lying on a beach, a seemingly familiar beach that Danny and I spent long summer days lounging on back home, and I was suddenly wearing a purple bikini. I closed my eyes and sighed. So much for a salacious dream tonight. I stretched out on my towel in resignation. "Hi, Zoe." I opened my eyes and sat up with a start. Danny was sitting on a green towel beside me, her legs crossed and her hand raised. She waved casually. Her hair was poofier and redder than usual, and she seemed more subdued. Hey, Dee." I flashed her an awkward smile and then realized she wasn't the only thing in my dream that seemed off. The cypress tree up on the ridge to my left was too small, and the ocean stretching out in front of me was too blue, too vibrant. "Hey, Zoe," Danny said again, and I looked back at her. Her grin suddenly grew too big. I frowned. Is there a glitch in the Matrix or something? I plastered a tolerant, perhaps sad smile on my face. It'd be nice if any of this was real. "Hey, Dee." Danny donned a pair of sunglasses that appeared out of nowhere and lay down on her towel, her strangely too red curls fanning out behind her. As she adjusted her bikini top, I noted she was much curvier than in real life. I started chewing on the inside of my cheek. This dream is really creeping me out. The breeze died down, and Danny suddenly vanished. "That's my fault," a man's voice echoed around me. "I was trying to recreate a scenario that would be comfortable and familiar to you." Startled, I scanned the beach. There was no one there. "Who are you? And what the hell are you doing in my dream?" My eyes narrowed as I again scanned the endless beach, expecting to see someone walking toward me. He chuckled. "I think you know who I am." It was strange having a conversation with someone I didn't know and couldn't see. "Do I?" At first I wasn't convinced, but when he chuckled again, I thought about the mystery guy from Danny's dreams. Is it possible he's real? MG? According to Danny, yes, that would be me. "And you're in my dream because..." "I'm doing a favor for our mutual friend." Relieved, I smiled. "Really? Then she's okay?" I hadn't heard from her in weeks, not since she'd gone off on her own. "Is she still alone?" "Yes, she's okay. She's with her friends, and she wants to know where you are. They're on their way to meet you, but it might take them a while. They're on horseback." Ignoring a fleeting feeling of distrust, I told him where we planned to set up camp once we made it to Colorado. Danny was alive, and I knew MG was the only hope I had of finding my best friend and my brother. "I knew I shouldn't have trusted him," I spat. 6 heads whipped in my direction. "Trusted who, baby girl?" Harper asked. The bastard from her dreams. Mystery guy or MG or whatever she calls him, I said. In my moment of clarity, I'd bitten the inside of my cheek too hard, and I could taste salty blood welling in the break of my skin. I told him where Danny could find us, where we'd be. I lowered my face to my hands. I can't believe I was so stupid. It had to be... But he helped bring us together. Carlos reminded me. Why would he do something like this? He was playing us, I snapped. He's the only one who knew we were here, and outside of us, he's the only one who knows about Danny's ability. I shook my head, still staring into the fire pit, which was once again a smoldering mess of embers and weak flames. Why was he in her dreams to begin with? How did he even find her? Was he hunting her? Herding her to the colony? Wait. Still crouched, Harper pivoted to face me. Didn't Danny ask him to find us? To find you? Carlos stood up defensively. She did, and he helped her learn how to use her ability. He's her friend. The reminder made my skin crawl. Was he grooming her? Molding her into a toy? Something he could play with? I groaned. Not knowing what MG wanted with Danny filled me with dread. Understanding widened Harper's eyes. He had to have known we'd figure it out eventually. Right, and now that we know who he is, we still don't know who he really is. I bit out, wanting to scream. It's fucking perfect. Which is why we need to leave, Biggs said forcefully. He knows we're here, and if he's got the whole colony to back him, we can't protect ourselves if he comes back for us. But he could have killed us already, Harper argued. He could have killed us, taken Danny, and never given us a second thought. I mean, it makes sense that he's the one who took her, but the repercussions of letting us live... He shook his head. We're nothing to them. There are only a dozen of us, and only half are trained to fight. I counted to 5, and then to 10, trying to breathe away the tremors of outrage. Jake strode over from the stable, oblivious to our collective realization. You ready? He dropped a pistol holster next to me on the hay bale. This one straps to your thigh, he explained. Chris had an extra. It'll make lugging your duffel bag around easier. I gave him a weak, grateful smile, loving his thoughtfulness and the way his warm brown eyes made me feel a little less pissed off. Thanks. Sanchez cleared her throat, and we turned to her. She was focusing on the small, fold-up map in her hands. I know the colony is set up at Peterson, but what about this other base? They were going to take Becca to Peterson, Jake said. Danny's situation doesn't seem so different. What happened to her? Your sister, I mean. Carlos asked. I could feel his growing fear. After a moment, Jake shrugged. He was as exhausted as the rest of us, and naturally he wasn't eager to relive the moment his sister died in a bloody heap in his arms. We need to know everything we're up against, Grayson told him. Jake's expression was blank, but he nodded slowly. I reached for his hand and pulled him down to sit beside me. He started by telling them that his sister was like Harper, that the virus had changed the way her mind worked, and that she had visions of the future. But I didn't know it was real. I thought she was losing her mind. He paused and looked down at his hands, picking idly at the calluses that had formed on his palms. Gabe, my best friend, was a contracted geneticist at Peterson. He swore he could help her, that he could fix her. Jake continued, his natural reserve making it difficult to speak openly about what was easily the worst night of his life. His words faded to a steady hum in my ears as his memories of the events surrounding his sister's death played out in his head, drawing me deeper into his mind. His remorse cloaked my own emotions, and I could feel the excruciating depth of his emptiness, his crushing regret. Feeling Jake's pain helped fuel my determination to make sure Danny's fate wouldn't resemble Becca's. Unbidden tears accumulated in the corners of my eyes, and I blinked them away. Becca saw what the people at Peterson were going to do to her, and she chose death instead. Jake ran his fingers through his short, dark brown hair. With the exception of a hawk screeching somewhere in the distance and the crackle of the dying fire, it was completely silent. After a long moment, Sanchez said, "We should probably go or we'll run out of daylight before we get back." "He's gone!" Chris called from behind me. I turned around to see her jogging back from the stable. "Jason's not in his tent and his horse is gone." She glanced out at the woods. "So is Jack." Carlos jumped up from his seat on the other side of the fire. "He left?" "I should have known," I muttered. "He's going to try and get Danny. On his own. He's going to get himself killed. And then Danny's going to blame herself for his death, just like she did with Cam." Terror jolted through me, and I stood and started pacing. My brother is going to get himself killed. Carlos hurried over to Chris. "We have to go after him. We can't go after him," she said sympathetically. "We don't know how much ground he's covered or which route he took. We have no idea where he is. And even if we do find him, he won't come back with us." She squeezed his shoulder. "Jason knows how to take care of himself. We need to stick together, and we need to focus on getting Danny back." She turned her attention to Sanchez. "I'll stay here and wait for Jason in case he returns. Get to Canyon City. Find out everything you possibly can about Peterson, and get your asses back here." "I'll finish getting the horses ready," Carlos offered, jogging toward the stable. As I turned to follow him, Jake's strong fingers entangled with mine, giving me a momentary wash of comfort. I peered at him, a tired but grateful smile spreading across my face, and he glanced toward Jason's tent. "He'll be back," he said, trying to reassure me. "No, he won't." I knew how my brother was, but I nodded without arguing and continued onto the stable. Wings stood out among the group of grays, chestnuts, and bays. I smiled. Of course Danny would ride the most vibrant paint horse I'd ever seen. Wings' colors were rich and pure and bold, like her owner. Taking a slight detour, I stopped by a galvanized tub that held a few small apples and snatched one before heading over to introduce myself to my new riding companion. "She's all ready for you," Carlos said as he double-checked the cinch around Wing's belly. I unwound her leather reins from the metal railing. "Thanks." Carlos gave me a quick nod and started toward the barn, toward Chris. "You're not coming with us?" He shook his head. "I'm going to wait with Chris." I shrugged and turned my attention back to Wings. Thoughtfully, I looked into her watchful, pale blue eyes. They were inquiring and cautious. "Hey, girl," I whispered. I couldn't communicate with animals like Danny, so I was left to my own devices to win her favor. I placed my palm below her velvety nose so she could smell my scent. Wings' nostrils flared as she studied me. Slowly, she lowered her head to my palm. Her ears, one white, one coffee brown, angled toward me, and her head bobbed a little, almost like she was nodding with approval. "I know I'm not Danny, but I like horses too. I'll take good care of you for her," I promised, stroking her chin and patting her thick, mostly white neck. I held out the apple and offered it to her in my flattened palm. Eagerly, she reached for the treat with her lips, pulling it into her mouth. When it was gone, she nudged me. Wings suddenly seemed excited to have me as a riding partner, and I couldn't help but grin at my small but very important victory. "Ready?" Jake asked, his deep voice interrupting me from my celebratory moment. Yeah. I smiled, stroking Wing's sleek neck once more before moving to her side and climbing up into the saddle with surprising ease. I hadn't been on a horse in years, but walking would take too long, and cars weren't a viable option. Carlos had gauged the length of the stirrups perfectly. I pulled back on the reins ever so slightly, backing the mare away from the hitching post and positioning her toward the rest of the group.
You're pretty good at that,
Jake said enviously as he struggled with the reddish-brown horse he was riding, or trying to ride. Grinning, I observed his valiant attempt at horsemanship. I was no expert, but I'd taken enough riding classes with Danny to have some know-how. Your reins are too tight, I offered, stopping Wings beside him. Give him some slack and he'll like you more. I lifted mine to demonstrate.
I need to give him an apple so he'll like me more,
he muttered, and my grin widened. Jake loosened the tension of the reins so the horse could move his head in stride as he walked. And then his gaze met mine, a playful glint in his eyes. A slight smile curved his lips. He opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again when Harper guided his horse up beside us.
Let's go,
he said, waving for us to follow him. Still sitting atop our mounts, we paused in the cover provided by two houses, grateful to have reached the outskirts of Canyon City. The ride had taken just under an hour, but my butt was paying the price.
Downtown's a little ways that way,
Jake said, pointing to the southeast through a ritzy suburban neighborhood that stretched out ahead. He continued to speak, but I was distracted. I couldn't tear my eyes from the serrated, snow-covered peaks of the Rocky Mountains to the north and west of us. I'd been surrounded by their majesty for over a month, but the sight of them still enthralled me. Colorado was untamed and beautiful, so different from the colonial grace and sprawling greens I'd left behind in Salem. Sighing, I threw my leg over Wings to dismount.
What are you doing, baby girl?
I glanced over my shoulder to see Harper's eyebrows raised in curiosity as my boots hit the ground with a thud. Getting off my horse so whoever's here doesn't hear us clomping in a mile away. I walked Wings through a gate into a large, overgrown backyard. She followed me happily, eyeing the tall, untended grass. I waited for everyone else to follow suit. When I looked back at them expectantly, they dismounted from their horses, some with more ease than others, and did the same. We secured the horses and unloaded what supplies we needed before heading toward downtown. After almost an hour of mostly silent slinking around, ducking under windowsills and crouching behind delivery trucks, we spotted the row of stone and brick buildings lining Main Street. It was easy to imagine the city in its heyday, booming with miners and cowboys in the decades after the gold rush. But now, windows were shattered, neon graffiti colored century-old brick walls, and cars were covered in dirt and grime, the only remnants of the season's final snow. With the exception of our footsteps and hushed exchanges, Canyon City was quiet. There were no barking dogs, no crazies mumbling incessantly, and no soldiers patrolling the streets. This seems a little too easy. My gaze veered up to the rows of windows on the second floor of the buildings, suddenly sinister and foreboding. Where are all the crazies? That was the one thing we'd come to expect. Something's not right, Sanchez said inside my head, and I assumed she was speaking telepathically to the others as well. Even though her ability wasn't as strong or multifaceted as Danny's, it was still useful. Where are the crazies? She asked, echoing my thoughts. There are things worse than no crazies, I offered, not wanting to give the others too much time to consider turning back. My companions exchanged apprehensive glances before we continued onto Main Street. Staying true to our usual cautious methods, Jake and I paused in an open brick alley between two buildings, waiting for Harper and Sanchez to scout the nearby parking lots and shops. The Cinderblock Museum and History Center, the most promising place to search for useful information about the colony's layout, was a few blocks further down the street. A gust of wind whooshed through the empty, stinking alleyway. The brisk air bit at my skin, and I shivered. My sweatshirt wasn't cutting it, especially since I'd stopped walking. Sunlight reflected off of a storefront window ahead, and I squinted in the glare. An antique shop was nestled between a pool hall and bridal shop. "Ready?" Jake asked, looking back at me. He nodded across the street in the direction Harper and Sanchez had gone, but I was focused on the figures in the antique shop's display window. Sun-washed mannequins posed, one wearing a 1950s floral print halter sundress, the other in faded blue jeans and a vintage olive green bomber jacket. Its distressed leather looked worn and soft and enticingly warm. It looked so comfortable I was practically salivating. I glanced up at the hand-painted sign, Alice's Attic. "Hey." Jake nudged my shoulder with his. "What's up?" "I'm cold," I said, glancing up and down the street. I looked over at Harper and Sanchez, who were moving toward the antique shop. "Where are we going?" I asked, happy to be moving closer to the shop that held the jacket and my potential warmth, but confused to be headed to the right, away from the museum. "Pit stop," Jake said, pointing to the sign that hung 3 stores down from the antique shop. Tommy's Gun Exchange, read bold red and orange letters. Perfect. Jake reached for my hand, entwining our fingers, and we hurried across the street toward the others. Sanchez was already inside Tommy's, rifling through what remained of the store's stock, while Harper waited just outside the entrance, his sidearm drawn and aimed as he scanned up and down the street for movement. Once we reached Harper, I pointed my thumb over my shoulder in the direction of Alice's attic and said, "I'm going to grab a jacket." Stopping a few steps inside the store, Jake glanced back at me with an agitated smirk. Harper chortled. "Why am I not surprised?" I shrugged, equally annoyed with my inability to withstand the cold, and flashed them both an innocent smile. "Sorry," I mouthed. "Jake," Sanchez called from the back of the store. "Bring me that bag, would you?" Harper looked from Jake to me. "I'll go with her." He nodded toward Alice's. "Come on, baby girl," he said with a nudge, and started down the sidewalk, rifle drawn and each footstep light and calculated. I glanced back at Jake, who nodded hesitantly. "Be quick about it." Harper and I reached Alice's in less than a minute. The glass door was shattered, allowing us to slip into the shop easily. I climbed up into the window display, unnerved by the antique mannequins, whose eyes were too wide and animated, and whose mouths were too small for their heads. With a scrunched face, I unzipped the jacket, hoping the sleeves would be long enough for me. Harper helped me maneuver the plastic person's arms, jerking it toward me a few times, clearly entertained each time I recoiled. It was just creepy. Finally, I freed the jacket and shrugged into it. The moment I zipped it up, the bottom snug around my waist and the stand-up collar closing around my neck, I sighed. It fit perfectly. Unzipping the pockets, I stuck my hands inside and posed. "How's it look?" Harper's eyebrows waggled in playful interest, and he flashed me a killer smile. "Not too bad," he said with a wink. "All right, let's get this show on the road." He was making his way for the door just as the rumble of an engine echoed down the street. We were hugging the shadows on the walls in milliseconds, my body tense and my heartbeat quickened. "Shit," I hissed. Harper reached for my hand and pulled me closer to him. The engine noise grew louder until a military jeep sped past and continued through downtown. "Damn, they're in a hurry," Harper whispered. "Let's move before..." The sound of roaring engines grew louder, and another truck passed the antique store and stopped somewhere not too far down the street. Hearing the engines turn off and the doors creak open, I prayed the newcomers weren't planning on hanging around. We shuffled closer to the door and watched 5 men unload their things and settle into a store a few buildings up from us on the same side of the road. Shit. They had duffel bags and thermoses of what I assumed was coffee, or possibly booze, to warm their insides and help alleviate their boredom. So, not just a quick stop then. With the soldiers out of sight, Harper and I hurried down the street to the gun exchange. Once inside, the 4 of us fell into a heated debate over whether we should stay and keep searching for helpful information or go back to camp. What other options do we have? We need information, something. Otherwise, this trip was pointless, I said anxiously. We'd come so far, and now they were considering turning back. There are only 4 of us. There's got to be a way we can get to the museum without being seen. Sanchez and Harper considered it for a moment, and finally Sanchez nodded. Fine, but we need to stay off the main road. We'll go in from the back.
There's probably an alley,
Jake said, and he found my hand and led me to the back of the gun store. He unlocked the back door and slowly opened it. Loosening his grip on my fingers, he let go and leaned out for a better look. A moment later, he closed the door.
The back alley runs along all the buildings. If they stay inside, it's doable.
Sanchez took a deep breath. Let's get this over with, she said bitterly. Within minutes, we were darting behind the buildings, crouching and ducking wherever we could. We were getting close. Just as Jake and I slipped behind an enormous delivery truck, a screen door flung open. It was the back door to a cafe. Crates of coffee filters and paper cups were piled beside the dumpsters like they'd been unloaded but never delivered. Sanchez and Harper were up ahead, but Jake and I were stuck behind the truck, waiting for whoever had come out of the cafe to go back inside.
I thought we were giving her a few days to get the intel,
a man with a lisp said. Curious, I peeked through a slat in a stack of empty crates behind the truck just in time to see him unzipping his pants. I shrank back. The man, a soldier wearing green fatigues with a black armband wrapped around each sleeve at the biceps, had dark hair and a goatee. I could smell the tobacco smoke from his cigarette amidst the other rank smells of rotting food in the dumpsters.
I mean, I don't get it,
he said. I could tell by his muddled words that he was holding the cigarette between his lips as he used his hands to pee. At least, that's what I assumed he was doing.
Just seems a little excessive, don't you think? Apparently she's something special. He wants her back sooner,
another man called from inside.
She better be great in bed for all this trouble we're going to. I thought he had a thing for the doctor, but I guess he can get away with more than one piece of ass.
The man cleared his throat.
Either way, I heard his newest flavor is a redhead.
He groaned.
I love redheads.
A redhead? That could be Danny. So, who's the he? MG? The soldier's second groan made me want to walk over and kick him repeatedly in the groin, especially when the men inside the cafe only laughed.
So, the raid's moved up to tomorrow night?
After Goatee zipped up his pants, I heard him take a deep drag on his cigarette and cough.
Roger that. We gotta get his toy home safe and sound, though.
God, have you seen that bitch naked? I swear I've never gotten a chub so fast.
Hey, fuckwad,
another man called.
You taking a piss or a dump? If you're taking a shit, at least shut the fucking door.
Goatee laughed.
Shut up, dickhead. I'm done. Don't get your panties in a bunch.
Once the screen door slammed closed, I looked at Jake. The dread I felt was mirrored in his eyes. A raid? Assuming Danny was the redhead, I couldn't help but think they were likely talking about us. A raid? Tomorrow? I mouthed. Jake shook his head, not wanting to think about an impending catastrophe while we were in the middle of another. Carefully, we continued on toward the museum. Once we were inside, luck seemed to throw us a much-needed bone, a regular post-apocalyptic miracle. The museum contained ample information about Peterson Air Force Base. We rummaged through the mini exhibit and gathered a few maps of the base. They were vague and had obviously been created for tourists, but helped nonetheless. A few history and general information books, and some black and white photos that had been taken on the base. After nearly an hour, we cautiously found our way back to the horses, hoping that the cafe outpost was the only one we needed to worry about. It was another hour before we made it back to camp, leaving us with only a few hours before dusk. Chris was the first person we saw as we rode up behind the barn. She'd apparently been waiting for us.
"I was starting to worry,"
she said, then let out a nervous laugh.
"I never thought I'd be so happy to hear Sanchez's voice in my head."
She surveyed our group, her eyes assessing, and I figured she was making sure we'd all made it back in one piece. Jake's boots hit the ground with a dull thump, and he started unloading the duffel bags and backpacks of weapons, ammo, books, and maps. I dismounted and patted Wings on the neck, thanking her for being so steady and fast.
"We saw soldiers, I'm assuming from the colony.
They had trucks and were wearing armbands, but these ones were black instead of yellow." I frowned, feeling slightly ill as I recalled the perverted comments they'd been making. "We overheard them talking about a redhead, and, well, they mentioned a raid that's supposed to happen tomorrow," I told Chris while, around me, the others were unsaddling their horses. "We think the raid's going to be here."
"Great,"
Chris breathed. "Seriously, we were talking on the way back, and we think we should leave. We can't take any chances, especially with Sarah, so—"
"Carlos is gone,"
she blurted. I froze, my mouth gaping open. "What?"
"I'm sure he went after Jason."
"Jesus," I muttered, resting my forehead against the side of the barn. Chris ignored my melodramatics.
"So, Kai and Ben went after Carlos. Kai felt responsible since Carlos must have ridden right past him."
Her eyes drooped with exhaustion, and she shook her head.
"This is such a damn mess."
I could sense there was something else she needed to tell us.
"What is it?"
I groaned, straightening and dropping my hands to my sides.
"What else happened?"
"A woman showed up this afternoon. She's not a crazy, but something's not right about her. Her mind is off somehow.
Cooper heard her walking around the forest and—"
Chris shook her head again.
"Anyway, she was unarmed, confused, and seemed like she hadn't bathed or eaten anything in a while. Sarah and I got her cleaned up and fed her."
Sanchez took Wings' reins from me, and Chris matched my stride as I headed for the campfire. "She seemed so lost and helpless," Chris added. As we rounded the corner of the barn, I slammed into Jake's stiff, motionless body. "Jesus, Jake!" I half expected him to turn around and reach out to steady me like he'd done so many times before, but he didn't move. I righted myself and glared at him. He was completely unfazed that I'd just crashed into him. "Good thing I'm not as delicate as I used to be," I muttered tartly, but he didn't notice. Shock and horror, his shock and horror, trumped all preceding thought, and goosebumps prickled my arms. I shifted my eyes in the direction of his to find the woman Chris had mentioned, our uninvited guest. The duffel bag Jake had flung over his shoulder slid to the ground with a heavy thud. "Oh my God," I rasped, and Jake said, "Becca?" Chapter 3. Danny. March 15th, 1 AE. From the Journal of Danielle O'Connor. Apparently I was attacked by a roving band of crazies. That's what MG says anyway. There was a patrol of colony soldiers nearby, and they stopped the crazies from doing whatever their insane little minds desired. I don't actually remember it, probably because I got knocked out and now have the mother of all headaches. Honestly, all I remember is stepping out of the tent for a minute in the middle of the night, then waking up in a hospital with absolutely no idea of how I got there. I guess the crazies really did a number on my head. At least the colony patrol was around. Lucky me. Yes, I know I should be grateful and super happy that I didn't get maimed or killed by the crazies, but this place is kind of weirding me out. It's not the hospital that's bothering me exactly, but the fact that it has electricity, which I haven't seen in months. I've decided I hate fluorescent lights. Mostly I just want to get back to Zoe's camp. Jason and Zoe and the others are probably freaking out, and I can't even use my telepathy to let them know I'm okay. I mean, my ability's working, but it's not strong enough to reach across the 50 or so miles separating us. FML. Thin paper crinkled beneath me as I shifted my butt on the padded exam table. I was sitting on the edge, my legs dangling over the foot of the table. It was my first official trip out of my itty-bitty hospital room since waking this morning, and MG had escorted me down a single flight of stairs and all the way to an even smaller room. How lovely. At least I had a change of scenery. I'd exchanged a hospital bed, beeping monitors, and a cramped bathroom for an exam room containing only a padded table, a rolly stool, and a cabinet counter sink desk fixture that looked to have been manufactured in the 1980s. I sighed heavily. I still don't really remember what happened, I told the doctor, who was standing in front of me. She leaned close as she shined a small, painfully bright penlight into my eyes. She was middle-aged. Her gray-streaked black hair was cut in a tasteful bob that reached just past her chin, and her eyes were a deep ocean blue. They hardened at my words. Well, excuse me. She clicked the light off, stuck it in the breast pocket of her lab coat, and shook her head, making her sleek hair sway.
You'll have to ask your domestication officer. I'm not up to date on your background information.
Doctor... I glanced at the front of her coat, double-checking the silver name badge pinned to her lapel. Wesley, I'm not asking for special treatment or anything. I'm just confused. I took a deep breath, then shivered, thinking they had enough power to bump the thermostat up a few notches based on all the lights glowing throughout the building. I mean, I was in the woods, and then I woke up in a hospital bed. I don't remember getting attacked by crazies. I don't remember getting saved by the soldiers. I don't remember coming here. I don't remember anything. It's strange. The taupe walls of the cramped exam room seemed to be closing in on me, awakening a newfound claustrophobia. All the shiny instruments and disposable utensils on the counter took on a new menacing purpose, and I shivered again. A thin, bleach-white cotton robe was the only thing covering my peekaboo hospital gown. It wasn't doing much to stave off the chill.
You remember something from before you were...
Dr. Wesley snapped her mouth shut as she stepped over to the counter a few feet away from the foot of the exam table and flipped open a folder.
You're not a... Usually I only deal with...
She shook her head.
This is very unusual.
Her intense blue eyes studied my face, and the delicate lines spider-webbing across her temples and around the corners of her mouth deepened. Unusual wasn't quite the word I would have used, but her acknowledging the oddness of my lost hours made me feel a little vindicated. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I mean, is it normal for a concussion to lead to memory loss? I asked the doctor. All I remember is stepping out after, hanging out with my friends. Blushing, I recalled the delicious sensations I'd experienced at Jason's fingertips and other parts, only a few minutes before getting knocked out. I remember walking a little further into the woods, and then I woke up here. I don't even think I have a, whatever you called it, officer.
Domestication officer.
Dr. Wesley said absent-mindedly before shaking her head and whispering, "Gabriel, I should have known." With renewed interest, she returned to the first medical chart in the folder and scanned it from top to bottom. Dangling over the edge of the exam table, my feet were cold despite the thick white socks I was wearing. I rubbed them together idly and grumbled, "We never should have left Bodega Bay. Should have just had him come to us." As she read, the doctor transformed into a living ice sculpture, not moving, apparently not even breathing. Did she find something alarming in my charts? "What is it, Dr. Wesley?" My head was pounding. It felt like my skull was being used as an anvil by an angry blacksmith. Am I dying? Do I only have days to live? Only hours? This is so unfair. The doctor shook her head, and like she was shaking off sheets of ice with that simple gesture, the rest of her body regained movement. She set the folder on the counter.
"I just thought something looked off, but I was wrong. It's nothing. Tell me what you remember from before you woke up. Maybe I can help."
I didn't bite, at least not at first. Instead, I eyed her warily, wondering what had caused her sudden change of heart. She'd been aloof and dismissive only moments before. Maybe it has something to do with MG? Gabriel? I shook my head, which only seemed to enthuse the miniature blacksmith pounding away inside my skull, then squeezed my eyes shut and concentrated. What was I thinking about? Oh yeah, what to tell the doc. Was it entirely wise to tell her, a stranger, about my friends? About our little camp? But if I made nice with the doctor, befriended her, maybe she really would help me remember what happened. For some odd reason, I felt like I could tell her, like I could trust her, though my processing ability was slightly limited at the moment. I opened my eyes a little wider than usual and raised my eyebrows just a touch, hoping to look innocent and naive. We were traveling for a few months. From my hometown. We could have stayed there. Probably should have. But hindsight is 20/20, right? Dr. Wesley nodded and brought the bright, evil penlight up to my eyes again.
"Follow this light, but don't move your head,"
she directed. Sharp pain lanced the front of my skull as I tracked it from side to side. "It's just so you know, it feels like you're sticking knitting needles into my brain through my eyeballs," I told her, gritting my teeth.
I'm not surprised."
"Then why are you doing it?" I wanted to shout.
"You have a pretty nasty concussion. You were struck here,"
she said as she gently brushed her fingers over a tender spot behind my left ear. Finally, she returned the torturous light to her breast pocket. I was tempted to snag it and snap it in two.
"Tell me more about your trip,"
she prompted, dropping her latex gloves into the trash before opening one of the cabinet drawers.
"You said you had companions who came with you from your hometown. What was it?"
I blinked. "Oh, right. Bodega Bay. Yeah, that's where I'm from, sort of. But my friends, they're mostly from an army base in Washington. That's where I was going to school. In Seattle, not the army base. Sorry, I feel like this isn't coming out well. My brain feels all mushy." With the distinctive ripping sound of Velcro, Dr. Wesley deftly opened the blood pressure cuff and wrapped it around my upper arm.
"It's fine. Tell me about them, about your friends. Maybe it'll help jog something."
"Well, they're really tough. Even Mr. G, who was one of my teachers back in high school. We found him in Bodega Bay. And then there's Kai and Ben, they're brothers. And Chris, she's amazing. Was an Army Ranger. We picked up Carlos from a bad group of people along the way. He's just a kid, sort of. And then there's Jason." Pausing, I pictured my handsome, brave, sometimes tender, and always lethal Jason, and the corner of my mouth turned up. He and Kai were Green Berets. In the army, I mean. They can be a little intense sometimes, but you probably already know all about that. After all, the colony was a former military base. The colony. My barely there smile turned into a definitely there frown. According to Jake, the colony was a very dangerous place. Maybe I should take off soon. I needed to get back to my friends as soon as possible. Jason was probably losing it. He tended to be protective, especially when I was in danger. He'd blown the brains out of the last person to threaten me. Of course, Mandy had been a cult leader who'd mentally and physically raped a large group of unwilling followers, including my sweet Carlos. So it's not that she hadn't deserved it, but still. Brains and skull chunks. Ew. What does he think happened to me? Does he think I'm dead? Cringing, I realized Jason was probably blaming himself for my disappearance, especially since his temporarily overexcited nulling ability had prevented me from sensing human minds. In reality, it had been my fault. I never should have wandered off. I'm such an idiot. Well, Dr. Wesley said, offering me a genuine smile, those sound like pretty formidable people. They must not have been nearby when you were attacked, otherwise... I shook my head, gently for once. Jason was nearby, but I guess not close enough. Oh God, Zoe, the others. What if the crazies went after them too? Some of them are pretty vulnerable, like Sarah. Do you know, did the patrol notice anything? Are they okay? I asked, imploring her with my eyes. You're the only one our patrol found, according to the note in your file. She glanced at the papers in the folder again, then shook her head. Yep, just you. There's no mention of anyone else. I'm sure they're fine. It would have been noted in your file if you'd been found near a bunch of fresh bodies. As I looked into her deep blue eyes, I found no hint of concern. But what if she's wrong? She thinks they're fine, but... Feeling anxious, afraid, and a little nauseated, I studied the white speckled beige institutional floor tiles like they held all the answers. Jason, Zoe, Chris, everyone. What if they're all hurt? Or worse? I thought miserably. Lay back, please, Dr. Wesley said, placing her slim hand on my shoulder and easing me backward on the exam table. We do general holistic checkups on everyone who enters the colony from the outside. Her tone was businesslike. From the outside? I frowned. This includes an exam of the patient's reproductive organs, the doctor explained. It's required, so I hope you don't mind. That shut me and my thoughts up for a good 5 minutes while she poked and prodded my most personal parts. When she finished and let me sit back up, she asked, Have you been sexually active since you were infected? Rearranging my thin, borrowed robe to cover myself, I blushed, wondering if she'd been able to tell just by looking. Well, this is embarrassing. Yeah. Have you considered procreating? I almost laughed, but instead emitted a part choke, part cough. No. The human population has been drastically reduced. We've started a program here to help keep us from the risk of extinction. There are quite a few desirable men here, and you're a young, healthy woman. You might consider... My eyes narrowed involuntarily. You mean you guys started a breeding program? That's not exactly... Thanks, but no thanks. I'm not a broodmare. Besides, I've got my hands full with Jason, and you really don't want to see what he'd do to any of your, quote, desirable men if they, tried to, quote, breed with me. And yes, I used air quotes. I suddenly wished I had my knives and my little pistol, but I'd left all my weapons in the tent with Jason. Damn, I really am an idiot. A minuscule smile curved the doctor's lips, and she moved her head in the barest of nods.
You're lucky to have found so many people from your hometown who survived. Bodega Bay is quite small, if I'm not mistaken,
she commented. She sat on her black wheeled stool and moved my folder to her lap to make some more notes. Is she fishing for information? It felt like she was, but I didn't really care. I was tired, concussed, and felt ill at both the possibility that my friends were hurt and the idea of being passed from man to man in an attempt to impregnate me. Finally, I answered, "Not exactly. Like I told you, pretty much everyone is from other places. There were a handful of survivors back home, but not the people who really mattered to us. Not Graham's. Not Zoe's dad."
Interesting.
Dr. Wesley continued writing on one of the pieces of paper in the folder. Is she writing down what I'm telling her? It was time for a subject change. I'd really like to get back to my friends. Do you know when I'll be able to leave?
We'll want to make sure your head is healed, and it'll be at least a week before we'll be certain you're back to normal.
And if I want to leave earlier? Dr. Wesley pursed her lips before responding.
You'll have to ask General Harrison about that. He makes all final decisions regarding arrivals and departures.
What is this, a freaking airport? And when will I be able to see him? I asked. From what I knew, generals were sort of high up in the don't give a shit about nobodies like me hierarchy. There was a soft knock on the door. Dr. Wesley turned her head toward it and called,
"Come in."
MG, blonde, well over 6 feet, and easily one of the most intelligent people I'd ever met, eased the dull gray door open. He was handsome, with bold features and pale blue eyes, and his hair, reaching mid-neck when loose, was pulled back into a low, tidy ponytail. With him was another person, a slightly portly young man wearing light blue scrubs and a blank, complacent expression. MG turned to the side, letting the other man enter the room. He did so silently, stopping beside Dr. Wesley. The doctor held out her hand in MG's direction, her pointer finger upraised to halt his words before he had a chance to speak. She looked up at the other man.
AJ, can you please prep this for me?
She asked as she tore off a sheet from a prescription pad and handed it to him. The young man, AJ, accepted the slip of paper.
Of course, Dr. Wesley. Would you like me to do this immediately?
His voice was monotonous, sounding almost robotic.
Yes, thank you. Very well, Dr. Wesley. I will do it right now. Is there anything else you would like me to do?
With a small smile, the doctor shook her head.
Thank you, AJ. You are welcome,
AJ said before he turned and left the room. The entire exchange was just odd.
Lively new assistant you've got there, Wes,
MG said. He flashed Dr. Wesley a breathtaking smile, earning a glare.
Sorry I didn't explain about Danny earlier. It probably surprised you when you realized she wasn't your normal type of patient. Yes, well, a heads up would have been nice, Gabriel,
the doctor replied tersely.
Come on, Wes. I didn't have a chance. You've been busy with regens and TRs all morning. I just wanted her to see the best, and you know brains better than anyone.
Dr. Wesley snorted delicately and shook her head, but I could tell she was trying to hide a smile. MG's eyes flicked to me, and I was almost certain I glimpsed worry in their pale blue depths.
So, are you done with Danny?
Yes, I am. Dr. Wesley reclaimed my gaze.
I believe the answer to your question of when you'll get to see General Harrison would be right now. Gabriel will take you to him.
Chapter 4. Danny. March 15th, 1 AE. After shooting one last thoughtful glance my way, Dr. Wesley left the sterile examination room, shutting the door with a soft click. I hopped down from the exam table and wrapped the thin robe around me more tightly. Neither the hospital gown nor the robe was very substantial, and MG was still in the room. I was feeling more than a little self-conscious. Gone was the flirty, self-assured MG I'd befriended in Dreamland months ago. As the door had shut behind Dr. Wesley, MG had transformed into a brooding, somber man I barely recognized. An ever-present crease had formed between his eyebrows, and he exuded tension. So, what had changed? Is he unhappy to see me? Does he not want me here? That was fine with me. I was eager to get back to my friends anyway. But I thought we were friends. Clearing his throat, MG handed me the canvas sack he'd brought with him. When I peeked inside, all I could think was, hallelujah! He'd given me clothes. Glorious, much more substantial clothes. Not that my current attire really counted as clothes, but still. Out of the bag, I pulled a t-shirt, a sports bra, cotton underwear, sweatpants, and a hoodless sweatshirt, all gray, and set each item on the padded exam table. Both tops had Air Force written across the chest in black, blocky letters. There was also a new pair of soft white socks and some equally bland sneakers. It was like my birthday, post-apocalyptic style. Thanks, I said, setting the empty bag on the floor. I flicked my eyes from him to the door and back. I was thankful for the clothes, but not enough to do an impromptu strip show. Do you mind? MG cocked his head to the side, and the crease between his eyebrows deepened. I'd like to change without an audience, I clarified. A normal MG reaction would have included a flirty quip accompanied by a devilish smile. I received neither. Frowning, he mumbled,
Of course, sorry,
and slipped out of the room. I locked the door and twisted the knob to double-check the lock before shrugging out of my thin robe and thinner hospital gown. The new clothes were generic, but clean, and far better than my previous attire. To finish the couch potato chic look, I secured my wild auburn curls in a fluffy ponytail using a rubber band I found in one of the drawers below the counter. Ready, I almost said when I emerged from the little room into a hallway, but the word died on my lips. MG was nowhere in sight. In fact, I couldn't see anybody at all. There were only shut doors and faint whispers. I could hear people talking softly a short ways off. I concentrated on my ability, planning to open myself to what Chris called observation mode, to figure out where the whisperers were and whether or not MG was one of them. But I hit a mental wall. It was like the telepathic part of my brain was partitioned off, and I couldn't access it at all. It was exactly how I felt when Jason was nulling my ability. Genius that I wasn't in my concussed state, it took me longer than necessary to realize there were 3 options. The strength of Jason's ability had increased massively, and he was nulling everyone within a 50-mile radius of camp. Jason was nearby, or somebody else on the base had an ability similar to his. I was betting it was the last. All right, I told myself. I'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. Sneaking around and eavesdropping have always been 2 of my strongest skills, so I started sneaking and prepared to eavesdrop. The hallway outside the exam room was barren, extending in both directions for a noticeable distance. Moving to the left, I hugged the far wall. Ever so slowly, in absolute silence, I crept toward the voices. They were soft, muted to a whisper, and completely unintelligible and unidentifiable. I couldn't even tell if they were male or female. There was only one solution: moving closer. I peeked around the corner. As far as I could tell, the conversing pair was in another exam room, just a few yards down the hall. The door was cracked open, muffling their words. As I listened, I became as still and silent as humanly possible.
You sure?
One voice whispered.
I think so.
The other responded. A sigh was followed by the first voice saying,
Damn, Wes. I was expecting more of a fight. What made you agree so quickly?
Wes. That's what MG called Dr. Wesley. At least I knew who I was spying on. Still, I didn't announce my presence.
She's a perfect candidate, that's all.
Dr. Wesley whispered. A perfect candidate for what, exactly? That breeding program? My face scrunched in disgust.
Besides,
she continued,
I figured this was what you wanted when you sent her to me instead of the doctor she'd been assigned. Wow, Wes. I mean, I expected your usual caution, Gabriel, caution, and patience won't kill us, but a mistake will. I'm pleasantly surprised.
MG whispered, closely followed by a chuckle.
No need to glare.
With you, there's always a need to glare. After a brief moment, Dr. Wesley said,
I need some time to prepare it, to tune it to her blood. It should be ready in about 12 hours.
Tune it to my blood? Tune what to my blood? I wondered. Crap. I shouldn't have told her anything about the others. I was starting to feel a whole lot less comfortable about being in the colony, and a whole lot more excited about meeting with that general person and bidding the unsettling place adieu. And I'd already been very excited about doing that. God, Jason and Zoe had better be okay.
That long?
MG asked.
You forget, we haven't had a new candidate for weeks.
The doctor explained.
I don't have any of the neutralizer ready. I can't just leave it around.
Neutralizer? As I listened, I was getting more and more wigged out. I considered hightailing it out of the hospital and trying to find my own way out of the colony without MG, Dr. Wesley, or whoever this general guy was. Maybe nobody'll even notice me leaving? But then I remembered what the doctor had said about the general, that he makes the final decision on all arrivals and departures. If nobody came or went without his approval, I was betting there were some pretty heavy measures preventing people from just walking out. Nightfall. It'd be much safer to sneak out on my own after nightfall. I could wait that long.
It's fine, Wes. I owe you.
MG said softly, no longer a whisper. I'd heard his voice sound like that, kind and caring, in my dreams. I knew exactly what expression he was wearing, his forehead wrinkled and his eyebrows drawn together.
I'll come by your office first thing in the morning to pick it up, all right?
Gabriel. The doctor said MG's true name like it was a warning.
Don't look at me like that. Like what?
Like you want to save me.
Wes,
No, I don't deserve...
Wes.
MG repeated, his tone dropping.
Enough, Gabriel. You have things to do, as do I. I'll have it ready in the morning. Until then, I'd suggest you...
Wanting to not get caught snooping, I backed away from the juncture of hallways, reopened the exam room's door, and shut it loudly. MG? I called, purposely looking in the opposite direction, down the hall to the right.
Danny,
he said as he rounded the expected corner. I turned to face him.
Are you ready?
I shrugged, aiming for nonchalance, even though I felt anything but. Sure, now's as good of a time as any. So, where's this general guy? On another floor or something?
No, he's in another building. It's a short walk, about a half mile.
MG said, stopping a few feet from me. Hugging myself, I slouched and whined. A half mile? But my head feels like it's going to explode. Abruptly, Dr. Wesley came bustling around the corner.
"That's what this is for,"
she said, holding up a syringe.
"And these,"
she added, proffering a small orange prescription bottle. I took a step backward. Needles didn't bug me, but after the conversation I just overheard, I wasn't letting her inject me with anything. Thanks, but I'm not big on shots." She shook her head and pressed her lips together.
"It's just Toradol. You'll thank me for it. I shouldn't really be giving you this anyway, not with a concussion, but in your case, it'll do more good than harm."
For the briefest moment, I gazed at the syringe in longing, pain relief. And then I backed away another step. Any crazy drug could have been in that plastic tube. I didn't know what MG and the doctor were involved in, but it had sounded like they were planning to induct me involuntarily. Like I said, I'm not a fan of needles. I can live with the pain. The doctor raised one shoulder.
"Suit yourself."
Handing me the prescription bottle, she said,
"Ibuprofen. You can start taking them in the morning. And whatever you do, don't go to sleep tonight."
I groaned, already feeling like I was about to fall asleep standing up.
"I mean it,"
Dr. Wesley said. She gave my former dream invader a meaningful look.
"Gabriel?"
MG raised his hand, Boy Scout style.
"I'll make sure she stays awake by any means necessary. I promise."
Again, the doctor's lips pressed together in a thin, flat line. Wearing a wide grin, MG said,
"And on that note, we'll just be on our way."
Before following him down the hallway, I spared a few seconds to study the doctor, trying to discern what her deal was. She'd gone from standoffish to helpful to considering me as a candidate for something unknown to me and wanting to attune a neutralizer to my blood. She returned my stare, her own eyes searching. What's she looking for? It wasn't until I'd rounded 2 corners, one left, one right, that I caught up to MG and fell in step beside him. He slowed so I didn't have to jog to keep up with his much longer strides. The corridors were far more vacant than any hospital, doctor's office, or clinic I'd ever visited before the virus, and the emptiness gave me the willies. That, and the electricity. Evenly spaced lights shone from the ceiling with a bright artificial glow. They hummed. It was annoying. For several months I'd been without electricity of any kind. There'd been no overhead lights in the middle of the night, no showers spraying deliciously hot water, no microwaves, and no washing machines. My people and I had reverted back to the basics and had grown accustomed to a simpler way of life. I couldn't get over how loud the electricity was. It buzzed incessantly, threatening to drive me insane. "What, no elevator?" I asked as I stepped through a doorway behind MG. Seconds later, the door thudded closed, leaving us alone in a gray and white-toned stairwell. MG chuckled.
"We make an effort to conserve the energy we have."
Right, I thought. Keep telling yourself that. To power the hospital alone, they needed a mini power plant. I frowned. Where are they getting the energy?
"It's just one flight down. The elevators use too much power to be worth it,"
MG explained. I mumbled, slowly making my way down rubber-edged cement stairs. With every step, it felt like glass shards were slicing through my tender, mushed brain, my face scrunched in an extended cringe. MG caught my arm, stopping my descent.
"I can get us a car if you don't think you can make it."
Worry coated his voice, cracking through my pain and temporarily shelving my wariness. I met his eyes, his gentle, caring eyes, and wondered if whatever he and Dr. Wesley were involved with wasn't really a bad thing. Or maybe it was a really bad thing. The plan was to play it cool and get the general's permission to leave. The backup plan was to play it cool, then get the hell out of this place once the sun went down. I'm fine, I told MG. You know, it's crazy that you could just do that. Get us a car.
I forget that things are different out there.
MG said as we continued down the stairs. Even though we moved slowly, our footsteps still echoed in the stairwell above us, along with our voices. We reached the door at the bottom landing, and I pressed my hands against the cool metal of the push bar. On the other side of the door, I found another hallway and a wall of windows. It was all that separated me from the outside world. After spending so much time outdoors over the past few months, being confined within layers and layers of walls was almost abhorrent. I couldn't escape fast enough. Finally, I stepped out into the late winter sunshine, closed my eyes, and took a deep breath. And then I took another. The cool air tasted heavenly.
You sure you're okay?
MG asked. Yeah, breath of fresh air and all that. So, I opened my eyes and found him standing in front of me, still looking concerned. Where to, MG?
Gabe. My name is Gabe.
He sounded tired. Okay, Gabe. The name felt wrong on my tongue. He would always be MG to me. Where are we headed? There? I asked, pointing to a large, boxy concrete building across the street. I knew it wasn't our destination. He'd already told me that was a half-mile away, but I needed to get my bearings. Familiarity could breed a lot of things, including a better backup plan.
No.
MG began walking up the right side of a mostly empty 2-lane road, and I followed, staying close to his side. What's there, then?
It's a storage warehouse now. Before, I don't know what it was.
Oh? I asked. I pointed off to our right to a row of houses at the edge of what was obviously a residential area. Do you live in that neighborhood?
Yeah, along with pretty much everyone else.
Do all of the houses have power too, or just the important buildings like the hospital? Because that would be a lot of power, more than just a mini power plant could provide. Do they have enough people to man such a thing?
All the houses, the warehouses, everywhere has it.
He explained. So where does it come from? Out of the corner of my eye, I could see MG shake his head.
It's complicated. And honestly, Danny, that's not my area of expertise.
Well, you must know where it comes from. After a moment of thought, I added, wind? A dam? Solar? Did they have some sort of nuclear power plant nearby? Had they come up with a new way to generate electricity? I watched his face as we walked, even though it made me feel dizzy.
I hate to disappoint, but I really don't know how to explain the system. I spend most of my time in a lab, not interrogating the engineers about their power sources.
Okay, I said with a shrug. I squinted and resumed looking ahead. There were a couple people on the other side of the street yelling about something, and I could hear several engines rumbling in the distance. It's effing loud here.
Is it?
MG made a show of listening, but didn't seem impressed. Yep, I haven't heard a car engine in months. Suddenly, everything about the colony felt very, very wrong. I stopped and grabbed his wrist, my fingers clutching at the rough sleeve of his jacket. MG halted. When he glanced down at my hand, I released him. It's great that you have a place that's so... I floundered, searching for the right word. Accommodating, but you have to understand what it's like out there for everyone else. It's not bad exactly. Well, it sort of is. But this... I waved my arms around at the buzzing power lines and parked vehicles. It's like you're all living in a bubble. How could this possibly be sustained? Studying me, MG took a deep, contemplative breath.
I don't know. That's not my
area of expertise. I finished for him with an exasperated sigh. I know. MG frowned and continued walking.
As far as I've been told, the plan is to draw in enough survivors that we can use the infrastructure already in existence in and around Colorado Springs. We just need enough people to make it work. It'll be a mini version of the world we knew.
I shook my head, ignoring the pain. For such an intelligent man, I didn't understand how MG could be so blind. Unless he wanted to be. And how many people would that take? 100,000? 2? More? How would you feed them all? The stuff you scavenge is gonna run out, and you can't grow and raise food for that many people in just the area around here. Are you gonna ship it in? From where? Everyone is dead. Where will you get medical supplies? Hell, where will you get the basic things that people need to stay healthy? Are you going to build factories to produce toothpaste and toilet paper? What about...
Okay, Danny, I get it.
MG said sharply. He caught my eye, then quickly looked away.
I've been focused on other, more immediate things. I haven't spent much time thinking about the future.
Sorry, I said. I didn't mean... I know that none of this is your fault and that you don't run this place. It's just frustrating, seeing all this. It feels so wrong and makes me that much more eager to get out of here. Turning to face me, MG leaned in, his eyes fierce.
I know you want to get back to your friends, but when we get to colony headquarters, please don't behave confrontationally toward General Harrison. No matter what he says, just don't. Please, Danny.
I thought about arguing. I really, really wanted to argue, but he just seemed so sincere, so concerned. Don't worry, MG. I shook my head. I mean, Gabe. I'll be the perfect little colonist who just happens to want to leave. He sighed and reached out a hand to squeeze my shoulder.
I just hope that's good enough.
We walked the rest of the way in silence, me looking around at everything, logging the layout and details of the colony as best I could, and MG thinking. Eventually, we turned right at an intersection and approached 3 enormous, extremely modern buildings. Each looked imposing and completely unique, like the 3 structures didn't really belong together. We passed the first 2, aiming for the third, the darkest.
General Harrison is expecting her.
MG told the 2 men posted on either side of the building's reinforced glass door. Both were dressed in green and tan fatigues with yellow armbands, and both carried assault rifles. The man on the left nodded, and the one on the right opened the door for us. I started to follow MG into the building, but I was halted by the guard on the left. His hand gripped my upper arm, his hold firm and unwelcome.
Why don't you come find me after your meeting with General Harrison? I'll help you settle in.
The way he emphasized the last 2 words left no question as to his meaning. I was so shocked I could only gape at him. MG clenched his jaw and stepped closer, looking like he wanted to attack my detainer. I finally shook off my astonishment and rolled my eyes. Placing my free hand on MG's chest, I said, "Hold on, cowboy," before turning my attention to the man who was still holding my arm. I took my time looking the stranger up and down, then curled my lip. Not interested. Apparently it was the wrong response because his grip tightened. Damn.
We'll see if you feel the same way after your meeting.
I scoffed and checked him out again, noting the name stitched onto his breast pocket. Trust me, Grant. I will. And don't ever touch me again. He stiffened, and a glint of challenge flashed in his eye, but he also released me. It took a conscious effort not to shake out my arm, but I refused to give him the satisfaction. What an Asshole, I thought as MG and I continued into the building. At least I'll be gone by morning. As we neared a stairwell door, MG eyed me sideways.
You've changed.
I shrugged. Had to. He didn't say anything else as we ascended 2 flights of stairs and emerged into another bland, beige and gray hallway. Evidently, the military hadn't been big on creative interior decorating. MG stopped before a reinforced door. Its gold placard read, General Harrison, President of the new United States. I guess I missed the vote, I said. Without warning, the door opened.
Welcome. You must be the young woman my people rescued last night,
a man said from inside the room. He hadn't been the one to open the door. That was another camouflaged soldier, reminiscent of the 2 guarding the entrance downstairs. No, the owner of the voice was seated behind a wide metal desk that was equally cluttered and organized. Piles of papers, file folders, and notebooks were neatly stacked along the desk's surface, as well as on the bookshelves and tables arranged around the periphery of the office. It was very Spartan, all function, no fluff. The speaker tapped a few final keys on the laptop he was using, then gently shut it and handed it to the woman standing behind him, who exchanged it for a sleek tablet. She, too, was wearing camouflage fatigues. Shocking, I know. The seated man, however, was decked out in a far more intimidating uniform, made from a blue fabric so dark it was nearly black. His jacket was decorated with a rainbow of badges and medals over the left side of his chest, and it had garish bronze buttons. A stripe emblazoned with 4 gold stars and outlined in even more gold was tacked to the edge of either shoulder. The appearance of the man himself was unremarkable, though his intense presence was undisputable. He was trim, his face narrow, and though it was etched with lines that had likely come from a life of stress and frowns, it was not unpleasant. I guessed he was in his late 50s or early 60s, though his hair showed no signs of his late middle-aged status. It was brown and short, and only a little lighter than his neatly trimmed mustache. Overall, he was quite average. But then there were his eyes, cold and gray. They seemed to see inside me, measure the essence of my being, and refuse to divulge their findings. Even with a smile spreading his thin lips, his stare made me want to shiver. There was no doubt in my mind that I was staring at General Harrison, supposed President of the new United States, leader of the colony, and the one man who controlled whether I stayed or left. Delightful.
Please, come in. It's Danielle, isn't it?
He asked. His voice was soft and calm in a way that made my skin crawl. MG's hushed warning to hold my temper was suddenly making a lot more sense. The general was dangerous, like swimming in a shark tank while bleeding dangerous. Hesitantly, I stepped into the office, and MG followed. Or at least he tried to follow.
Thank you, Gabriel, but I'd like you to wait outside while I meet with the newest addition to our little settlement.
MG looked like he wanted to argue, but with great effort he held it in.
You may leave,
the general said, and though the tone of his voice hadn't changed, irritation was evident in the tension around his eyes. I glanced back at MG, trying to imbue my face with reassurance. Unfortunately, I was pretty sure it came across more like constipation. I was feeling neither reassured nor reassuring. When I turned back to the general, I relaxed my features. My blank face could have easily rivaled Jason's usual stony expression. "Thank you for seeing me," I said, stepping further into the room. "I'm sure you're really busy with running this place and everything." I heard the soft click of the door shutting behind me and sat down in the empty chair in front of the desk. The general's right eye twitched minutely when I sat, making me wonder if he'd expected me to wait for his permission. And so he's a control freak. I scoffed inwardly. Figures. General Harrodson rested his elbows on the desk and steepled his fingers under his chin, unabashedly studying me.
I make it a priority to meet with every person who enters the colony or plans to leave indefinitely.
The woman to whom he'd handed the laptop closed a file cabinet behind the general and walked around the desk to stand behind me, presumably next to the man at the door. It bothered me that the 2 armed soldiers were behind me a lot, and I itched to turn and see what they were doing. With a Herculean effort, I managed to restrain myself. So, thanks for rescuing me and for the medical care, I said, breaking the protracted, very uncomfortable silence. I was fairly certain my discomfort was the whole point of the silence, that and the soldiers standing behind me. I think I'm ready to go now.
Of course,
General Harrodson said.
I like to make sure all of my colonists are well cared for.
He graced me with another of his eerie smiles. Ugh, instant heebie-jeebies.
Well, now that you're safely within my grasp, I'd like to offer you permanent residency here in the colony. It's the heart, the capital, around which the new United States will be built.
Oh, thanks. But I already have somewhere I belong outside of here. General Harrodson put on a tolerant expression, his voice dripping with condescension.
Please don't make any permanent decisions until you hear everything I have to offer you.
Listen, I really appreciate...
I have a house already set aside for you. It's quite comfortable, and I'm sure far better than whatever your accommodations have been over the past few months. I also have a position as a communications specialist denoted just for you. I know it would utilize your ability perfectly.
Okay. How does he know about my ability? Has MG been blabbing about me? I felt a sudden, sickening pang of betrayal in my chest.
Also, we have the technology and personnel to help you increase the strength of your telepathy,
he continued.
You're a very special woman, Danielle. Your ability is exceptional and very unique. It could greatly increase our numbers here.
That he knew so much about me, about my telepathy, was just another notch on the general's creepy belt. I felt like I'd been stalked. I made a mental note to interrogate MG about everything he'd told General Harrodson. Plastering on my friendliest smile, I said, I really do appreciate the offer and everything the colony has done for me so far, but I already have a place I belong. I'm happy there. It was hard to find a way to say what needed to be said without sounding like an ungrateful brat. His people had saved my life, after all. So, if it's not too much trouble, I'd prefer to leave as soon as possible, or whenever's convenient. And if you say no, I'm out of here tonight, you creepy, creepy man. He sighed, and his chilling, almost dead eyes latched onto mine.
I'm very sorry to hear that, Danielle. I'd really hoped you would feel more at home here and that I wouldn't have to bend your mind like all the others. My most loyal are those who choose to follow me of their own accord. Oh well, you will do exactly as I say.
As he spoke, a fog seeped into my brain, coating my senses and thoughts, dulling them, numbing them. His voice droned on, but I was having a hard time focusing on the sounds, comprehending the meanings. They jumbled together, turning into a mind-numbing hum. My vision slowly unfocused, becoming a blur of colorful, unidentifiable shapes. Suddenly, my brain fog evaporated, and the general asked,
Does that sound acceptable?
I shook my head, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Yeah. I heard myself say as my lips stretched into a grateful smile. I'm so happy to be here. I think that sounds perfect. General Harrison's answering grin was radiant, washing away a strange sense of anxiety.
I'm very glad to hear it,
He said.
Now I'm sure you'd like to see your new home and settle in.
I nodded. My new home? Yes, that would be great, but I don't know where it is.
Not to worry.
He stood and rounded the desk, then reached for my hand, pulled me up from the chair, and draped his arm over my shoulders. Compared to me, he was tall, though he was probably still a little under 6 feet.
I'm sure Gabriel will help get you settled. I'll be sure he knows to introduce you to the other communications specialists as soon as you've recovered.
Okay, I said, feeling absolutely content with my new situation. I'd felt so lost and alone for so long. It was nice to finally belong somewhere, to be around other people. When the female guard opened the door, Gabe came into view. He'd been leaning his back against the opposite hallway wall, but he straightened as soon as he saw me. His handsome face lost all expression, going completely and utterly blank.
Are you finished, sir? Can I take her back to the hospital? Actually, Danielle has decided to stay. I believe you know the house we prepared for her. Please take her there and help her settle in.
General Harrison removed his arm from my shoulders and nudged me through the doorway.
And make sure she wears these at all times,
he said, handing Gabe a pair of yellow armbands that matched those I'd seen on pretty much everyone. Gabe's expression remained blank as I neared him, which irritated me. Shouldn't he have been happy that I was staying in the colony, that he'd get to spend more time with me? I was certainly looking forward to getting to know him better, a lot better. But his eyes held a hint of something resembling unhappiness. He doesn't want me to stay?
Yes, of course, sir.
Gabe accepted the yellow fabric, then reached out and placed his arm around my shoulders, much like General Harrison had done, except Gabe's embrace felt different. More protective, possessive even. I figured it was just because he was noticeably taller and stronger than the older man. As Gabe started to guide me down the hallway, I looked back at the general and smiled. Thanks again, I told him.
Chapter 5. Zoe, March 15th, 1 AE. Walking closer to the fire pit, I could distinctly hear the shock in Jake's voice as he confronted our mysterious visitor, his sister. I thought you... He stared into Becca's eyes. I could feel the concern and guilt washing over him in waves, and I hesitated, not wanting to intrude. You were dead. He reached for her, but she raised a hand to block him. He froze, clearly distraught. Where the hell have you been? And just as Jake's mind fled to memories of the past, Becca's did as well, sweeping me along with it. We found the telepath, a slender, stern-looking man said as he rose from behind his large metal desk. His voice held a tinge of victory, although his eyes remained empty. He was a middle-aged military officer with brown hair and a slightly darker, cropped mustache. His navy blue, metal-adorned uniform looked pretentious. I noticed a raving gleam in his eyes as he glided over to Becca, who was standing in front of his desk wearing pastel green scrubs. The one you've been searching for, Becca said, only a hint of emotion in her raspy voice. Her dark hair was twisted into a tight, fist-sized bun atop her head, and her eyes were a dull mixture of blue and gray, not the violet I recalled from Jake's memories. Yes, the very one. The officer nodded and walked the few feet between the edge of his desk and Becca's position in front of it. His lips curved into a knowing smile as he placed both hands on her shoulders. Everything is turning out exactly like I wanted. We just need to wait a little longer," he added. "So prepare yourself for a special task."
He leaned in closer to her. She raised her chin a notch, honored that he'd chosen her to help him. "Of course, Father. Anything you wish of me, I will do." He gave her shoulders a slight squeeze.
"Yes, I know,"
he said. He straightened and strode to a large window, his hands clasped behind his back.
"Sometime soon, you will be going to their camp to find out everything you can about them. We need to know how dangerous they are and how useful they may be. We need to know if they're special, like you, my dear."
He flashed her a false smile over his shoulder.
"And we need to know what their plans are. Will you do that for me, RV1? And do it well this time?"
Taken aback by his tone, she nodded and smiled. "Of course, Father," she repeated.
"Leave me now."
He shooed her away without even a glance back up at her.
"Don't let me down again, RV1.
There was an edge to his voice, a warning.
You will regret it."
"The telepath. Danny," I whispered. "What are they going to do to her?"
"I said, where the hell have you been, Becca?"
Jake's hands clasped her shoulders. Becca straightened, looking startled. "I am not Becca." Her raspy voice sounded official. "I do not know you," she said slowly and stepped away from him. "And please do not touch me." Jake frowned.
"Don't touch you?"
Although he dropped his hands to his sides, he didn't step away.
"Jesus Christ, Becca. Are you all right? What happened to you? I thought you were dead."
She held his gaze for a moment longer before turning her attention to the fire. After a few breaths of silence, Jake took an uncertain step closer. His eyes were wide, and his lips were parted like he was struggling to find the right words.
You had no pulse. You were bleeding all over the place."
His words were quiet and unsure, like he was questioning his own memories.
"You were dead,"
he said under his breath. Becca's eyebrows rose infinitesimally, but I couldn't feel her emotions clearly enough to interpret them. "I do not know what you are talking about," she said stiffly. Her strange speech pattern was jarring. "And my name is not Becca. My name is Rachel." Idly, she rubbed the skin beneath the cuff of her sweatshirt, and I could just make out some black marks on her wrist. A tattoo? Like Danny's? Jake hesitated before he spoke.
"Your name is Becca. It's Rebecca Marie Vaughn,"
he said, and though she recoiled at his intensity, he continued.
"You're 24. You like to swim, but you love snowboarding. You were born in Durango, but when Mom died, we went to live with Gabe and Lizzie in Colorado Springs. Your birthday is September 25th, and your favorite color is red. You said you had fun at your prom because you knew that's what I wanted to hear, but secretly you hated it."
He shook his head.
"I do know you. I've known you your whole goddamn life. You're my little sister,"
he stated, his words pained, almost pleading. Becca watched him for a moment, her eyes narrowed in question.
"You were dead, Becca,"
Jake said, still unable to grasp the reality of her being there and standing in front of him. She shrank away. "Please, stop calling me that. I have already told you, I am not your sister. I do not know what happened to her, but I assure you, I am not her." Her voice was slightly harder than before. "Please, stop calling me Becca." Her steady tone was breaking, and I wondered which emotion might surface first. Confusion? Anger? She turned back to the fire. "Call me Rachel." There was a hint of sadness in her voice as she made the request. I backtracked slowly and leaned against the barn. I wanted to stay, to help Jake in some way, but I didn't know how. I glanced back and forth between them, watching Jake's expression change from disbelief to sadness and then to confusion. I could feel his apprehension warring with the overwhelming need to pull his sister into his arms, to assure himself she was really there. I wished I could take away the pain and regret that filled his heart, but I couldn't. All I could do was feel it with him. After a second's pause, Jake took a much-needed step back, turned, and strode past me and into the barn. Cooper, who'd been sitting quietly by the fire, rose and trotted after him. When Jake finally reappeared, stalking toward Becca with a small square of paper held between his fingers, my heart seized. Oh, shit. Assuming it was a photo of the two of them, I held my breath, waiting to see how their interaction would play out. Jake stopped beside Becca. "Look at it," he said evenly, holding the picture out to her. When she made no move to accept it, he sighed. "Just look at it." Becca pried her eyes from the flames and slowly reached for the photo. I could feel her mounting curiosity. She studied the image for a moment, her expression giving nothing away. Unexpectedly, her head snapped up, her eyes locking onto Jake's, and she thrust the picture at him. "Take it back," she said brusquely. Her display of frustration was the first sign of any intense emotion she'd shown since she'd arrived. "I am not her." She tugged anxiously at the hem of her tattered black sweatshirt. Jake's mind was a cesspool of draining emotions, his anger and confusion twisting with concern and despondency. He shook his head and walked away, defeated. His words, or the pain behind them, must have affected Becca, because she watched him fixedly as he took one slow, brooding step after another into the barn. He passed me again without a glance in my direction, and I wondered if he even realized I was there. Unbidden, another of Becca's memories surfaced.
"Where was she, RV1?
Father asked, eerily calm. He clasped his hands behind his back and turned away from her, heading toward his cluttered desk.
"She was in your charge. I gave you specific orders."
Becca's eyes closed in shame. "Yes, Father, I know I have let you down."
"Yes, you have."
Her face was expressionless, but when her eyes flew open, they were filled with a sickening regret. "She was in the cafeteria," she offered. "CL1 is new. She did not understand why she must wait. I was only in the restroom a few minutes. I do not know why she left."
"Interesting."
He sat down in his leather desk chair, calm and collected. "I will speak with her, Father," she said with only a tinge of panic lacing her words. "I will determine the right course of action."
"No, you won't."
Father picked up a pen lying beside a stack of files and began writing something, seemingly completely unaffected by her heightened sense of fear. "Father?"
"Your carelessness is unacceptable,"
he said distractedly.
"Grant,"
he called. I could practically taste Becca's terror as the name rolled off his tongue. The door opened and a guard stepped inside.
"Sir?" "Take RV1 to the interrogation room."
He absently gestured to Becca with the top of his pen, his focus intent on the file in front of him.
"Make sure she realizes how important my orders are and what happens when they're not obeyed."
Becca stepped forward. "Father, I will..."
"No."
he said, finally looking up at her.
And never let this happen again. I won't be as kind next time.
He glanced at the guard.
If she struggles, do it again.
After the guard nodded and pulled Becca's hands behind her back, the memory changed. Becca was lying on a slanted board, her feet restrained above her and her arms tied at her sides. Muted rays of light shone through the fibers of the rag draped over her head. Her eyes were blurred from the remnants of water that still seeped through the wet cloth onto her face and trickled down her throat. Every attempted inhale was like breathing in scorching fire. Tears of pain mixed with the water as it streamed across her temples. When Becca heard the sloshing of water and realized her momentary respite was over, she tried to scream, to beg for the guard to stop, but it was no use. Again, water seeped through the rag, running into her nostrils. Again, her mouth involuntarily opened and she attempted to breathe. Water gurgled down her throat, making her lungs seize, her chest heave, and her throat burn as she choked, almost suffocating completely. Again, the primal instinct to breathe forced her body to thrash against the board. She couldn't help but struggle between bursts of panic. Again, she was choking on water as she all but drowned. Terror completely consumed her. My mind stirred defensively, shutting out the suffocating feeling that had begun to consume me. Becca was standing alone by the fire. She inched closer to the flames and tentatively raised her hands to their warmth. It was like she'd never seen fire before. What else did they do to her? I drew an unsteady breath. Oh my God, what are they going to do to Danny? I continued searching through Becca's mind for a memory that might help us figure out what father wanted with my best friend. A cafeteria flashed in my mind, and I saw Becca sitting among a sea of others dressed in scrubs like her, but of different colors, each with 2 letters and 2 numbers tattooed on their wrists. They all seemed socially stunted, innocent, and overtly unanimated, like Becca. She was in a classroom, in a speech class of some sort, and she was learning how to pronounce vowel sounds. She was wearing white scrubs, just like the rest of the people sitting at the desks that filled the room. Colorful posters covered the walls, like those you'd find in a foreign language classroom, except everything was in English. A middle-aged woman with black armbands was weaving among the desks, praising and correcting her pupils as needed. A few more of her memories flashed in my mind's eye before I blinked myself free of them. My ability had been strengthening over the past month, allowing me to see more of people's memories and feel more of their emotions than I necessarily wanted to. Unfortunately, my control hadn't been increasing at the same rate. I'd felt and seen enough from Becca to know her mind had clearly been tampered with. As far as I could tell, her memories only spanned back a few months. She'd been rehabilitated, trained in basic self-defense, and taught to speak and how to act within a matter of weeks. I studied her face from a distance. It was just as I remembered it from Jake's memories, only her eyes duller and lifeless, and I painstakingly waited to glimpse an irrefutable memory of Jake to force her to admit, even to herself, that she was who she denied to be. But her mind was an impenetrable vault of things forgotten, possibly gone forever. There was nothing in her mind connecting the two of them. It didn't make sense. In the distance, gravel crunched under horse hooves, followed by a whinny and the sound of clanking metal bridles. Jason? I straightened and started walking toward the noise, an unexpected string tugging at my heart. But the rider wasn't my brother. Carlos and his horse, Arrow, clomped through the line of trees edging the northeast side of camp, their outline barely visible in the dying afternoon light. Kai and Ben followed directly behind them. Not surprisingly, Kai brought his flask to his mouth as he swayed atop his horse. He tipped his head all the way back to savor every remaining drop. Chris ran out from the barn, and I caught sight of the scathing look she shot Carlos. As he dismounted, his eyes met hers, and I felt her relief before her expression softened. Jack barked and trotted toward us with his tongue hanging from the side of his mouth. Jason, sitting atop his nameless horse, brought up the rear. Thank God. My brother eyed me for a moment, his gaze lingering before shifting to Chris. She was fretting over Carlos, her hands hovering around his body as she inspected him for injuries. Wiping a smudge of dirt from his cheek, she scolded. I had no idea how to find you. You're lucky.
It's my fault,
Jason said evenly.
Blame me.
Chris glared at him. Oh, I do. Pulling away from Carlos, she rounded on Jason.
Get your head out of your ass. What were you thinking?
She snorted, her arms flailing as her anger flared to rage. Oh, that's right. You were thinking about yourself. It's not like no one cares what happens to you, but you just go off, oblivious to the repercussions of your stupid actions. She peered up into the sky, her claw-like fingers balling into fists. I can't even look at you right now. She reached for Carlos's arm and led him into the barn. Even though Jason was nulling me, I could see the defeat in his eyes as Chris and Carlos disappeared inside. I didn't know why my brother had come back, but I was grateful that he had.
What do we miss?
Kai asked, climbing clumsily from his saddle.
You all look like you've seen a ghost.
Then he flashed a crooked, drunken smile.
Or is it just that you all missed me terribly?
I couldn't help but laugh. We have a visitor, I said quietly and nodded toward the campfire and Becca. Jason handed his reins to Ben, who led the horses to the stable, and then my brother turned his attention to the stranger by the fire.
So who is she?
Jake's sister, I said.
He has two?
I shook my head. Jason eyed Becca.
I thought he said she was dead.
She was. Come inside, Chris called from the barn. I'll fill you in.
I thought you couldn't stand looking at me,
Jason said. She barked a laugh. I don't have to look at you to talk to you. I followed Jason into the barn, wondering what plan the others had come up with in the hour since we'd returned from Canyon City. Grayson, Carlos, and Sarah passed us on their way out as we stepped inside, leaving Chris, Harper, Biggs, and Sanchez huddled around a workbench. Jake wasn't there. How's he doing? A horrifying thought crossed my mind. Is Father toying with us? With Jake? Does he know who Becca is to him? Based on her memories, it didn't seem likely. Toy. It suddenly made sense. I took a few hurried steps closer to the workbench. H, I said, reaching for Harper's arm. He turned to me.
What's up, baby girl?
Becca. She's his toy. The men in Canyon City said they had to get his toy home safe and sound. It's got to be her. I've seen the man I think they're referring to in her memories. I quickly filled them in on the disturbing scenes I'd gleaned from her mind. They're sending a retrieval team for her tomorrow, and they're going to raid us. For sure. I glanced at Biggs and then out at the fire, where Sarah was chatting with Becca. I didn't miss the way Becca's eyes narrowed and lingered on Sarah's round belly. Whatever happens, we've got to get Sarah out of here.
Who the hell is this broad?
Biggs asked. His easygoing attitude had been completely dormant since we'd first heard Danny scream. It is Becca, I told them a little defensively. She just doesn't have any memories past a few months ago. It's like they've been wiped away, or she has amnesia, maybe? Then how do you know it's really her? Sanchez asked, clearly unconvinced. I've seen her in Jake's memories. She looks exactly the same. Well, clearly she didn't die then, Sanchez mumbled and then swore under her breath. This is unbelievable.
Where's Jake?
Harper asked, placing his hand on my shoulder. I shrugged just as Kai and Ben walked into the barn. Kai was a little wobbly and steadied himself on a central support post. "Take it easy, Kai," Ben told his brother, his Japanese accent faint. "Should he sit down, maybe?" Sanchez asked, smirking. "I'm fine," Kai said hoarsely. "You're not fine," Chris said as she turned to walk back outside. "I'll get you some water." The edge in her voice worried me. With Jason and Carlos back, I figured she'd feel less anxious, but Kai's frame of mind was deteriorating. I could feel it. And I knew Chris could too. She was doing all she could to keep the surrounding negativity at bay, but the colony was too close and too strong to ward them completely away from Kai's absorbent mind.
"Actually, I feel pretty good right now."
Kai smiled to himself and closed his eyes as he leaned against the post.
"Sit down before you fall on your ass,"
Jason said, sounding exhausted, and he pointed to a hay bale near the entrance. Kai saluted Jason playfully and did as he was told, wavering the entire way. When I turned my attention back to Harper and Biggs, they were in heated discussion. I didn't like the ominous look on Harper's face. I took a steadying breath before I asked, "What is it, H?" He swallowed.
"We need to trade,"
he started to say before Sanchez held up her hand to stop him. She strode to the entryway, confirming no one else was in earshot. "We only have one option," she said, returning to the workbench. "There's really only one way to get your
"Trade?"
Jason asked, interest clearly piqued. Harper stared at him for a moment, then nodded.
"We trade Danny for Becca, or Rachel, or anyway, the colony's coming for her. We already know that. They're risking lives to extract her."
Harper looked back at me.
"You've seen how important she is to them, and you overheard their conversation today. They want her back. We can use that to our advantage."
Waves of dread rolled through me.
"It's a good plan,"
Jason said, looking around, measuring our resolve.
"What are we waiting for?"
He turned toward the barn doorway. "Jason, wait!" I clutched onto his arm before he could walk away. "It's Jake's sister. We can't just hand her over. But it could bring Danny back. We need to think about this more," I said. "I mean, don't we?" He turned on his heel.
"What the fuck, Zoe? You..."
Chris re-entered the barn, murmuring something under her breath as she set a cup of water next to Kai's unconscious form.
"Just give him some time. He'll be fine,"
Jason told her. "No, he won't," she said. "Not if we don't get him out of here." Hearing Sarah's laughter, I glanced outside to see Becca and Grayson smiling with the mother-to-be about something. "We can't do this to Jake, you guys. That's his sister sitting out there."
"What other choice do we have, baby girl?"
As if on cue, Jake strode out of the stall we'd been using as our room and down the corridor, running his hands over his head fervently.
"No,"
he said, his voice as cold as ice. "Jake," I breathed, and when our eyes met, his darkened.
"No."
Sanchez took a step toward him. "They'll be here within the next 24 hours. We need to get some of these people out of here. Sarah, Grayson, and we need to move camp."
"Fine, but you're not using Becca."
"She's important to them," Harper said, trying to get Jake to understand.
"If we use her to..."
Jason opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Jake rounded on him.
"Would you do that to Zoe?"
"It's not the same. For all we know, that woman isn't even your sister." When Jake's eyes met mine, they were pleading with me to understand or to back him up, but I was starting to second-guess my initial certainty. Do we just want it to be her? Is it just a coincidence? Is it just a resemblance? "Jake, He shook his head and strode out of the barn, leaving the rest of us staring after him in momentary silence. "What do we do?" I whispered. I trained my eyes on the doorway, wishing Jake would come back, that we could figure this out together.
"We vote,"
Sanchez said.
"It's all we can do."
I turned to face her as she continued.
"We already know what Jake's vote is."
Her eyes swept around the group, giving us a moment to think.
"Who thinks we should use the woman as a bargaining chip to get Danny back?"
Biggs raised his hand, then Jason and Chris. Sanchez's eyes rested on me, waiting. My mouth was suddenly dry and my heart racing.
Guys.
Harper pointed toward the doorway. We all looked over to see Becca standing there. How much did she overhear? With her arms crossed over her chest and her eyes fixed on us thoughtfully, I could tell she'd heard enough. "What does it mean, bargaining chip? Who is Danny?" Becca's tone was flat, like she was trying to act offended, but I could feel a genuine curiosity stir inside her. "She's my best friend, and your father has her." I spat, my concern for her melting away a little, but only for an instant. Her eyes widened with surprise, and her curiosity was replaced with something that felt almost like concern. "She's the telepath he was looking for, the one you were so excited that he'd found." Becca stood there quietly, her cobwebbed mind coming to life. I could hear someone moving around behind me, but my eyes were glued to hers. "What's he going to do to her, Rachel?" Her false name felt strange on my tongue, but I didn't want to argue with her. Becca took a few steps inside, the conversation she'd had with Father about the telepath replaying in her mind. "You know what he's capable of," I said, my voice breaking a little. "What?" Simultaneously, Jason sidled up to Becca's right, while Biggs moved in on her left.
"Put your hands behind your back, please."
Biggs' voice was stern, but there was a note of discomfort in it. "What are you—" Becca shook her head and began backing away from them.
"We're restraining you,"
Jason said.
"Don't bother fighting us. You won't win."
She looked up at him. "But why?"
"Because we can't take the chance of you running away,"
Sanchez said from beside me, and when I glanced over, her face was completely unreadable. "But I want to go back to the colony. I have to. You do not need to tie me up." There was a hint of desperation in Becca's husky voice. But Jason had finished tightening the rope around her wrists, and as she seemed to realize there was nothing she could do, her gaze shifted frantically around the room. Fear poured out of her. "You do not understand. I have to be ready for the escort when they return. If I fail—" "Jason," I hissed. "We don't know for sure she's not Jake's sister." Jason looked into Becca's eyes.
"Are you Jake's sister?"
She slowly shook her head. Jason's eyes shifted to mine.
"If she doesn't believe she's his sister, that's good enough for me."
Pointing out toward the fire, Biggs nudged her outside.
"Come on, let's go."
With pleading eyes, Becca urged me to help her, but I felt frozen in place, torn. On his way out the door, Jason smacked Kai's knee.
"Come on, let's get you packed up. I'm sending you and Ben with Sarah."
Kai groaned and struggled to sit up.
"Road trip?"
Chapter 6. Danny. March 15th, 1 AE.
"There are a few things you should keep in mind,"
Gabe said as he unlocked the front door to my new home and let me in. I was barely listening. General Harrison is giving me my own house. Gabe couldn't possibly have been saying anything that could compete with my excitement to explore. My own home. Eek! The house was in a neighborhood a little south of the building housing General Harrison's office, about a 15-minute walk. The exterior was painted a muted sienna with white trim, and it had been fashioned in a cookie-cutter pseudo-craftsman style. From the outside, it looked perfect, displaying its glaringly white two-car garage with evident pride. Momentarily, I wondered if a new car came with my new home. The whole thing felt surreal, like winning the lotto without buying a ticket.
General Harrison keeps a strict order around here, but because of Project Eden, the reproduction program, some of the men think they can take liberties with any woman they want.
Right, I said, hearing but not processing a single word he'd uttered. My attention was completely focused on the living room we'd entered. It was more luxurious than I'd expected for a house on a military base, with hardwood floors, huge bright windows, and an open ceiling that allowed me to see the second-floor landing. There were 2 tasteful micro-suede armchairs and a sofa in cream and sage green, with pillows, throws, and curtains in bolder reds and browns. "Does somebody already live here?" I asked, shifting my eyes from the furnishings to the ridiculously high, vaulted ceiling. "You know, 'cause it looks like someone lives here."
Not anymore,
Gabe said, and I heard him shut and lock the front door. For some reason, his words resonated with me, and I suddenly have an overpowering sense of déjà vu. Except, in my head, it was someone else's voice uttering those words. Not anymore. And I was in a completely different place. What?
Danny, are you okay?
Gabe asked. I could have sworn I was forgetting something important. Shaking my head, I looked up at his face and attempted a smile. Yeah, just déjà vu. Gabe sighed and continued on, guiding me further into the house.
The bedrooms are all upstairs,
he said, pointing to the polished wooden staircase leading up to the second floor from the entryway as we passed by. I followed him down the hallway parallel to the stairs. This place is big, I said as a dining room came into view on the left. It was completely open to the hallway. Just like the living room, the dining room had been decorated by someone with elegant, if restrained, taste. A heavy, mission-style oak table was set up to provide seating for 8 people. It was all so much more than one person needed. Shouldn't this place be used by a family or something? I asked. Gabe paused, and I nearly bumped into him. He didn't notice. Instead, he gestured with his hand toward a shorter hallway shooting off to the right.
This leads to the downstairs bathroom and the laundry room.
You didn't answer my question, I told him, barely glancing down the hall. Reluctantly, Gabe met my eyes.
I know.
He took a deep breath, holding it for a second too long.
You see, Danny, General Harrison is hoping this will become a family's home. Your family's home.
Baffled, I shook my head. But I don't have any family left. How?
You have a very desirable ability, one the General would like to have passed on to the next generation,
he said softly. That made me raise my eyebrows. What if I don't want to have kids? And my eyes widened as I remembered it took 2 people to make a child. Who would I even have kids with? Some soldier? A stranger? You? I asked, pretending to be offended. Okay, I was a little offended. I liked the General, but I wasn't his possession to pass around as he saw fit. Gabe started backing further down the main hallway, entering a large open space.
Now, I never said...
Calm down, I know you're just the messenger, I said, swatting his arm. I swept past him and into the room, pausing to peer back at him. Besides, you'd be a better choice than any military guy. As the words left my mouth, they tasted wrong, untrue, but I had no idea why. It wasn't like the man standing several feet behind me couldn't have stepped out of most women's fantasies. He was handsome, put together, charismatic, and kind. In his light gray slacks and white button-down shirt, he looked like the guy every parent wanted their daughter to bring home. I knew I was interested in him in a more-than-friends way. So what was with the weird part of my head screaming, wrong? This is all wrong. Stop it, I told myself. I glanced around, taking in the open kitchen with its earthy, tiled countertops and wide island, and the cozy family room adjoining it. Look, there's a fireplace, I exclaimed, sounding like a little kid spotting a horse. Or, well, me spotting a horse. But I liked fires. They were comfortable, familiar. After all, I'd spent the past few lonely months hopping from place to place, relying on campfires as my only source of heat during the cold, dark nights. The second I thought about that, about sitting around campfires, isolated and alone, I felt the feeling of wrongness again. I couldn't picture a single place I'd camped. Couldn't remember any of the houses I'd squatted in. I couldn't even remember the details of my journey to the colony from somewhere. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to think, to remember, but Gabe, I can't remember. I think something's wrong with me, I said, imploring him with my eyes. I don't know how I got here or where I came from. Did I come from Seattle? I must have, but I can't. I just don't know. On the verge of panic, I felt Gabe's arms settle over my shoulders, and several tentative steps later, I was sinking into the comfortable embrace of a couch. After only a moment of hesitation, Gabe seated himself beside me. I could see him out of the corner of my too wide eye. He was watching me, his brow furrowed. I opened my mouth, releasing a barrage of questions. Did I come straight from Seattle? Why'd I leave? Oh God, did Cam? Did everyone die? What about Callie? I can't remember. Why didn't I go to Bodega Bay to check on Grams? Or Massachusetts to see if Zoe survived? Why did I come here? And why didn't I bring Jack? And how'd I meet you? I knew you before I got here, but how is that possible? And what about... Gabe captured my hands, halting my words.
Danny, calm down. You have a concussion. It's probably just short-term memory loss. Everything will be much clearer in the morning.
A concussion? I squeezed his hands, feeling like they were the only things tethering me to sanity. Please tell me, how did we meet?
I found you when you were all alone,
he said, not taking his eyes from mine.
I helped you learn to use your telepathy.
Right. That feels right. Did we travel together? His eyes flicked down to our hands, then back up to my face, a plea evident in their pale blue depths.
Not exactly.
Then how'd you find me? My chin quivered as I said me. I was trying to remember the details of the past 4 months, but I just couldn't. This is not good. Gabe looked away briefly and muttered,
He wouldn't have taken that too, would he?
He shook his head.
Danny, I found you by using my ability. Remember? I can visit people's dreams.
The absurdity of the statement stopped my flow of tears before it even started. You do realize how weird that sounds when you say it out loud, don't you? Releasing one of my hands, he wrapped his arm around me, pulling me against his side.
Yeah, I do.
A nervous laugh bubbled out of me. Being in such close proximity to him was making my stomach fluttery in a really, really good way. You should call it something grander. Visiting people's dreams sounds a little lame. Maybe you should say... I lowered my voice. I'm a dream walker. Gabe's answering laugh was deep and melodious, and at the sound of it my heart gave an enthusiastic thump. I peered up at him through my lashes. So, should we explore upstairs? Check out the bedrooms? Check out the bed? It had been months since I'd been this close to another person, let alone a man who made me feel so giddy. He tensed up, clenched his jaw, and looked away. Abruptly, he stood, leaving me cold and alone where we'd been warm and cuddling only a moment before.
Of course. I'm sure you want a shower, hot water and all,
he said dismissively. At the words hot water, I nearly drooled. All thoughts of Gabe and beds evaporated as I imagined standing beneath a steaming stream of hot water. Oh my God, or soaking in an oh so hot bath. Without another word, I stood and zipped past Gabe into the hallway and up the stairs, ignoring my aching head the entire time. It only took me a few seconds to find the master bedroom. Its oak furnishings were as tasteful as those on the ground floor, and there was a queen bed covered in a fluffy bronze-colored down comforter and a wide window fitted with lowered bamboo blinds. The adjoining bathroom was spacious, including 2 sinks, an oversized tub, and a separate stall shower. Definitely a bath, I thought blissfully while I towed off my tennis shoes and peeled off my borrowed sweats. I left the door cracked open a few inches, wondering if Gabe would see it as an invitation. And yes, it was an invitation. I fiddled with the hot and cold knobs on the edge of the tub, thankful that hot water poured from the faucet within seconds. Glorious steam floated up from the water's surface, enticing me to sink in, even though the large tub was only a few inches full. I almost did, but after a quick glance around the ledge of the bathtub, I noticed an extreme lack of toiletries. Soap, at least, was a necessity. Hopeful, I padded to the cupboards beneath the sinks on the opposite side of the bathroom, closed my eyes, and whispered, "Please have some shampoo and conditioner." I cracked my eyes open to peek into the far right cupboard and found only cleaning supplies. Damn. The middle cupboard was jammed full of toilet paper and boxes of tissues. Useful, but not what I'm looking for. Crossing my fingers, I opened the left cupboard and sighed. Bottles of several types of shampoo, conditioner, and body wash fought for space with boxes of bar soap, cans of shaving cream, loofahs, and razors. I was going to take a hot bath and shave my legs. Oh, God, I groaned.
What?
Gabe called from the other side of the door. Evidently, it hadn't been a very quiet groan. I frowned. He was in the adjoining bedroom, but apparently he wasn't planning to cross the doorway and join me in the tub. My pride would have been wounded if the slight hadn't been vastly overshadowed by my excitement about the gallons of hot water awaiting me. "Nothing," I replied. Glancing at the empty towel rack, I added, "Can you find me a towel? There aren't any in here."
Sure.
While I waited, I searched through the various bottles in the cupboard, finally settling on some herbal-scented hair products and a vanilla body wash. It wasn't bubble bath, but that didn't stop me from using it as such. I drizzled the thick, pearly liquid near the faucet, watching the water churn it into a frothy foam that smelled like vanilla icing. And then I stepped into heaven. Oh, God. The moment I sank into the sudsy water, I could have died from contentment. Closing my eyes, I savored the sensations, comparing the luxurious heat of the bath to the icy water I was used to. And then I sat bolt upright. Water splashed against the sides of the tub, spilling over the edge in a few places. I turned off the faucet. When was the last time I bathed? And where? I couldn't remember exactly, but I had the feeling it had been outside. I could almost feel the stinging sensation of water from a frigid mountain creek gliding down my bare skin, but I couldn't actually remember. What the hell? Taking a deep, soothing breath, I settled back into the hot water, rested my head against the porcelain edge, and closed my eyes.
"You decent?"
Gabe called from the other side of the bathroom door, and my heart gave a startled extra pump. I opened my eyes and glanced down at the layer of thick white foam concealing my body. Decent enough, I supposed. Yep. Gabe pushed the door open further and poked his head through the crack. Seeing me in the tub, he smirked.
That wasn't exactly what I meant by decent.
I shrugged. making the layer of bubbles tremble and rearrange on the water's surface. Gabe's smirk grew into a wicked grin.
I found the towels. They're in the closet near the stairs.
Did you bring me one, or would you rather I get it myself? I asked playfully. His eyes narrowed as he pretended to consider his options, and then he laughed.
This time I brought you one. Next time, we'll see.
I smiled and closed my eyes again. The pensive, concerned Gabe from downstairs was gone, replaced by the Gabe I was used to. Come in and talk to me. It's lonely in here, and I'm tired of being alone. The hinges creaked as Gabe pushed the door the rest of the way open, letting some of the warm steam escape.
Feel better?
He asked from somewhere near the cupboards. Cracking open my left eyelid, I found him seated on the counter, a fluffy mauve towel beside him. You have no idea. But then, neither do I. Not really. I tapped my head. Still nothing.
Just don't panic for a few days. I have a feeling things will clear up sometime soon.
Why? I asked. What makes you so sure I won't be stuck like this? I felt broken, like a mirror that had been shattered and glued back together, but some of the pieces were missing. Gabe shrugged.
Because that's how concussions work. I'm sure you'll get better.
I'd never had a concussion. I didn't even know how I'd ended up with one, so I didn't know if time healed all wounds and all that. But I figured it wouldn't hurt to trust Gabe for a few more days. And I did trust Gabe, even if I couldn't remember any specific reasons why. I sighed. I think I'm pruning.
I wouldn't be able to tell without a closer look.
Gabe teased. Pinning him with my gaze, I said, Then take a closer look. But he just chuckled and shook his head. Suit yourself, I thought, looking away. Unfortunately, now I feel rejected, embarrassed. I needed a distraction. I snatched up the razor I'd snagged from the cupboard, raised one of my legs out of the water, and began lathering it with shaving cream. The tub was just deep enough that as I worked, the water still covered all of my important bits, even though I was sitting up. I could see Gabe out of the corner of my eye and had to suppress a laugh. He seemed to be having an internal war with himself, alternating between looking at me and looking at the tile floor. I allowed myself a small smile.
I'll, wait outside,
he said, slipping down from the counter and exiting the bathroom. His timing was perfect. I was embarrassed. The water was cooling, and my fingertips resembled albino raisins. I rose from the tub, and dripping on the chilly floor tiles, I crossed the bathroom and stepped into the shower for a quick rinse. Within 5 minutes, I was done in the bathroom. I emerged with combed, wet hair, wearing only a towel. I was moderately surprised to find Gabe lounging on the foot of the bed, looking like he owned it. Based on his reactions in the bathroom, I was under the impression that he wasn't really interested in me. But based on the way he was lying on what was now my bed, he was sending an entirely different signal. And what does he want? His hot and cold signals were confusing the crap out of me. Regardless, an excited thrill flowed through my body. I'd spent so much time traveling alone. I was pretty sure, that it felt amazing to be spending time with someone. I finally found somewhere I belonged. The colony and General Harrison were great, but it was Gabe who made me feel like I'd finally found somewhere that could become my home. When I crawled onto the bed beside him, his eyes locked onto me. They trailed from my curling wet hair to my face, to my bare shoulders, and the place where the towel was knotted over my chest. I settled on my knees beside him and watched him study me. I like it here, I told him. I like being here with you. Abruptly, Gabe sat up, bringing his face within inches of mine. He searched my eyes briefly, then looked away.
Danny, we shouldn't be... I don't know what your friends...
Friends? I asked, confused. Shaking my head, I looked around the room. I was alone.
No, you weren't.
Gabe said, engulfing my left hand with both of his.
You've had people around you since the beginning. All of those people from the military.
When he paused, I shook my head. Who? What people? His jaw clenched.
I shouldn't be telling you this. It'll just upset you. I should wait until you remember.
Who, Gabe? My voice was too high. Tell me, who was I with?
Zoe and Jason.
What? I screeched and scurried away from him to huddle on the edge of the bed. I don't know what you're talking about. Zoe was in Massachusetts and probably dead, and Jason was... I didn't know. Why would I have been with Jason? Nothing was making sense. Scrunching my eyes closed, I tried to remember, but the harder I tried, the more my head hurt. Panic churned within me, making me feel sick. My heart beat heavily, like my blood was too thick, and my lungs felt constricted.
Danny,
Gabe said, and I felt the mattress shift behind me. He scooted closer, joining me on the edge of the bed and draping his arm over my bare shoulders.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
Only when I looked up at him did I realize tears were streaking down my cheeks. I don't want to think about them, about any of it, I told him. If they're gone, I just want to forget. I just want to be here with you.
Danny, I think we should...
I tilted my face up, leaning in closer to the safety and comfort of his body. What?
Probably not be...
What? I asked, raising my hand to his face. I brushed my thumb over his chin, feeling the rough stubble covering it, and angled his face lower.
In here, doing this.
He breathed in jerkily when my thumb brushed across his full lower lip. It was soft and dry and begging to be kissed. I have no idea what you're talking about, I whispered, closing the distance between us. When our lips touched, there was a moment of hesitancy on his part. He dropped his arm from my shoulders and remained immobile while I gently teased his lips with mine. And then he reacted. Gabe's hands were suddenly cradling my jaw, his fingers tangling in my wet curls. When his lips parted and our tongues tentatively touched, I sighed. His kiss was gentle, full of unspoken emotions. It didn't stay that way. His grip on my face tightened and his tongue dove into my mouth with ferocity. Wanting more, needing more, I slipped a leg over both of his, straddling him. With the bare skin of my thighs flush against the soft material of his slacks, I became very aware that the towel was the only thing covering me. Gabe groaned as he slid his hands down from my face, running them over my shoulders, back, hips, and thighs, until he reached the end of the towel. Slipping his hands under the soft, thick cotton, he teased the backs of my thighs, inching higher. Wanting him to touch me everywhere, I groaned. It's been so long. Please, MG. Instantly he froze. MG? Where the hell did that come from? Who's MG?
Damn it. Shit. Danny, I'm sorry. I can't. We can't.
He panted, resting his forehead against the crook of my neck. Considering I just called him a name I didn't understand, I was okay with cutting things short. Why is this all so confusing? I asked, my voice small and trembling. Gabe shook his head and kissed my neck with all the tenderness he'd displayed earlier.
Tomorrow night,
he breathed against my skin.
If you still want me tomorrow night, then we can do this.
He smoothed the towel over my legs, covering me as much as possible, which wasn't very much considering I was still straddling him.
You should get dressed,
he said, dropping his hands to the bed.
There are clothes in the dresser that should fit you, and in the closet if you don't find what you need in the drawers.
Ungracefully, I crawled off his lap and moved to rummage through dresser drawers. Inside, I wanted to scream, but I wasn't sure why.
Chapter 7. Zoe, March 16th, 1 AE. It's going to be a cold trip heading west through the mountains, Sanchez warned, glancing between Grayson, Kai, and Harper. But Jake said this dude ranch is the only place he knows of nearby that can house all the animals in a group our size. He said the lodge is big. It should be well equipped for most of our needs. She leaned over a physical map of Colorado. If it's still there, Jason said tersely. Sanchez and I both glared at him. He'd been goading us all morning, upset that we hadn't departed immediately after we'd finished packing our things. Chris scoffed. Don't be a dick, Jason. It'll be there. She shrugged, seeming unconcerned. And if it's not, that's why we have the secondary rendezvous point. Sanchez nodded and leaned over to circle the location where the Dude Ranch, Colorado Trails, was supposed to be. Assuming everything works out, the ranch should be somewhere between Manco State Park and the city of Durango itself. Just follow Highway 161 southwest and pay attention to the signs. Apparently, you can't miss it. Grayson and Ben nodded. Sarah bit her fingernails, a look of horror in her eyes as she worried endlessly. And Kai didn't do much of anything. He was still drunk, Jason and Chris not having the heart to take the booze away from him. It was the only thing alleviating any of the tumultuous feelings funneling into him. We should only be a few days behind you, Chris added as she sketched the relocation team's route on the map. But if we're not there after a week or so, Biggs and Kai will decide what to do. Chris didn't linger long on the morose possibility that the retrieval group, the rest of us, might not make it to Colorado Trails at all. Until you hear from us, I think it's wise to only unpack what you need, but have all the medical supplies handy when we get there, just in case. We'll have a limited supply with us. Chris looked at me. When we get into Canyon City, Harper and I are going with Jason and Sanchez to the colony to offer the trade. Zoe, you and Jake are staying with our leverage to ensure she's watched at all times. Even with mixed emotions, Jake had conceded to the plan, knowing he could do little to keep Becca out of the colony since she wanted to go back so badly. His one request was that he be allowed to stay with her until the exchange, and even Jason hadn't objected to that. I heard heavy footsteps behind me as Jake walked into the barn. He stopped a few feet from the workbench. I couldn't meet his eyes. I hadn't been able to since we'd tied up his sister. Zoe, once we leave Canyon City, I'll keep you updated on our progress as much as I can, Sanchez said, referring to her telepathy. Now, there's an abandoned building in Canyon City you guys should hunker down in. It's on the edge of downtown, and it's got mirrored windows, so you can see out, but no one should be able to see in. Sanchez's words faded away as I focused all my attention on Jake, who was pacing behind me. Although he'd agreed to our plan, his reluctance was apparent. He'd begun to question our visitor's identity, not completely convinced she actually was Becca. But if circumstances changed, and he felt she truly was his sister, I worried he might not follow through with our plan. Why would he exchange his sister for Danny, a woman he barely knows? He'd been up all night, dark emotions pouring out of him. When all was said and done, I knew Danny's life was contingent upon how important Becca was to the colony. If he changes his mind... I know this isn't ideal, Sanchez said, but Chris and I have identified 3 command buildings on base. She pointed to the diagram and continued speaking, but I stopped listening as I walked over to the doorway, feeling a strange sense of doom. My eyes locked on Becca's quivering body as she sat, arms tied behind her, on a hay bale by the fire. Something was wrong. She was wincing, her eyes squeezed shut, her face flushed, and her breathing laborious.
I ran toward her, watching her closely as I opened myself up to her emotions, fear and pain. The brown-haired man, Father, stood proudly with his hands clasped behind his back and his stance wide. His eyes twinkled with some sort of twisted delight, and his mustache was upturned, a smile threatening to envelop his face. With a flash, the image changed. Bodies. A seemingly bottomless pit filled with dead people was all I could see. Becca was one of them, her body limp and broken and smeared with dirt and blood like the others. But her violet gray eyes were open wide, filmed over and empty, and her once thin lips were split and swollen. She was discarded like a busted toy that Father didn't want anymore. He was still standing there, smiling. "She's having a vision," I said under my breath. "She really is Becca." "Goodbye, Zoe," Sarah said, flashing me a tiny, hopeful smile. Her eyes were red and filled with unshed tears. Biggs helped her mount the gray horse she would ride west through the snowy southern Rockies to our rendezvous point in Durango, the look on Sarah's face almost heartbreaking. While I stayed behind, she would be riding far away, wondering if we would ever see each other again. I hope so. After our brief, tormenting goodbyes, our faces brave and painted with false certainty, Grayson, Sarah, Biggs, Ben, and Kai rode away with most of our gear, all but one pack horse and Danny's goats in tow. We all hoped getting them further away from the colony would help ease Kai's ability-inflicted angst and keep Sarah and her unborn baby safe. In a somber haze, those of us remaining readied ourselves to head for Canyon City. Donning my thigh holster and pistol, I scoffed at my new dressing routine. I should have felt completely ridiculous, like I was pretending to be someone I wasn't. But I didn't really have a choice. This is who I am now. Once we were geared up, we hurriedly secured the remaining supplies on our pack horse, climbed into our saddles, some of us doubling up, and rode for town, where Jake and I would stay behind with Becca, waiting for word from Sanchez. When we finally arrived, our horses tired and our nose red from riding in the cold, Sanchez, Carlos, and I fenced the animals in a large backyard. The expansive lawn provided an afternoon snack, and there was a swimming pool the horses could drink out of. A block away and just north of downtown, Jason, Jake, Chris, and Harper were securing the inside of the abandoned mirror-windowed store Jake, Becca, and I would be staying in for the next 24 hours. "Will you be okay?" Sanchez asked as we watered the horses in the algae-infested pool. I nodded absently, wondering how Jake was going to make it through the hostage exchange without losing his mind. "We just need to stick to the plan, right?" I glanced over at her, then at Wings and Jason's horse, who were sucking water into their mouths, almost pulling their reins from my grasp. "If the plan works," she consented. "I honestly don't know what they're capable of up there." We were silent for a moment, both of us lost in thought. What if Sanchez can't make contact with us from that far away? What if the colonists are somehow expecting this? But I withheld my questions. Instead, I smiled, appreciating Sanchez's typical no-nonsense, no-mushy shit goodbye. I nudged her. "Let's just hope your claim will get you in. They are inviting any survivors to join their safe haven, after all." Sanchez practically snorted. "Getting in will be the easy part." Hearing a dull thump on the grass behind me, I peered back at Carlos, who was walking toward us, Arrow clomping behind him. "The horses are ready," he said to Sanchez. "You want me to go get the others?" Sanchez shook her head. "No, I'm on it. Make sure Chris's horse gets a little more water. Then we're ready to go." Sanchez and I walked the horses over to the fence and tied them up,
so they didn't drink too much before the long, hurried ride to the colony, and Sanchez marched through the gate and around the corner, out of sight. I stalled at the fence, realizing it might be the last time I would ever see Carlos, since he was riding away with the others. "See you soon," I told him. He nodded and flashed me a bright, cocky grin. "For sure." I smiled back and turned away to follow after Sanchez. I caught up to her quickly, and we cautiously made our way down the sidewalk and into the alleyway behind the row of stores where Jake and I would be hiding. Entering through the back door, we joined Jake, Harper, and Chris, who appeared to have just finished securing the perimeter of the dilapidated building. Becca was sitting on a black plastic folding chair in the center of the room, and Jake was stuffing our belongings into the cabinet beneath a broken display case. The front door swung open, and Jason came in. "We're all clear on this row. The black bands that were in the cafe are gone." "Shit. Time to go," Sanchez said. Harper walked over and gave me a kiss on the forehead before wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "See you later, baby girl." With a squeeze, he winked at me, making me smile, and then disappeared out the back door. Jason, Chris, and Sanchez followed, but Sanchez paused in the doorway. "If you don't hear from us within 48 hours, head to the ranch in Durango." She glanced between me and Jake, who was leaning against the wall, staring out the window. When her eyes found mine, they were sympathetic. "Good luck," she said silently, and strode out of the shop. Just like that, they were all gone. But as soon as the door closed, it opened again, and my brother strode in, heading straight for me. Before I knew what was happening, his arms were wrapped around me in the fiercest hug he'd ever given me. I didn't have time to return the embrace before he pulled away and disappeared out the back door once more. I stared at the door, stunned, and wishing I'd been able to hug him back. Will I ever see him again? Exhaling, I crumpled the thought into an imaginary ball and tossed it into a lockbox that I planned to shove into the deepest chasms of my mind. I'd been tossing a lot of unwanted thoughts in there lately. Feeling eyes on me, I glanced at Becca and then at Jake. Both of them were watching me intently, but Jake averted his gaze almost immediately. He stood at the mirrored window, which stretched the entire length of the wall, again staring blankly outside. This is going to be a long wait. Taking a deep and concentrated breath, I sidestepped Becca and walked over to the window. I stood beside Jake and gazed out at the empty street. Hiding out at the outskirts of downtown, we could barely see the old-fashioned buildings that were once quaint and rustic boutiques and restaurants. The raised flower beds that lined both sides of the street were unruly and overgrown, and the windows were still painted with holiday greetings and well wishes. It felt like an hour had passed since the others had left, since I'd been standing silently, wondering what to say to Jake, but it had only been a few minutes. Each second went by excruciatingly slowly, and Jake, pacing from the front door to the window and back, wasn't helping time lapse any quicker. Feeling his overwhelming distress, I gazed back out the window and tried to focus on something else, anything other than his turmoil. I watched the naked branches of the trees shudder in the breeze and the stray bits of garbage rolling down the deserted streets like tumbleweeds. I contemplated giving in to the lethargy that was making my eyes heavy. It had been days since I'd really slept, but now wasn't the time. I scanned the room, taking in every boring detail of my temporary cage. It had obviously been abandoned long before the outbreak. The plaster walls had fist-size holes in them, and clothing racks had been ripped from the walls and tossed into a pile in the back right corner of the store. There were a couple of crumbling boxes in another corner, stacks of magazines filling each of them. A woman bending over, ass bared in a slutty French maid costume graced the top cover in one box, the other displaying a voluptuous cowgirl sitting precariously on a saddle. An old porn shop? I grinned, Mirrored windows just outside of downtown? Of course it is. As Jake continued to pace, memories of Becca flashed in his mind, and I saw their childhood play out like I was looking into a Zoe trope. I wanted to watch each memory longer, to see more of what their lives had been like before, but the scenes flashed by regardless of my wishes. A small boy, Jake, sitting on the edge of a tattered mattress, his sister sitting in front of him, her back to him, and her little legs folded underneath her, barely raising her up enough for him to brush her hair and put it into a ponytail. Jake, a little older, leaning against a yellow Formica countertop. The house was old and dirty. Piles of laundry and crumbling old cardboard boxes were stacked against the wall behind him. Becca sitting on the counter nearby, eating an apple while he made her a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. A teenage Becca, stepping into a minimally decorated living room with a worn leather couch, a side table, a reading lamp, and a vintage green recliner in front of a small boxy television sitting atop a wooden crate. Her brunette hair was curled into ringlets and piled atop her head, and a nervous smile inched across her face. She was wearing a strapless crimson chiffon dress that hung just above her knees and simple black pumps. Jake handing her his old pocket knife, a familiar, severe look on his face, her smile widening as she accepted the knife and placed it in her black velvet handbag. Jake driving a black Jeep, Cooper sitting happily in the back, Becca hanging her bare feet out the passenger side window. She was laughing and tossing popcorn at him, and I could tell he was trying not to smile. She rolled her eyes and pushed the play button on the stereo. Immediately dropping the bag of popcorn onto the floor, she wriggled and danced in her seat, letting the kernels fall all over the interior of the car. Jake pointed to the mess, trying to keep his eyes on the road, but she waved his anger away as she continued singing, shimmying her shoulders and flailing around. "Please untie me, Jake." Becca's voice was almost booming in the silence. I turned in time to see his eyes shoot to hers. "Please, if I fail him again, he will be so angry. I do not want to make Father angry. Please." Jake looked at me and then sat down on a plastic chair by the window, making it creak under his weight. He covered his face with his hands, and it looked like he was trying to rub away his own personal hell. I glanced at Becca again, whose eyes were closed and chin was quivering slightly. "I have to get back," she rasped. "I have to warn them." "Warn them?" I approached her, the rubber soles of my boots squeaking on the cement floor. "Warn who?" I asked her, but she didn't answer because Jake strode over. When he looked at me, his eyes were an inferno of rage, resentment, and despondency. My stomach dropped, and my defenses flared. "Jake," I said, reaching for him, but he pulled his arm away. "Please, talk to me." I reached for him again, and as soon as I touched him, my shoulders dropped. He was splintered inside, like wood being hacked into 1,000 unmendable pieces. "Jake," his name was barely a whisper. He tugged his arm out of my grasp. "Don't, Zoe," he said before he turned away from me. "Don't what?" "I can't," he began, glaring back at me. "I can't do this. I can't send her back to that place, to that man." "What?" Becca screeched. "Jake, I can't send her back, and I can't. You..." "Me what? You're scaring the shit out of me." My voice was trembling. "But she wants..." "I can't breathe." He stalked to the storefront window, his broad chest heaving under his t-shirt. "I should have known. I should have..." "Known what, exactly? That she wasn't really dead? Or that they'd somehow bring her back to life and brainwash her? I am not..." I continued to talk over Becca, my voice harsh and defensive. I couldn't help it. I'd never seen Jake so distraught, so...
I didn't even know. You couldn't have possibly known what she'd turn into or who she'd become. With one palm pressed against the wall by the window, Jake bowed his head, drowning in the undertow of emotion. His jaw worked, his hand flexing and shaking against the plaster.
I have to leave, to get her out of here,
he said, adamant.
I can't just hand her over like she's not my sister.
Jake, Becca tried again. I need to go back. I have to go back. He only shook his head, refusing to listen.
I won't let you go back there, Becca, no matter what you want. I'm getting you out of here.
I froze. He's leaving. I glared at his back, but feeling his misery, my anger quickly subsided. We can figure something.
Stop.
He pulled his arm back and slammed his fist into the wall, denting it.
There's nothing to figure out. My sister will not be used as a pawn.
His face fell. He leaned back and brought his hand up to pinch the bridge of his nose.
I wouldn't be able to live with myself.
He's already made up his mind. Instantly, I started to question everything about Jake and me, about us. My reservations from the first time I met him, the first time he saved me, opened his mouth and pushed me away, flared to life. And I chided myself for being so naive. I knew something like this would happen. The questions jumped off my tongue before I could contain them. What about Danny? What about me? You're just gonna leave? When he didn't respond, reality burst overhead like a looming storm cloud, clearing away the fog that had settled in my heart and mind. How could I have been so stupid? The conversation we'd had on the dock back in St. Louis resurfaced from under a month's worth of foolhardy emotions. Jake's words replayed in my mind.
For whatever reason, I know you don't want to let me in. Or maybe you just don't know how. What are you afraid of?
This fucking feeling of inexplicable loss was what I'd been afraid of. The living lump of hysteria swelling in my throat. The desperation in my heart. I couldn't swallow it away. Biting the inside of my cheek as hard as possible, I willed myself to calm down. Keep it together, Zoe. Jake strode past me to Becca, pulling her up to her feet. Lunging at him, I pushed against his chest as hard as I could. You're leaving? He stumbled away from Becca and I pushed him again. You're going to kill Danny! I shoved against his shoulder. You're going to kill us all if you take her. I smacked his chest. I won't let you ruin everything. I won't let you break my heart. I pushed, shoved, and slapped him again and again. You son of a bitch! Jake gripped my arms, immobilizing me and forcing me to look up at him. His eyebrows lifted with sympathy. Or is it sorrow? I was too upset to differentiate between his emotions and mine. Let go! I warbled. As he opened his mouth to speak, a gunshot cracked through the air, and Jake yanked me down to the floor. Chapter 8. Danny. March 16th, 1 AE. Pine needles pricked my bare arms as I wandered through a shadowy forest. Towering redwoods and lodgepole pines shaded me from an unusually hot summer sun and saved my skin from burning. Luckily, the underbrush was sparse, consisting of scattered ferns and low, scraggly shrubs, which didn't hinder my steps. A sudden loud rustle sounded off to my left. I paused mid-stride, wondering if I'd disturbed a rabbit or possibly a deer, but when I peered in the direction of the noise, nothing moved between the thick, mossy trunks. I resumed my steady pace. The only noise was the crunching of twigs and dry pine needles underfoot, until I heard the sound again, closer and off to my right. I snapped my head around, searching. I caught a glimpse of black near the ground before whoever, or whatever, had made the noise disappeared behind a redwood at least 40 yards away. Hello? I called, Is someone there? What if it's a bear? Oh, God, I hope not. I couldn't remember the rules for confronting a bear. Was I supposed to stare it down, avoid eye contact, or make myself big and loud? Fat chance there, I thought. Loud I could do, but big was so far outside of my wheelhouse it was in a different country. For minutes I heard nothing but wind, the sound of birds chirping, and small creatures scurrying through the branches overhead. Is someone there? I called again, trying to keep my voice steady. Adrenaline flooded my body, doing its best to convince me to turn and flee. From nowhere specific, a man whispered, "Danny." My name bounced around between the tree trunks, repeating and gaining strength. Not a bear, a person. Should I be relieved? I wasn't. "Where are you?" I screeched, spinning around and frantically searching for the speaker among the trees. "Who are you?" I spotted the black thing again and realized it was a boot. Before it disappeared behind a thick redwood 20 yards ahead of me, I glimpsed the rest of the man it was attached to. He was tall, and his jeans and black t-shirt did nothing to hide his powerful build. Too soon he was gone, hidden by the trees. "Hey, where are you going? How do you know my name?" I tried to yell, though it came out strained and breathy. I jogged to the tree he'd disappeared behind, but by the time I rounded its monstrous girth, there was no one to find. "Red," he called out from everywhere and nowhere. Again, the single word echoed off the endless forest of tree trunks. The rich sound of his voice made my heart swell in longing. Hearing the rustle of dried sticks and pine needles directly behind me, I spun. For once, the man didn't hide. He was larger than I'd first thought, about a foot taller than me. His dark hair was cropped close, and sapphire blue eyes glowed in a handsome, angular face. Every plane and ridge was precise, almost severe, making him equally harsh and beautiful. Jason? He wasn't alone. From behind the trunks on either side of him, a handful of people emerged. A slender, raven-haired woman whose jewel blue eyes were almost identical to Jason's. "Zoe," I breathed. I scanned the rest of the faces. A blonde woman with kind features. A teenage boy with dark hair, tanned skin, and haunted eyes. A young Asian man whose lips were curled into a playful smirk. A middle-aged man sporting an impressive mountain man beard. A beautiful young woman whose face was contorted by a haughty sneer. They all felt so familiar, like their names were on the tip of my tongue. But I didn't recognize any of them. "Why are you following me?" I whispered. One side of Jason's mouth quirked slightly upward, and a barely there dimple appeared on his cheek. He laughed, the sound rough and baritone.
"You need to remember."
"Remember," the others echoed in a ghostly chorus. It was more than a little creepy.
"I need you to come back to me, Red,"
Jason added. "Why are you calling me that?" He turned and began walking away. The others followed a step behind him. "Wait!" I called after them. I didn't want to be left alone in the forest. I tried to follow, but shrubs appeared around my sneakers, tripping me with each attempted step. "Don't leave me! Jason! Zoe!"
"Wake up, Danny,"
someone said. A hand was on my shoulder, shaking me gently. "No," was my genius response. I rolled onto my side, away from the offending human alarm clock. Gabe. He laughed softly.
"You weren't supposed to fall asleep."
I flapped onto my back and glared up at him through sleep-swollen eyelids. "You weren't supposed to let me fall asleep." Gabe sighed, a deep, mournful sound. It was very dramatic.
"True, but you were getting far too cranky."
He didn't sound the least bit repentant. I scowled. What if I'd been hemorrhaging in my brain? What if I died in my sleep because you didn't want to deal with my crankiness? What if... His laugh was full and slightly booming.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was far too careless with your life. I'm so sorry. Will you ever forgive me?
I'll think about it, I told him. Now let me go back to sleep. I'm obviously not going to slip into a coma. Turning my head away from him, I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to return to dreamland. I felt like I'd been having the strangest dream, and for some reason, I desperately wanted to return to it.
Can't do that,
Gabe said.
You're coming with me to work today.
Groaning into my pillow, I mumbled, Can't you just let me go back to sleep instead?
No can do.
The bed bounced as he stood.
If you get ready, I'll make you breakfast. You like pancakes?
I stiffened, suddenly salivating. Pancakes. How long has it been since I've had pancakes? Throw in some bacon and you got a deal, I said, sounding way too excited. If I was being honest with myself, he had me at pancakes.
I think I can manage that.
Entering Gabe's lab was like walking into Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, but for science fanatics, which I'm not. Thanks to my linguistics studies, I prefer tangling with syntax and semantics rather than compounds and cellular structures. But even so, the room was still awe-inspiring. Each consecutive counter in the long room was filled with more fantastical and majestic equipment, and each machine, with its shiny baubles and crystal-clear lenses, screamed of wonder and amazing discoveries. I brushed my fingertips over the scope of something that looked like the love child of a telescope and a machine gun.
Please don't touch that,
Gabe said. Okay. So, this is your lab, I noted as we passed by counters filled with meticulously arranged high-tech devices, glass containers, and yellow notepads.
Yep.
You're in charge of the whole thing?
Yeah.
He responded, smoothing his blonde hair against his scalp. It was pulled back into his usual low ponytail, the few inches of gathered hair fanning neatly down the back of his neck. What exactly is it that you're in charge of? Even if there were a gun held to my head, I couldn't have guessed the purpose of most of the obviously priceless equipment. Gabe shot a quick look over his shoulder as he led the way down an aisle between two counters.
I'm in charge of the Ability Research Department.
That sounds important.
It is.
Wow, you've really got that whole humility thing down, huh? I said, shaking my head. As I scanned around the lab, the unoccupied lab, I frowned. There were 3 rows of work counters and dozens of stools, but no scientists. Where are all your worker bees? I mean, I'm assuming someone with such an important job has a handful of science slaves, but this place is totally empty. He unlocked a taupe fire door.
I told them to work on their other projects this morning.
At my cocked head, he added,
We don't have enough scientifically inclined people to devote a large number of them to one department alone, even if it is the most important department.
Seriously, Gabe? I asked, swatting his forearm. Get over yourself already. You're not that amazing. Like a battering ram, the deja vu hit me again, nearly knocking me breathless. I hunched over, gasping.
Danny, what's wrong? Is it your head?
Gabe asked in a rush. He held my elbow in a gentle but strong grip and led me through the doorway to a worn couch in one corner of what could only be his office. The room was a mixture of neatness and clutter that was purely Gabe, and it held the faintest trace of his clean scent. I'm fine, I said between slow, deep breaths. I just need a second to rest.
Are you sure?
His voice was filled with concern. Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, well, while you rest, I need to run a quick errand. Will you be fine here?
I glanced up at him through the stray crimson curls that had fallen in front of my eyes. Oh, I'm sure I'll survive. Gabe, who'd been backing toward the door, hesitated, and I offered him a faint, reassuring smile.
Okay,
he said.
I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Gabe, I called as he was shutting the door. He poked his head back into the office.
Yeah?
Who's MG? I asked, recalling the 2 letters that had brought our previous night's kiss to a screeching halt. Gabe said nothing for several long seconds, simply blinked slowly and studied me. Finally, he said,
Someone you trusted, and he betrayed you.
Do you know him? He nodded, the crease between his eyebrows reappearing.
I'll tell you all about him when I get back, if you want.
With a smile, I rested my head against the back of the couch and closed my eyes. Yeah, I'd like that. Thanks. He'd been gone for only a few minutes when I heard it. A scream. It was the kind of scream made by a mother giving birth, or by a torture victim being slowly flayed. I rose from my comfortable reclined position on the sofa and cracked open the door to the lab, listening. At first, silence greeted me, but it was closely followed by a second, nearly identical scream. What the hell? As quietly as possible, I inched the door further open and slipped out into the empty lab. After a brief moment of deepish contemplation, I ghosted across the lab toward the door to the hallway. I snagged a smudged white lab coat that had been draped over a nearby stool and shrugged into it. After peeking from the lab doorway into the hallway and seeing nobody, I stepped all the way out, trying my hardest to look like I belonged there. I explored every hallway on the floor without hearing the scream again. I was about to give up and return to Gabe's office when another piercing howl emanated from a door to the stairwell. My hand wanted to shake as it reached for the doorknob, but I wouldn't let it. Images of what could cause someone to make such a gut-wrenching noise overflowed in my imagination. Whatever the cause, I knew it couldn't be anything good. I was inching the heavy metal door open, waiting for the scream to waylay me, when something touched my shoulder. "What?" I shouted, spinning and backing away in a single motion. Of its own accord, my hand reached across my body for something at the side of my ribcage, but all it found was the bottom of my breast. I instantly lowered my hand, no idea why I'd raised it in the first place. "Holy crap, Gabe! Why'd you feel the need to scare the living bejesus out of me?" I snapped. Gabe, still standing before the stairwell door, held his hands out in front of him in a placating gesture.
I'm sorry,
he said, taking a step toward me.
I thought you heard me.
Obviously not, I grumbled, crossing my arms over my chest. He looked from me to the door, then back.
Going somewhere?
I heard a scream, like a horror movie being slashed to pieces scream.
And you were, what, investigating?
Gabe's eyebrows shot up.
Because nothing's safer than searching out the cause of a being slashed to pieces scream.
I shrugged, realizing that finding the screamer would also have brought me face to face with whoever, or whatever, was making them scream, which was more than a little stupid. Not exactly, I mumbled. Gabe sighed and turned away from me, walking briskly back toward his lab.
Good. That would be unwise.
Gee, you think? Scampering after him, which would have been embarrassing had he been looking at me, I followed Gabe back up the hall, through his lab and into his office. No dry cleaning? I asked, plopping back down on the couch. All that had changed between pre-errand and post-errand Gabe was the addition of the dictionary-sized brushed metal case he was carrying.
Huh?
Stamps? I suggested.
What?
He glanced at me, bafflement scrunching his brow. I shrugged. I swear, every time someone says they have to run errands, it's to go pick up dry cleaning or get stamps. Maybe not lately, but you know what I mean.
Right. No then,
Gabe said. Turning away from me, he placed the case on his desk and opened it, revealing 2 items encased in dark gray foam. One was a glass vial filled with neon blue liquid that looked like it might, if consumed, give its drinker either radiation sickness or a massive hangover. The other item resembled a shiny steel gun, but I knew that wasn't what it was. I watched as Gabe inserted the vial into an opening in the top of the inoculator and took a step away from his desk, toward me. I shot to my feet. "What are you doing?" Gabe held his hands low, one gripping the inoculator, the other reaching for me.
"It'll make you feel better, I promise. I'm just trying to help you, Danny."
"I don't need help," I said, backing toward the door. "I feel fine. Great, actually. No more headache. All better," I lied. Holding up the inoculator so I could see it better, Gabe said,
"Danny, it'll barely even hurt. Just a little pinch, and then everything, the confusion and weird deja vu moments, it'll all be gone."
"I know what that is." I backed into the door and slid my hands behind me to grip the doorknob. My chest was suddenly tight with terror. Even though I didn't remember why, some part of my brain knew I didn't want him injecting me with whatever was in the vial. "You want to hurt me. That's why you've been acting so strange toward me. Why last night..." Gabe shook his head, pleading with his eyes. It seemed genuine, but some visceral feeling inside me told me it was just wrong. This is all wrong.
"I want to help you, Danny. Please trust me."
I wanted him to stop saying my name. "I can't," I whispered, finding the door handle behind me and shoving the door open. I spun and dashed into the lab. Unfortunately, Gabe's legs ate up about twice as much distance as mine with each stride. He overtook me in a matter of seconds. He tackled me, wrapping his arms around my body and trapping my arms at my sides. Turning our bodies, he cushioned my fall so that I landed on him instead of the unyielding linoleum floor. "Why are you doing this?" I grunted, trying to wriggle out of his grasp.
"I'm trying to help you."
After several deep breaths, Gabe whispered,
"You'll understand soon."
He rolled until I was flat on my stomach on the cold gray and white speckled floor, and he was straddling my back, holding my arms immobile against my sides with his knees. I could kick backward, a little, but it didn't do me any good.
"I'm sorry this had to be so difficult,"
Gabe said as he pressed the muzzle of the inoculator against the side of my neck. With the sound of compressed air being released, I felt a sharp pinch in my neck. It was quickly followed by a dull throb as the toxic-looking liquid entered my body. "You're a bastard," I hissed.
"So much more than you realize."
He sounded regretful. "I'm going to... I growled, floundering for an adequate form of violent, painful revenge, but Gabe cut off my train of thought by releasing me and standing. I glared up at his towering form as I turned over and scooted backward until my shoulder rammed into a cabinet. I tried to stand, but fuzziness was filling my head, and the floor seemed to be tilting like a carnival ride. "What did you do to me?"
"Just wait,"
he said, crossing his arms and leaning his hip against the opposite counter. He was watching me, waiting for something. Whatever words I'd intended to say died on my tongue. An image of Callie, my roommate back in Seattle, burst into my head. She was curled in the fetal position on her bathroom floor, my dog beside her and the smell of vomit lingering in the air. And then I was sitting on top of Cam, beating his lifeless body in an attempt to make him wake back up. In another instant, a note from Grams appeared in my shaking hand. Her written words told me she was dying, but that she hoped I would survive. "No, no, no!" I wailed, clutching my head. "They're dead. They're all dead. How could I have forgotten?" Hundreds of memories of Jason, of fighting with him, of watching him, of searching abandoned buildings with him, of feeling him lying beside me, overwhelmed all my senses. It had been Jason and Zoe, along with Chris, Kai, and the others I'd encountered since the outbreak, or my suppressed memory of them, who had come to me in my dreams, urging me to remember. Oh, God. And then I was with Zoe, hugging her and jumping up and down. She was alive. I'd found her. Was that really only 2 days ago? General Harrison's voice, his words, were the final memory to return. Oh my God, I whispered, suddenly recalling his exact words I hadn't really heard until now.
I'm very sorry to hear that, Danielle. I had really hoped you would feel more at home here and that I wouldn't have to bend your mind like all the others. My most loyal are those who choose to follow me of their own accord. Oh well, you will do exactly as I say. You will agree to stay in the colony and be excited about moving into the house I'm providing for you. You will forget anyone and everything you experienced since you were infected with the virus up until you arrived here. You will forget any negative opinions you may have formed about the colony or me. You will only remember that you traveled here alone. This has always been your destination, that Gabe is your friend, and, of course, how to use your remarkable ability. You will always tell me the truth, and most importantly, you will work for me, doing whatever I wish you to do, and be happy about it. Does that sound acceptable?
General Harrison had manipulated my mind. He'd torn away my most valued memories and controlled my every decision. As his words replayed in my head, rage, hotter and more explosive than anything I'd ever felt, boiled within me. It rushed through my veins, flooding my muscles with adrenaline and white-hot fury. I began to scream, channeling the single concentrated emotion into the sound. I screamed until my throat was raw and my voice had faded to a rough rasp. Chapter 9. Zoe. March 16th, 1 AE. Another set of gunshots cracked in the distance, and something clicked inside Jake. His fallen features transformed into something fierce and focused as he reached for my hand. All his chaotic emotions were shadowed by protective determination. For me? He looked at his sister. No, for Becca. I felt unsettled, an unpleasant mixture of hyper-awareness and emotional numbness, and I was unsteady on my feet as he hauled me over to the display case and pulled out our duffel bag of weapons and ammunition. There was more gunfire. "Get your asses out here!" Sanchez's voice echoed in our heads. And they're still here? An unexpected sense of relief washed over me. "We're by the movie theater in the center of downtown. Chris and I are cornered in the ice cream shop, and Jason, Harper, and Carlos are holed up a few stores down. There's at least a half dozen black bands scattered across the street. Come around the corner of 6th and Main so they don't see you." Jake lugged the bag out and opened it, tossing me extra ammunition before zipping it back up and heaving it over his shoulder. I slipped the 2 extra magazines from my pistol into the waist of my cargo pants, swallowed the bile rising in my throat, and tried to exhale the burning sensation in my stomach. I'd grown far too used to the taste of fear. The touch of Jake's warm palm on my cheek startled me. "Stay down and stay focused." He raised his eyebrows, waiting for me to process his words. I nodded back at him and offered a weak but grateful smile. He kissed me. I didn't have time to overthink us, but I was confused. "We'll come back for you," Jake told his sister, and before I really knew what was happening, he captured my hand again and we were running out the door. We slinked around cars and buildings for a couple blocks, drawing closer to the mayhem. Approaching a drugstore at the corner of 6th and Main, we sidled up to the cement wall to catch our breath. Jake peered around the corner of the building, his fingers still gripping mine. A few gunshots cracked in the air, and Jake pulled back, straightening. "There are 3 soldiers about 2 blocks down, and there are a couple of them making their way toward us. The ice cream shop's a couple stores down, and I think the rest of our people are in the restaurant and flower shop the next block over, but I can't be sure." He shoved our bag into a mass of juniper bushes lining the side of the drugstore. "We have to get closer. We'll use the flower beds for cover." We rounded the corner of the drugstore and headed toward the firefight in the heart of downtown. "Stay low and keep quiet," Jake mouthed. 2 black bands using abandoned cars as cover over a dozen yards away were yelling at one another. I wiped my sweaty palms on my pants, gripping the fabric like it was a stress ball. After another gunshot, I heard a pained shout, and my heart stopped momentarily. Jason. Over here, Jake said, tugging me down behind one of the raised cement flower beds. The pool table-sized beds lined both sides of the street, their contents dormant for the winter. Aside from the garbage can, camouflaging shrubbery on one side, it was the only thing keeping Jake and me out of sight. I heard my brother shout in pain again, and Jake stiffened. Stay here, keep your gun ready, and shoot anyone who even sees you, he whispered, releasing my hand. I nodded and removed my pistol from my thigh holster. I'll come back for you. Don't come out unless I call your name, okay? He saw hesitation in my eyes. They're military trained, Zoe, not crazies. If they shoot at you, they won't miss. I nodded, feeling dumb, while I watched Jake covertly crawl behind the cover of an abandoned Audi and disappear around a small empty deli a few shops beyond the drugstore. Upon hearing approaching footsteps, I froze. Multiple someones, probably the black bands we'd seen arguing, stepped on the other side of the flower bed. I couldn't see them, but I could hear them and feel their emotions, an unnerving mix of exhilaration and determination as they scuffled closer to my hiding place. When they opened fire on my friends across the street, my ears rang, my hands started trembling, and I broke out in a cold sweat. A bullet hit the shop window just a couple yards behind me, and I watched as the glass spider webbed around the hole. Catching sight of myself in the broken window, I momentarily panicked. I can see them. The two black bands were crouched beside a VW bus, their backs to me as they aimed their rifles through the vehicle's busted windows. If I could see them, they could see me. I couldn't risk idly waiting, hoping they wouldn't turn around. Closing my eyes, I considered my options, but I already knew what I needed to do. I needed to kill them before they killed me. Briefly, I wondered if Jake's blood still coursed through my veins from the transfusion back at Fort Knox, blood which would help me to heal if I was wounded. But either way, I didn't have any other choice. I have to kill them. I had shitty aim compared to the soldiers, but I had the element of surprise. Besides, they were really close, which was both a blessing and a curse. The shrubbery in front of me was tall and thick enough to obscure their view of me, allowing me the opportunity to shoot them before being seen. If nothing else, I could at least slow them down, shoot them in the leg so they can't walk, or maybe the arm to wound them or ruin their aim. Something. Jump-started by the sound of Jason swearing in agony across the street, I looked down at the gun in my shaking hand and took a few steadying breaths. As quietly as I could, I aimed through the bushes. The sound of gunshots continued to scream through the air. The two black bands moved, crouching only 4 or so feet from me on the other side of the flower bed as they reloaded their ammunition. I needed to act fast. I was so close I could see the sweat beading on their foreheads and above their upper lips, and the way their chests heaved under their gear. I ignored the fact the man nearest me had green eyes that reminded me of Danny's, and that he looked to be about my age. I ignored the fact that he had a tattoo on the skin between his thumb and forefinger. It's probably his mom's name, her girlfriend's. I took a fortifying breath. They're probably already dead, I thought cynically, and pulled the trigger. My entire body hummed with tension as my muscles absorbed the shock and recoil. The green-eyed soldier fell to the ground, a bullet through the side of his neck. It worked. I blinked in disbelief before shifting my aim to the black band beside him. As he leveled his assault rifle in my direction, I pulled the trigger again, missing once before shooting him in the chest. He dropped to the ground beside his comrade, still moving, but I could only focus on the man I'd shot in the neck. Blood was spurting from the wound. I killed him. I pivoted and fell forward, dropping my gun and bracing myself on my palms while catching my breath. And then I heard footsteps beside me. I reached for my gun, but I was too slow. Roughly, hands grabbed my hair, yanking me to my feet, and I shrieked. My scalp stung as my assailant tugged mercilessly at my hair, and the hot barrel of his handgun pressed into my temple.
"I thought I smelled a girl," he said. "You should have shot me in the head, you little bitch."
He smelled of tobacco and sweat.
"Let her go,"
a familiar voice demanded. Harper. The black band spun, ripping me around with him and pinning my body against him with his arm. Harper's eyes traced down the curve of the man's arm, tight against my chest, and up to where his dirty hand gripped my throat. I winced as his exceptionally long fingernails dug into my skin. A deadly glint flashed in Harper's narrowed green eyes.
"I will kill you,"
he growled as he approached us, his steps steady and his rifle aimed directly at the man's head.
"Let her go,"
he repeated without a hint of fear or hesitation in his voice.
"Fresh meat?"
The man chuckled.
"I don't think so."
Suddenly I was being dragged behind a building. The man's hold on me loosened while we moved, enabling me to maneuver my arm so I could pull Jake's knife out of my pocket. My captor stumbled, making the knife difficult for me to unlatch, but as he caught himself against the building with his gun hand, I finally succeeded. I stabbed him in the side of his thigh. The black band howled in pain as I yanked the blade from his flesh. His grip loosened further, and I started to scramble away. Seizing the opportunity, Harper pulled the trigger. 3 gunshots sounded before the black band started to fall, grabbing my hair and pulling me down with him. I struggled out of his grasp, but his hand latched onto my forearm. I stabbed him again, this time in the neck. The muscles and tendons were dense, making it difficult to drive the blade in, and I felt a sickening crunch as the blade hit something more solid. Almost instantly, I jerked my hand away. I stared at the man's body, wide-eyed and unable to move. Everything after that happened so quickly it was all a blur. More shots were fired, and Harper's arms were around me. I heard footsteps and shouting and more gunfire. And then there was silence. I looked around at a graveyard of dead bodies. Almost a dozen of them littered the street and sidewalks. Blood splattered their faces and fatigues. Their vacant eyes seemed to bore into mine, accusing me. I couldn't look away. Harper entwined his fingers with mine, tugging me with him as he headed back to the flower bed where I'd dropped my gun. Once I was rearmed, he checked me for wounds. "I'm fine," I told him. "Promise." He swore softly, and I remembered my brother's agonized shout. "Shit! Where's Jason? Is he okay?" Harper pointed his chin towards something behind me, and I spun around, seeking any sign of my brother. Jake was striding toward us.
"Sanchez and Chris are getting Becca and the horses,"
he explained.
"And Jason needs medical attention."
He pointed to another large flower bed across the street. I followed the direction of his finger and found Carlos standing above my brother, reaching down to help him to his feet. Jason struggled to stand, favoring his right foot as he took a wobbling step over a dead soldier sprawled on the cement. Together they limped toward us. As Jake drew nearer and focused on me, his eyes widened. I glanced down at my clothes. They were covered in blood, and my face felt sticky and wet. No wonder Harper was fussing over me. When I glanced up again, Jason was closer. He had a deep gash spanning from his hairline down to his jaw, and blood smeared pretty much everywhere. "Jason! Are you okay?" I ran to him. "What happened?" He waved me away.
"I'm fine."
"You're not fine. You need stitches, and I've got to—" Jason put his hand out, gripping my arm as he hobbled closer to sit down on the ledge of a flower bed.
"Is any of that blood yours?"
he asked. I shook my head as horses clopped up the road. It was Sanchez and Chris. They stopped the 5 horses in front of us and jumped down, Sanchez walking with an evident limp. Behind them, I noticed Harper moving from dead black band to dead black band, collecting their weapons and searching their bodies for anything useful. Are you all right? I asked Sanchez, searching her leg for blood.
It's just a twisted ankle. I'm fine. Don't worry about me,
she said. When her gaze landed on Jason, I felt a swelling of concern radiate from her. Taking a hobbling step closer to him, she began to ask,
Are you all? I'm fine,
Jason said dismissively, and Sanchez hesitated. Her face was almost expressionless, but I could feel her torment. Shaking off Jason's apathy, she said,
Carlos, help Chris get Jason up on his horse. We need to get the hell out of here. This goddamn place is cursed.
She glanced at Harper and Jake.
And Becca's gone.
She shook her head and rested her hands on her hips.
There goes our leverage.
Harper joined us, carrying an armful of weapons. Weapons. Oh, my knife. I reached into my pocket, but my knife wasn't there. Turning around, I looked at the man I'd stabbed. My knife was sticking out of his throat and covered in his blood. I hurried over to him, snatched it out of his neck without a second thought, and wiped it off on his sleeve. My eyes lingered on his black armband. I cut the band off both sleeves and stuffed them into my pocket, along with my knife.
We should collect all the armbands, I called. They might come in handy.
Out of nowhere, my head started throbbing, and I grew dizzy in the thrall of the most intense storm of despair and fury I'd ever felt. My body tensed as the rushing swirl of frenzied emotions swept over me. Ah! I screamed and fell to my knees, panting. I recognized the source of the emotions. Danny. Chapter 10. Danny, March 16th, 1 AE. In a room filled with someone else's things, in a house given to me by one of the 3 people whose death would inspire me to dance a merry jig, Harrison, Clara, and Cece, I paced. I'd been walking from the window to the dresser and back for the past 2 hours, ever since I woke up in the bed, which led to the question of when and how I'd ended up in the bed in the first place. The last thing I remembered was screaming out my pain as all of the memories and heartache of the last 4 months burst to life in my mind. It doesn't matter, I told myself. The only thing that matters is tearing apart the bastard who tried to control me. Each step solidified my hatred for General Harrison. Each step also brought to mind a new, more idiotic plan for destroying him, or at least allowed me to add some creative embellishments. As I approached the expansive oak dresser and envisioned acting out my most recent scheme in Operation Kill General Dickhead, to march straight into his office with a butter knife hidden in my bra and shank him in the eye, I felt the urge to scream and punch something simultaneously. I'd been riding a nonstop wave of fury and adrenaline, and as a result, I couldn't stop shaking. General Harrison's revolting charity surrounded me, taunted me. I was in the colony, comfortable and encased in luxury, not just because he allowed it, but because he wanted it. Sure, I might have been freed from his mental control, but I was still doing exactly what he wanted. I was still wearing the ridiculous yellow armbands he'd given me, like I'd been marked as his property. Goddamn bastard. Dead goddamn bastard. I kicked the dresser hard. It knocked against the wall, shuddered and stilled. Just as I pivoted to march back toward the window, the bedroom door opened. I spun to face the intruder.
Everything okay in here?
MG, or rather Gabe, asked. He poked his head through the gap in the doorway and was watching me, his eyes filled with some heavy emotion. Worry, or possibly guilt. Did he bring me back here? Did he put me to bed? I remembered being under the General's control. I remembered practically throwing myself at Gabe. I remembered him injecting me with the neon liquid, and I remembered screaming and screaming and screaming. And then nothing. That liquid must have been the neutralizer he'd been talking to Dr. Wesley about. So the neutralizer must do just that, neutralize the General's ability. Gabe saved me from the General's mind control. Finally, the doubt which had made me hesitant to trust Gabe, the doubt I'd felt ever since overhearing that conversation between him and the doctor, evaporated. When I didn't say anything, instead opting to stand and do my best impersonation of a marble statue, Gabe entered the room the rest of the way.
What do you remember?
He asked as he drew closer, shaking his head.
Christ, Danny. Do you have any idea what you did?
Huh? What I did? I shook my head slowly. I didn't... You're the one who... What are you talking about? Gabe raised his hands like he was reaching for me, then pulled them back and shoved them into his pants pockets.
After I gave you the neutralizer and Harrison's hold wore off, you started to scream. Do you remember that?
I nodded. He cleared his throat.
Well, when you screamed, you used your telepathy.
He rubbed his hand over his smoothed back hair.
From what I can tell, everyone in the damn building heard it. Felt it. There were even a few bloody noses, and one person supposedly fainted.
Taking a deep breath, he watched me, assessing.
Did you know you could do that? Hurt people with your ability?
Eyes wide, I shook my head. He rubbed the faint stubble on one side of his jaw.
I, don't think he can track it back to the source, so you should be safe enough. But if he finds out you can do that...
He was shaking his head slowly.
Shit. He'll weaponize you in a heartbeat and use any means of motivation necessary.
Taking several dazed steps, I sank down onto the foot of the bed. I didn't know I could... I've never... Holy crap. It was Gabe's turn to start pacing.
Use your ability. Try to sense the minds around you.
Right now? Why? He shot me the briefest possible glance.
Because. Just do it. It's important.
Frowning, I did as he directed, focusing on the part of my brain that enabled me to speak in other minds, and there was nothing. I can't. Gabe was nodding.
Burnout. Interesting.
He muttered. I stood and placed myself in front of him on his way back to the window. Burnout? What do you mean, burnout? Oh God, did I destroy my ability completely? I reached for him and squeezed his arm. What does that mean? I was panicking. God, I was sick of panicking. Gabe placed his hands on my elbows and bent down to meet my eyes.
I've seen burnout a few times, and it's never been permanent. But...
He hesitated.
Each consecutive time the same person burned out their ability, it took longer to return. You need to be more careful.
My voice was small when I said, I didn't mean to do it. I looked away. There'd just been so much pain, too much to contain, and it was still there. Gabe raised his hands to my face, gently turning it back to him.
What made you... Was it the neutralizer?
There was no mistaking the guilt in his eyes. I suppose. I stepped away from him, from his touch, and crossed to the window. Looking down at the neighborhood street from the second story of my house, I could almost imagine the world was normal. Almost. When he did what he did, he made me forget just about everything that's happened to me since this whole nightmare began. And then you injected me with that stuff, and I remembered everything. It's like it all just happened again. Everyone dying, my trip here, Jason, everything. I paused, taking a deep breath. I killed people, Gabe.
It can be like that when his hold is broken, especially if he included a command to forget.
Gabe said, rambling.
It's a lot to handle, I know, but...
You know? Really? I retorted, spinning to face him. You've been here, hiding from what's really going on. So what could you possibly know? I was fully aware that Gabe had done nothing but help me, but I had to lash out at something. I felt like a mindless, wounded animal. Do you know about the man I killed with a shovel? Or the one I shot in the head? How about the cult freaks, the prophets of the New World? Do you know about them? Do you know about anything going on out there? How'd you even end up in here? Gabe shook his head.
Danny.
I held up my hand, cutting him off. The woman in charge of the cult, Mandy,
She was like General Harrison with that mind control crap. She controlled hundreds of people, forced them to kill, raped them, and made them think they liked it. I thought back on everything Carlos had told me over our weeks of horseback travel, recalled all the twisted things that bitch had made her flock do. My gaze was steady, locked on Gabe's pale blue eyes. Mandy's dead, and I'm glad I was there when Jason put the bullet through her skull. And I'll do everything possible to make General Harrison just as dead. Recognition filled Gabe's clear eyes.
Danny, with the general, you can't...
He's dead, I hissed, stalking toward Gabe. He just doesn't know it yet. Gabe scoffed.
And what are you going to do? Just walk up to him and shoot him? Or maybe you're planning to stab him instead, Make it a little more personal?
Actually, yeah, that's the current plan. I said nothing.
Listen to me,
he shouted. His hands were on my upper arms, his grip demanding.
Going after him like that, trying to assassinate him, that won't work. I agree, he needs to die, but he's too powerful for whatever you're planning to work. You can't do this alone, and you can't do it now. We need time, people, resources.
Unwilling to let his words permeate my thick skull, I shook my head.
Damn it, Danny,
Gabe yelled, shaking me.
You don't believe me? Then I'll show you. If you still want to go all kamikaze after you see everything, I won't stop you.
I glared daggers, no, broadswords, at him until he let me go.
Take a few minutes and get yourself together, then come down,
he said as he stopped in the doorway.
There are only a few hours until curfew, and there's a lot to see.
Not quite slamming the door, Gabe left me alone with my unsettling thoughts. I would see what he had to show me, use it if I could, and then I would kill the general. There are people here now, I noted as Gabe and I walked through his lab to his office. Unlike this morning, the place was a veritable scientific anthill, teeming with efficient men and women in white lab coats with yellow bands around their upper arms. What's the deal with the armbands? Gabe shot me a brief glance.
Yeah, well, I couldn't close the department down for very long.
Why did you close it down? Because you've been with me? Can't they function without you? I asked. Gabe herded me quickly through the lab and into his office. When the door clicked shut, he explained.
They can, but sometimes they get a little too enthusiastic about their work and harm their test subjects. I try to be here as much as possible to keep them under control.
I lowered my eyebrows. Harm people? Why would they want to? Gabe raised his eyebrows. The general, I realized. He probably commanded them all to get results using whatever means necessary. Oh, got it. Gabe picked up a manila envelope that had been resting on his keyboard. He opened it and slid some colored plastic cards into his hand. They looked like hotel key cards attached to navy blue nylon lanyards. Handing me a bright red card, he explained,
These are from Wes, Dr. Wesley. Red means you're still recovering, not healthy enough to work.
He cut off my impending protest with a raised hand.
Think of it like a doctor's sick note. Keep it with you at all times. It'll keep people like them.
He nodded toward the door.
Or that guard at headquarters, or anyone else wearing a yellow armband from getting a hold of you and doing something you're not okay with, like, hurting you.
A flash of concern lit his eyes. I glanced down at one of my own yellow armbands. What do they mean? The armbands.
Different things based on the color. Yellow means mind controlled. Black indicates someone who's following Harrison willingly.
He held out his own arm, drawing my attention to the white armbands he was wearing. I hadn't noticed them during my first day here. They hadn't stood out against his white shirt.
White means the wearer has a leadership role, in charge of a department, or is one of his advisors.
I watched him slip the other lanyard over his head. The attached card was plain white, like his armbands.
And a white card is like a free pass. It means I have an excuse not to work and can pretty much go anywhere on base. At least anywhere that's not restricted.
Not work? But what about them? I asked, mimicking his earlier nod toward the door.
Wes agreed to check in on them every half hour.
She's going to walk all the way over here from the hospital every half hour just to check on your people? I asked incredulously. Shaking his head, Gabe said,
Her main office is downstairs. She only works in the hospital when her duties require it. Technically, she's more of a research doctor than a medical doctor.
Oh. My thoughts drifted to the doctor in question as I settled the red card's cord around my neck. Dr. Wesley's being very accommodating. How'd she end up with so much power here anyway? He must really trust her. Gabe shot me a sharp look.
It's a long story. What you need to know is that it's her blood that makes the neutralizer work. Her ability blocks those of others. Probably a lot like your friends.
My friends. Jason's. Thinking of him made my heart hurt. Oh, crap. I kissed Gabe. It had been a melt-your-panties-off kiss, except I hadn't been wearing any. Oh, my God. Kill me now. If I told Jason about the kiss, he might kill Gabe, or at least maul him. Because though my mind-controlled self had been the one to kiss Gabe, he'd kissed me back, and he'd been in full control of his mind. Jason can never know.
Anyway,
Gabe continued.
While we're out in public, you need to pretend you're still under Harrison's control. Be very careful of what you say. You never know who might be listening, or how.
Frowning, I said, I'll just talk in your head, or at least I will once I stop being so burned out. Gabe shook his aforementioned head.
Won't work. I use the neutralizer too.
Damn, I hadn't thought about that. A light bulb was slowly turning on in my mind. Gabe, does the neutralizer do anything else?
What do you mean?
Besides neutralizing other people's abilities, does it, say, give us a little power boost too? Gabe froze in the process of zipping up his brown and tan ski coat.
Is your telepathy back online?
No.
Then how the hell could you have possibly known that?
Smiling mysteriously, I told him, a girl can have a few secrets, can't she? He studied me suspiciously, but after a few heartbeats, nodded.
Just make sure they're the right secrets,
he said, walking to the door. He opened it, motioned for me to follow him out, and secured the lock.
Time for the tour.
2 hours later, we were leaving a large cafeteria. It was part of the same university complex as Gabe's lab, which had once been an Air Force academy. The room had been filled with several hundred colonists, some in lab coats, some in sweats, and some in scrubs. Other than the people in scrubs, everyone was wearing either yellow or black armbands, and only those with black armbands were acting normal. Everyone else seemed to speak only when necessary, and even then only in hushed tones. It wasn't that they were whispering schemes to overthrow the general or anything nefarious. Unfortunately, they were just quiet, subdued. Gabe and I had said nothing the entire time we'd been sitting across from one another at a small square table, drinking a cup of coffee and sharing a turkey and cheddar sandwich and a blueberry scone. He'd shown me enough of the base, including the perimeter with its ever-moving patrols, the school, and the location of the warehouses storing food and weapons, that I realized how foolish my assassination plans had been. Seeing classrooms half filled with perfectly cooperative and focused children of all ages had been the creepiest stop along the tour. It was unnatural. The kids were clearly under the general's mental influence. I feared that manipulating brains that were still developing would harm them permanently. That man is all kinds of evil. I was uncomfortably aware of two very important things. Everyone in the colony had an ability and was actively training to strengthen it, and nearly every single person was an emphatic follower of the general, either because of his mental manipulation or by choice. true free will was absent. Harrison's will was law. I was resolved to contact Jason and Zoe once my telepathy returned, no matter how long it took me to actually find them. It wasn't just that I missed them like crazy. I did, but I needed to make sure they were okay. I needed them to be okay. And if they were, it was likely that they were planning some sort of prison break. I couldn't imagine Jason not planning such a thing, reckless as it might be. It was imperative that I pass on what I'd learned about the colony. There's one thing that doesn't quite make sense, I said to Gabe as we walked from the cafeteria to a neighboring building. Wanting to make sure I passed as much relevant info on to my friends as possible, I intended to scour Gabe's mind for pretty much anything he could tell me.
Which is?
I moved closer to him, keeping my voice hushed. Back in the cafeteria, most of those people were acting sort of zombie-ish, like they have no thoughts beyond what the general tasked them with, but everyone in your lab was busy and active, talking with their colleagues. Gabe nodded but said nothing. Then there was that guard with the yellow armband who was getting all handsy at the entrance to the general's building, I explained. He seemed to be operating outside the guard my building parameters. It all just seems really inconsistent. After several drawn-out breaths, Gabe said,
That guard was probably given multiple commands, one of them being to actively attempt to procreate.
The breeding program. Project Eden. I scrunched my face in disgust. Ignoring my reaction, Gabe continued.
That's been a pretty standard order given to the men. The women are told the same, and that they should be open and willing to any man's advances.
I made a choking sound. That's, ugh. Gabe nodded. But he didn't give me that command, I told him. For once, it was Gabe who frowned.
I can only assume that's because he didn't want the pursuit of reproduction to interfere with your communication tasks.
He was quiet for a moment.
That, and he likely wants to choose your future partner. Someone with whom you could produce children who have your ability.
I murmured, processing his disturbing words. I was still processing as he led me into a squat, boxy gray building. The sign protruding from the overgrown grass proclaimed Humanities Building. Holding open a heavy glass door, Gabe said,
This is where you're intended to work once you're given a clean bill of health.
And how will that work exactly? I asked, hoping I would be long gone before that could happen. I wasn't planning to stick around for much longer. I just had to figure out how to not stick around. I followed Gabe down a bland hallway and through a second set of glass doors that led to some sort of reception office. I leaned in closer to him, acutely aware of the woman organizing papers at the front desk, and whispered harshly, I'm supposed to just do his bidding, fully aware of my actions? What does he even need telepaths for anyway? Gabe offered me a tight-lipped grin and murmured,
He uses them to spread the word, to draw people in. You remember what I said about the colony being the new center of civilization?
He wants me to bring people here so he can control them? Horrified, I stared into Gabe's cunning eyes as he towered over me. I will never do that, I vowed. Gabe shrugged.
You may not have a choice. When it's your life or the life of someone you care about versus a relative stranger, what'll you choose?
With one final significant eyebrow raise, Gabe left my side and approached the woman at the desk. She was pretty enough, in a perky, blonde, former cheerleader way, and the smile she offered Gabe contained more than a hint of, come hither.
Emily, so lovely to see you again,
Gabe said. Emily giggled, sounding about 10 years younger than she appeared. Hi, Gabe. It took an effort not to roll my eyes.
I've brought someone in to meet you. She's your newest telepath.
Gabe reached back, and closing his long fingers around my arm just above my elbow, he pulled me forward.
This is Danny. Danny, this is Emily. She'll be coordinating your schedule and assignments once you begin work.
When I said nothing, his grip tightened. So nice to meet you, I chirped. Emily glanced at Gabe's hand, which was still on my arm, and her eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly before returning to my face. Jealousy, it seemed, was still ready and available through the lens of the general's commands. Welcome to the colony, she said.
Danny's the one General Harrison's been waiting for, the sender and receiver,
Gabe explained. Emily's face lit up with recognition. Oh, how exciting! She gushed, her enthusiasm genuine. She'd instantly transformed into my biggest fan. Apparently, like me, her commands included a directive about enthusiasm for her tasks. We've got big plans for you. Great, I said, trying as hard as possible to keep my smile from melting. Can't wait. We have your office already and a huge list of communications to start you off, Emily explained excitedly. We're going to draw in so many more new colonists using you. Using me. Awesome, I said with so much fake perkiness that I wanted to vomit. I was becoming used to my stomach being in a general state of nauseated discomfort. I needed to get the hell out of the colony before I started luring in hapless survivors. I didn't care what Gabe said. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't. As we left the building and returned to my house, I pondered the massive amounts of information I'd learned since leaving that afternoon. One fact kept bouncing around in my mind. The general had known about me and my ability before I'd arrived. He'd been expecting me. He'd been waiting. The more I thought about the implications, the more pissed off I became. Gabe. A second after Gabe shut and locked my front door, I rounded on him. When I was still brainwashed, you said MG was the guy I'd trusted and that he'd betrayed me.
Danny.
What did you... I can't believe I've been so stupid, I yelled as I stepped closer and slapped him as hard as I could.
Danny, I can explain.
I slapped him again and felt wicked satisfaction when he brought his hand up to his reddening cheek. You were attacked. Our patrol rescued you and brought you back for medical attention, I said, throwing his words back at him. How could you? I asked for your help to find Zoe. You knew where we were. I trusted you. I raised my hand to hit him again, but Gabe caught my wrist before I could land the blow. It wasn't crazies who attacked me. It was colonists. Because of you. I got knocked out and abducted because of you. I hissed, yanking my wrist out of his grasp and spinning to stomp down the hall toward the family room. I had to get away from him.
I'm sorry, Danny. It just...
I stopped mid-step and spun to face him. Oh, shut up! You're such a bastard! You... Unable to find a word that adequately described how I felt about him at that moment, I growled in frustration. Just tell me why. Why'd you do it? Why'd you set me up? Why'd you pretend to help me? To care? He'd been my only human companion, even if it was only in my dreams when I'd taken the sabbatical from my other companions several months back. He'd been the one to comfort me when I discovered that Grams was dead. I'd cared about him. I still did. The crushing betrayal weakened my voice to a sad whine as I asked, Why did you let me kiss you? Gabe sighed, and having followed me into the family room, he lowered himself onto the couch. With his elbows on his knees, he clasped his hands together.
Harrison has people he calls truth guards. They're like human lie detectors. Their ability allows them to hear truth and lies in what people say. He keeps them around at all times, just in case someone manages to break through his control.
At your moment, he added.
And the neutralizer doesn't block that particular ability. It doesn't block any that aren't directed at a person specifically.
So the neutralizer has limitations, and the general has people like Ben. Good to know. Stopping in front of Gabe, I crossed my arms and raised my eyebrows, silently telling him to continue.
Every time I visit the dreams, I have to report back. And he, or one of his seconds, they're called his controllers, always asks me a series of questions in the presence of one of the truth guards. Did I find any people with abilities I thought could be useful to Harrison? Who are they, and what are their abilities? Where are they? And so on.
Gabe paused, pleading with his eyes.
If I'd lied, he would have known I had a way to break his hold. He would have...
It was an effort to unclench my jaw, but I managed it. What? Killed you? I wasn't some idealistic fool to believe that a man I never met in person would forfeit his own life to prevent me from being captured and mentally enslaved, but still, his betrayal hurt. Staring at my boots, Gabe shook his head. Then what? What would he have done to you?
Not to me.
He sighed.
There's a woman. I've known her most of my life. She's like a little sister to me, and, well, it's my fault he has her.
His voice gained strength.
If I lie, or even if I simply fail to bring in people with the abilities he's searching for, he'll hurt her. Badly. He won't kill her. She's too valuable to him. But he'll make her wish she was dead. He calls it extrinsic motivation.
Holy crap. I understand, I said, my voice rough. I liked to pretend I was noble, to tell myself I wouldn't draw someone into the fire, but threatened with the safety of the people I loved, I wouldn't even hesitate.
I'm really sorry,
Gabe said softly, finally glancing up at me.
I didn't want to. Danny,
It's done. Apologizing doesn't fix anything.
I know,
he agreed, sounding defeated.
But I did leave something behind. Something for your friends to find.
My eyebrows rose of their own accord. You did? What?
One of the yellow armbands. I know you said some of the people you were with were in the military. They would have recognized them. I just wanted to leave them a sign. I didn't want them to give up, to stop looking for you.
He shook his head in defeat.
I wish you'd never asked me to help you find your friends. I wish you hadn't trusted me.
I studied him for a long moment, took a deep breath, then sat on the sofa beside him. We need to get out of here, I said. You, me, the woman, and Dr. Wesley. We need to escape.
But...
No buts, I interrupted. You know what he wants me to do, to bring in who knows how many more survivors, like what you're doing times 1,000, or however many people are left alive. They'll just become his mind slaves too, and then he'll be that much more powerful. Enunciating each word very clearly, I repeated, we need to get out of here. Gabe's eyes left mine, and he studied his hands. He seemed to be mentally warring with himself. Finally, he said,
Okay, I'll do whatever I can.
Exhaling, I reached for his forearm and gave it a squeeze. Thank you. I don't think I can do it without you. Standing, Gabe started making a circuit around the room.
We won't have long before you have to report to duty. A week at most. I can get Wes to extend your sick leave, but any longer than that and they'll become suspicious. Really suspicious. Harrison's been looking forward to obtaining you for a long time, and he wants to start using you as soon as possible.
God, that's disturbing. Okay.
Is your telepathy functioning yet? Can you get a message to your people? Tell them not to do anything stupid?
He asked. I checked quickly and was incredibly relieved to find the telepathic portion of my brain alive and kicking. Nodding, I said, I was planning to do that anyway, assuming the power boost from the neutralizer is strong enough for me to reach them and maintain contact. One question.
Yeah?
Define stupid. Gabe threw his hands in the air as he continued his laps around the room.
Pretty much anything. They need to just sit tight. We'll need to coordinate with them, use them to set up a distraction or something. But we'll need time to study the perimeter guards. I haven't exactly had a need to pay much attention to their routes and abilities in the past.
Got it. I followed him around the room with my eyes. I'm still mad at you, you know.
I know.
Pursing my lips, I watched him stride into the kitchen and take a saucepan and skillet out of the cupboards beneath the stove. Apparently, he was going to make dinner for me. Where the heck does he live? I was surprised I hadn't wondered about it earlier, since the only place I'd seen him sleep was on the couch I was currently sitting on, but I didn't ask. I had a far more pressing issue. I needed to make sure my friends were okay. Closing my eyes, I opened myself to the millions of minds throbbing around me, and after spending a moment basking in the glory of the collective, I focused only on the human minds. I knew the general direction of my friend's camp, and that knowledge, along with its distance from my current location, should have been enough to guide my awareness to my friends' minds. It wasn't. Or rather, they weren't where they were supposed to be. Oh God, did something happen? Crazies or the general? But Dr. Wesley assured me they were fine, that if they'd been hurt, it would have been noted in my file. I suddenly felt like there was a 500-pound weight on my chest, suffocating me. Had she been lying? Did his people attack them when they took me? Are they hurt? Or dead? No. No. They're not dead. They can't be. I need them to not be dead. There were other human minds in the area a few miles away, and I zeroed in on them. Relief flooded my body. It wasn't all of them, but I sensed Chris, Carlos, Zoe, and 3 others I was vaguely familiar with. Where's Jason? And Kai and Ben? Mr. G? The rest of Zoe's people? I fought the urge to curl into a ball under the sudden resurgence of anxiety. Where are you, Jason? I took a deep, if shaky, breath and focused on Zoe. Each individual's mind had a certain feeling, almost like a signature or a fingerprint. As far as I could tell, I only had to touch a mind once in order to recognize it later. Zoe's felt hard and focused, similar to Jason's, but with fewer of the thorny briars that guarded his. Zoe, can you hear me?
Holy shit, Dee. Am I imagining this?
Zoe asked, sounding completely flabbergasted. No. I felt giddy with relief at hearing her mind voice.
Damn it, Dee. I felt your pain. I thought you were dead. What was that? Are you okay?
I'm okay.
We know you're in the colony. We were coming to get you, but we ran into a few, issues, but we'll find another way.
I cringed and shook my head. No, bad idea. Really, really bad idea. It's too dangerous for you guys to try to get me out right now.
What? Why? What the hell are we supposed to do? We're freaking out over here.
She was starting to sound kind of pissed. It wasn't like I'd wanted to get abducted. It's just that going in blind would be a really great way to get yourselves killed. Everyone here has an ability, and they've all been honing them, so they're all super strong compared to us. And almost everyone's being mind controlled. I was being mind controlled at first, but I'm not anymore. Gabe said...
Wait a second. Who the hell is Gabe?
Zoe asked, cutting off my rambling explanation. Gabe is MG. That's his real name, I began to explain. And without him, I'd still be one of Harrison's mind slaves. Harrison's the general who's doing the mind manipulation.
This is really bad. You do realize that this MG Gabe guy is the reason you're there, right?
I snorted. Yeah, we just had it out over that. It's sort of complicated, and he didn't really have a choice, but he's going to do whatever he can to help me escape.
But you're okay, right?
Zoe asked, sounding worried. God, I wanted to hug her. Yeah, I'm okay, more or less, I said.
That's good.
I could tell Zoe had more questions, but thankfully she let them go.
So what are we supposed to do in the meantime?
I just need some more time to gather intel and stuff. Otherwise, anything we do is suicide, which sort of defeats the purpose. You guys need to think about how you can use your abilities to attack and defend, and maybe create a distraction. Without using abilities, there's no chance. Not against these people.
Okay, but Jason's not gonna like this, just leaving you there,
she said, stating the obvious. So he's okay? I exhaled with relief. I thought, when I couldn't find him or some of the others, I thought you'd been attacked or something. When she said nothing, I added, he is okay, right? I had the impression that she was sighing.
He's nulling constantly, so I'm not exactly sure how he's doing, but I think he's better than he was.
If he was surrounding himself with a nulling fog, it explained why I couldn't get through to him. It also meant he'd probably lost control of his emotions since they tended to impact his ability. Was he really that upset? I asked.
Yeah. He ran off to go after you, but came back before he got himself killed. He's calmed down some and is behaving a little more rationally now.
Wow. That's just wow. Can you, let him know I'm trying to get through right now? I asked, feeling desperate in my need to talk to him.
It might be a while. He's a little out of it.
At her words, my heart seemed to pause for a few eternal seconds. What? Why? I asked, clenching my fists. Something was wrong, I knew it. I could practically feel it in my bones.
The bullet just grazed him. It's not that big of a deal,
she explained.
Harper already stitched the wound up and the cut on his face.
I had to take 4 deep, calming breaths before I could ask. He got shot? How?
We were in Canyon City and some bad shit went down. He'll tell you about it,
Zoe said, sounding way less freaked out than I felt.
But right now is probably not the best time. He's opted to dull the pain with whiskey instead of painkillers. But I promise, Dee, he's okay.
I forced myself to stay calm, to not demand that she make him let down his stupid nulling shield right that instant. Okay, I'll try him in the morning. Can you at least tell him I'm okay and that I don't know, that I miss him?
Yes, of course I will. And I'll make sure he's sobered up to talk to you in the morning. I'm sure he'll do it if he knows you're trying to get through to him.
I smiled. Thanks. So, God, I miss you. I'm assuming you guys are moving camp, since you're somewhere else right now.
Yeah,
she said.
Some of the others went ahead and are already setting it up far away.
Okay, good. Don't tell me where. If the general asks me, I need to be able to honestly say I don't know. He's got people like Ben.
Of course he does,
she said acerbically and then paused.
I'm really worried about you, Dee.
Honestly, I'm a little worried about me too. But that doesn't mean I'll let you guys risk your lives to get me out of here. Once we know more, we'll come up with a good, safe plan, I said, feeling the first twinges of exhaustion. I hate to do this, but I gotta go. This is starting to wear me out. Love you, Zoe.
Love you too. Be safe.
She paused and then added,
and kick MG in the balls for me.
I'll do my best. I agreed before letting the connection go with an audible gasp of relief. Even with the power boost from Dr. Wesley's neutralizer, I was pooped.
Chapter 11. Zoe. March 16th, 1 AE. I was still covered in blood. It was just after nightfall, hours after our altercation with the contingent of colony soldiers in Canyon City. We were finally miles away and clomping along toward shelter and safety. Somewhere. The day felt like it was never going to end. The wind was picking up, and the sun had already sunk behind the Rockies, creating a violet and pink-hued watercolor that had faded all too quickly. I hoped we would find a sufficient camping spot soon. I was worried I might fall asleep atop wings, and falling more than 5 feet to the ground wasn't how I wanted to end my day. Harper had cleaned and stitched up Jason's wounds and given him a bottle of whiskey to help ease his pain somewhere near the suburbs of Canyon City. My brother's bullet wound was superficial, but there was no denying that the gash across his face would leave a nasty scar. More than anything, he needed rest. We all did. I just hoped the next shit pile didn't land on us before we found a safe place to stay. After my mind convo with Danny, we agreed we needed to keep moving. The further into the mountains and away from our old camp, the better. We rode in silence as our horses trudged across fields of tall grasses and between sparse, squat fir trees. Jake watched me closely. I knew he wanted to talk about what had happened in the abandoned shop, but I'd been trying to avoid that as much as possible. Instead, I focused on Chris as she fussed over Jason as we rode along. She checked his wounds and tried, unsuccessfully, to influence his emotional grid. He wasn't happy about Danny's advice to hold back, nor was he happy that he'd missed his opportunity to talk to her. "Whoa," Harper said, bringing his chestnut Delilah to a stop. "What the hell?" Sanchez said from her seat directly behind me on wings. I pulled the horse to a stop beside Delilah. Cooper and Jack continued trotting along, their fluffy tails wagging back and forth through the tall grass, but everyone else halted alongside us. I followed Harper's line of sight and found the moonlit outlines of what looked like several buildings. "It looks like a town," he said. "Jake, let's check it out. The rest of you." He looked back at us, taking in our disheveled states, Jason drunk, Chris struggling to keep him upright, Sanchez massaging her twisted ankle, and me still a little shaky and covered in dried blood. The rest of you just stay put." "I can come with you guys," Carlos said, and he nudged Arrow forward. Harper nodded. "Let's do it." The three men coaxed their horses into a trot and made their way through the scattered trees. Before they reached the buildings, they dismounted, tied their horses' reins to a couple of scraggly branches, and readied their weapons. A pistol for Jake, an assault rifle for Harper, and Chris's shotgun for Carlos. The three of them crept up to the side of the nearest building, a structure that appeared to be covered in wood shingles, before disappearing around a corner. I looked back at Chris, who just returned my stare, the embodiment of calm, but I could feel her anticipation. This could be really bad, or really good, I thought. After a half hour, the horses were getting antsy, and I couldn't sit still in my saddle, especially not with Sanchez anxiously breathing down my neck, literally. What's taking so long? "Should one of us go after them?" I asked. "That would be stupid," Jason slurred as he emptied the last of the whiskey into his mouth. I rolled my eyes. How are you even staying on your horse? Whatever Jason's smart-ass retort was, I didn't hear it. I felt a sudden sense of apprehension, and my muscles tensed. But it wasn't my own fear that made me uneasy. Someone else, someone new, was frightened. Scanning the darkness around me, I sought out the source of the fear. The moon was low and bright, providing a decent amount of light to see. Is someone hiding in the shadows? "What is it?" Sanchez whispered, her head darting around anxiously. "Do you feel something?" "Shh," I said, trying to push everyone's growing concern away. "Someone's here." I struggled to dismount, Sanchez still straddling wings behind me. "Zoe." But Jason's objection was lost in the flash of a memory belonging to a boy who felt uncertain and curious. I saw the boy's mom being brutally raped and then murdered by crazies in the alleyway behind their apartment. I watched his baby sister being hauled away for only God knew what fate. All the while, the boy writhed in pain, broken and bloody on the wet pavement, watching his family die horrible deaths while he could do nothing. The memory faded in and out, and then a man was there, a gun shoved in his back pocket, and a bow and quiver strapped to his back. He killed the crazies somehow, but the boy could barely see, his vision waning along with his consciousness.
"It's all right, boy,"
the man said in an Australian accent.
"What's your name?"
"Sam," the boy barely breathed.
"Sam, I'm Tavis. You'll be all right. I've got you now.
He gathered the boy's limp body into his arms. Unwilling to see another of the boy's memories, I closed my mind to his, wherever he was. Sam? I ignored the other's protests as I stepped away from Wings, focusing on the shadows around me. For some reason, I wasn't scared. I knew he was only a boy and posed no danger to us. Hello? I called out again. Sam? Sanchez and Chris dismounted and readied their guns. It was eerily silent for a moment before Wings' head shot up, and I heard muffled footsteps in the grass a couple yards away. Who are you? A small, distrusting voice asked. And how do you know my name? Sam appeared from the shadows, a drawn arrow aimed at my chest. I raised my hands, palms out in a placating gesture. We won't hurt you. I bit the inside of my cheek for a moment, unsure how willing he was to listen. My name is Zoe. These are my friends. That's my brother, Jason, I said, pointing. That's Chris, and this is Sanchez. The boy stared at me for another moment. Why are you covered in blood? He asked, keeping his bow trained on me. I examined my clothes, which appeared muddy in the moonlight. How can he tell it's blood? There was an incident in town, I started. We need a place to stay, to get cleaned up and rest for the night. The man from Sam's memory, Tavis, stepped out from the shadows behind Sam, 2 rabbits hanging from a tether held between his fingers. Stop right there, Sanchez warned. Like mine had, Tavis's hands rose in appeasement as he studied us. Just a couple of dead rabbits, he said in his Australian accent. After a few seconds, he lowered his hands and refocused his attention on me. So, you got into a bit of trouble? Soldiers from the colony. They tried to kill us. I stood silently, waiting for his reaction. Did you kill any of them? Sam asked, his voice flat. I nodded, my mind eased by their growing sense of relief. How do you know my name? Sam asked again, finally lowering his bow. I eyed the boy, considering how much to tell him. I saw one of your memories, I admitted. Zoe, Sanchez hissed. What the hell are you doing? I peered over my shoulder at her. It's okay. They're okay. Sanchez scowled and took a deep breath. I hope you know what you're doing. Turning back to our new acquaintances, I sincerely hoped I did too. Where are your mates? Tavis asked, pointing to the 3 horses tied up at the edge of the clearing. They're checking things out, I said, seeing if it's safe to stay here. Sam looked back at Tavis, who gave him a nod, and the boy started to walk past us. Come on, then, he said. I couldn't help but smile at the grown-up, matter-of-fact way Sam had about him. Tavis stopped in front of me, outstretching his hand. Tavis, he offered, and I shook it. It's nice to meet people who aren't completely crazy. His eyes were heavy with exhaustion and gratitude, and I wondered how long it had been since he'd seen any sane, non-colony survivors. You heard the kid, he said with a smile to Chris and Sanchez. Come on. I glanced at Sanchez, who took a deep, steadying breath. Shall we? She motioned for the rest of us to follow them and headed over to gather our other 3 horses, while I collected Wings' reins. Are we sure about this? Jason asked. I was surprised by the lack of criticism in his voice. I met his eyes and then Chris's before nodding. They're safe, unless Chris feels something I don't, I said quietly. Chris shook her head, confirming my assessment, and led her horse to follow our hosts as they approached a stable. Sanchez, she said as we drew closer, give the guys a heads up so they don't accidentally shoot us or the boy, would ya? So, what is this place? I called to Tavis. He chuckled. A ghost town. Welcome home. Unloading the last of our things, Sanchez, Harper, Carlos, Chris, and I dispersed inside an old boarding house. Sackett House, the faded, splintered sign above the door read. There were 2 parlor rooms we could hunker down in on the ground floor and 3 bedrooms upstairs. Tavis offered one of the bedrooms to Jason and Chris so he could rest comfortably and she could keep an eye on him, one to Sanchez and the third to me.
We like to sleep by the fire,
Tavis had explained, but the look in his eyes and the feelings of sympathy and protectiveness that filled him at the thought told me there was more to the story. We didn't argue. After bringing in wood from a stack Tavis showed me behind the house, I started a fire in the fireplace in the larger parlor and set a pot filled with chili over the flames. I figured feeding our hosts was the least we could do, since we'd encroached on their current home. Cleaning the blood off of my face was the next logical thing to do, but I lingered by the fire, unsure if I was ready to risk running into Jake outside in my search for water.
Are you okay, baby girl?
Harper asked as he dropped his duffel bag in the corner of the room between a rickety rocking chair and a small reading table with a dusty oil lamp sitting on it. I nodded and smiled. Sure, I was just checking out our new digs. I lied. Lending credence to my words, I walked slowly around the room, taking my time and studying the old Federal-style furniture decorating the rectangular space. The fireplace was situated in the center of the wall, furthest from the door, a bookcase on either side of it. The outer side of each bookcase was flanked by a narrow, single-pane window. Even in the candle and firelight, I could tell they were trimmed with cobwebs and adorned with yellow-stained, moth-eaten lace curtains. An antique, faded pink sofa and 2 matching chairs hugged a petite, water-stained table. A player piano was set against a wall to the right all by itself, and beneath it was an octagonal area rug that looked like it had been pulled straight out of the Pottery Barn magazine. Right, because that fits. Everything needed to be refinished or replaced, except the rug. Tavis entered the room, stacking another heap of wood beside the fire. He had mussed, dirty blonde hair, and when he smiled at me, his eyes bright in the firelight, I could see they were a vibrant blue.
About a week back,
he said unexpectedly.
Sam and I were on our way to the colony. Just leaving Canyon City, actually, when we watched a group of soldiers kill 3 blokes.
He paused for a moment, stoking the fire.
I don't know why the patrol was in town or why they shot the poor bastards. Maybe the 3 of them were trying to leave. They were running away from the uniforms. But
he stared into the fire thoughtfully. I wouldn't be surprised, I conceded. Tavis's eyes found mine, and he offered a sympathetic smile.
If you want to get washed up, there's a trough of fresh water out by the stable. That's what Sam and I have been using.
I shifted my gaze to Sam, who was watching Sanchez and Carlos intently. They were sitting on the worn wood floor, cleaning and inventorying the weapons we'd collected from the black bands. The boy appeared to be around 10 years old, with dark brown, disheveled hair that hung in his shrewd, pale eyes. Like Carlos, Sam's expression wasn't that of a child, but of someone much older. Since we'd arrived, Sam's excitement and Tavis's sense of relief had grown stronger, and I felt a stab of guilt. I had a group of companions and a semblance of safety. I'd never really considered what surviving would be like for the people who didn't have what I did, who were alone or without a means to protect themselves. While Sam and Tavis seemed to have adapted well enough, it wasn't without a price. I could see their struggles in the lines on their faces and the weariness in their eyes.
Something wrong?
Tavis asked, and I wondered how long I'd been staring at the 2 of them. I shook my head, offering a slightly embarrassed smile, and went in search of something to clean myself off with. I knew there had to be something I could use in place of the 1 towel and washcloth I'd brought with me. I didn't want to stain them with someone else's blood.
There's linen napkins in the cupboard,
Tavis offered, pointing to a door beneath the stairs. Thanks, I said before he exited out the front door. I opened the closet to find a propane lantern, along with spare propane, batteries, and flashlights. Yahtzee! Then, thinking of the cold trough water that awaited me, my excitement faded. I sighed, missing the luxury of a hot shower. I stretched to pull a napkin down from the top shelf, just as an arm reached over my shoulder to grab one instead. I felt the heat of a body behind me. Jake. Steadying my nerves, I turned to face him. He handed me the folded napkin and watched me, his expression once again unreadable. Thanks. I hated the way my gut twisted, remembering what had happened between us only a handful of hours earlier. Reaching out, Jake brushed a scraggly strand of hair from my face and tucked it behind my ear. His fingers lingered there, and I fought the urge to lean into his hand. In the dim light of the lantern set up throughout the house, his face appeared grief-stricken. He was going to leave. The thought made my heartbeat quicken with dread, and then with anger. No, fear. How are you doing? I asked stupidly. I mean, are you going to go after Becca now, or are you waiting until we go in to get Danny? Jake shook his head, and I could tell his mind was still a battlefield.
I'm sorry,
he muttered and dropped his hand back to his side.
I know.
His eyes met mine.
I know I was acting crazy. I didn't mean to upset you.
He searched my eyes, but didn't seem to find what he was looking for.
I didn't mean to scare you.
Were you really going to leave? I blurted, wishing my mouth would just stay shut. Jake's eyebrows lowered in uncertainty. He was going to leave. We both knew it, and I was conflicted. I wasn't only upset with myself for trusting him, but with him for his willingness to risk Danny's life, to risk all our lives, even if it was unconsciously done. But it is his sister. Although I wanted to hold on to my anger, I could only justify holding on to the hurt. In spite of Jake's silence, I put on a brave face, trying to convince myself that even if he would have left, he hadn't, and we still had one another, at least for a little while longer. I understand, I said simply. Things have been hard lately. I shut the closet door. Besides, Becca's your sister. No matter what she says, we both know that. I wouldn't expect anything less. That much was true, no matter how painful. I was about to sidestep him, to put some much-needed distance between us, when he leaned in, cupping my face in his large, burning palm. He was going to kiss me. I shouldn't. My eyes closed of their own accord, and I wanted to melt. I was still covered in blood, but the feel of his rough thumb stroking my jaw made it nearly impossible to focus on anything other than his touch. He eased in for a kiss, giving me time to pull away, but I couldn't. I wouldn't. No matter how devastating, I needed this. The feeling of something other than the fear, anger, and determination that followed me like asphyxiating shadows. Jake's lips were hot on mine, and the smell of wood smoke permeated his clothes. It was comforting, and I burned the sensations of his kiss, his scent, into my memory. Before I could comprehend, my body reacted, and I rose to tiptoes and reached my arms around his neck, drawing him closer to me. His kiss deepened, excitement and contentment rushing through me like coalescing rivers, and I wanted to drown in them. My fingers explored his skin, my forefinger circling the soft hairs on the back of his neck as I savored the taste of his tongue. The warmth of his body was euphoric, and I groaned. Though it had only been days, it felt like weeks since we'd been in each other's arms, since we'd laughed or wrestled or just sat quietly beside one another. I missed him. Harper cleared his throat, reminding us there were others in the room, and Jake pulled back. His eyes were enlivened again, the flickering lantern light illuminating the red amber of his irises, setting them aflame. That's something I've missed. The words formed naturally on my tongue, and I almost smiled. Jake's brow furrowed.
the look in your eyes," he said quietly, severely.
"I'm just surprised," I started to say self-consciously, my eyes trailing down his perfectly imperfect nose to his full bottom lip. I wanted to lean in and take it between my teeth. I licked my lips.
"No, earlier."
His voice was a low rumble. "Oh, right, that. I told you, I understand." My voice was detached, despite my intentions, and I made my way to the door. "We'll get Becca out of there too, and once we have her and Danny back, everything will be better." I struggled to believe my words as I reached out to turn the door handle.
"Where are you going?"
he asked, and I heard him take a step forward. "I need space before you do leave and break my fucking heart." I didn't tell him. I couldn't bear it if I got closer just so he could leave. "I'm going to wash up," I said instead. "I feel disgusting. Chili's in the pot over the fire if you want some. I'll be back in a bit." I opened the door, letting Jack and Cooper go out ahead of me for added protection. When I glanced back at Jake, he looked like he was considering accompanying me. "I'll be fine," I told him. "Tavis is out there, and I have my pistol." I patted the gun on my thigh. I didn't give him time to reply before I escaped out the door and shut it tightly behind me. I hurried down rickety wood stairs that looked like they hadn't been replaced since the house was built, and headed to the stable where we'd put the horses, to the trough water I was going to bathe in. Yay.
"Easy, girl,"
I heard Tavis say, followed by a hoarse snorting. I took a few more steps, watching his form come into view around the side of the stable. He was talking to one of the horses that had already been here when we'd arrived. The trough was inside the paddock, but within easy enough reach for me to access. Tavis was slumped, leaning against the nearly rotted log fence, his arm draped over the top and his fingers playing with the brown mare's mane as her head hung heavy with sleep. Propped atop one of the fence posts, a propane lantern burned bright, attracting moths to its steady glow. Tavis's expression was thoughtful, his brow pinched almost into a scowl. "Hey," I said, hoping I wasn't interrupting his reverie. "Is she your favorite?" The lilt in my voice sounded a little more jovial than I felt, but I was okay with it. His head shot up and his posture straightened.
"Zoe."
I smiled, enjoying the way my name rolled off his tongue. "I figured I'd take you up on your offer," I said, pointing to the trough. "Dry blood isn't my color, you know." Unzipping my filthy bomber jacket, I hung it over a fence post to clean later. The mare's ears angled toward my voice, but she didn't stir from her sleeping trance. After dipping the checkered cloth into the frigid water in the trough, I started scrubbing the exposed skin on my neck. "How long have you and Sam been staying here?"
"Since we saw those 3 blokes killed. I wasn't sure what to do afterward. I'd been so determined to get to the colony that I didn't think about what we'd do if it didn't work out."
He shook his head.
"Until you all showed up, I was considering how long we could survive here."
"Well, you'll probably regret letting us stay," I teased. "We tend to have really shitty luck." I laughed bitterly.
"I like your laugh,"
he said, taking a step closer and leaning against the fence to face me. "Yeah? Thanks. My friend always says that too, though she also says she doesn't hear it enough."
"I haven't heard anyone laugh in a long time."
He shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans.
"You should laugh more."
There was something intriguing about Tavis, and it wasn't just his accent. He was open and easy to talk to, like Harper, but not closed off and complicated like Jake and Jason. It was refreshing. I flashed him a wistful smile. "Gladly," I said, "but it'd be easier to laugh more if things weren't so fucked," he answered for me. I chuckled and rinsed the napkin out in the water and started scrubbing my hands before moving to my face. "Exactly." I wrung the cloth out again. "How's Sam doing with all this?"
Tavis shrugged and sighed. I don't know. Better than I would have expected, to be honest. That kid's been through hell, and somehow he's managed to use it to stay focused and to learn. I may be the adult, but we make our decisions together. We're a team.
You're lucky to have each other, I mused. He looked at me in surprise and nodded.
Yes, we are.
Has it always been just the two of you? I pulled my hair from its snare to gather it again and knotted into a bun atop my head so I could scrub behind my ears.
No, there was another bloke I met by Vegas, but there was an accident right before I found Sam outside of Flagstaff. So now it's just the two of us.
Tavis took another step toward me.
You missed a spot,
he said, pointing to his jawline. I scrubbed harder along the edge of my face and behind my ears and tilted my face to show him. Better? He shook his head and took another step before he reached out to touch my cheek.
It's right here,
he said quietly. The tip of his finger was cool and soft against my skin.
You want me to get it?
Crunching gravel startled me, and I pulled away from Tavis's touch. Jake approached, stopping a few yards from me. He stood there silently, and my heart raced.
We need you inside,
he said coolly, and I couldn't help but feel his anger simmering beneath the surface. I flashed him an innocent smile. Okay. I rinsed and wrung out the linen once more before I grabbed my still dirty jacket and headed for the house. I paused and glanced back at Tavis. You coming? I asked, not wanting to abandon him outside with Jake. When he nodded slightly, I shifted my attention to Jake, giving him a cautioning look before I continued on to the house. Flinging the door open, I called, "Give me just a minute!" I ran upstairs to change out of my bloodied clothes. Falling clumsily multiple times, I struggled to pull on my pajamas. Finally warm and clean, I ran back downstairs and ladled some chili into a bowl. I curled up on the old, barely padded sofa in front of the fire, welcoming the softness of my sweatpants and the comfort of the oversized army hoodie I'd commandeered from Jason's bag when I was helping him into the room an hour or so before. He was too drunk to notice it was missing anyway. Pulling my hair out of its messy bun, I ran my fingers through it, letting it fall around my shoulders, and then scooped myself a hearty spoonful of chili. Chris, Harper, Sam, Carlos, and Sanchez were resting lazily by the fireplace, empty chili bowls beside them. I glanced around at them. Am I too late? For... Sanchez asked, looking up from her book. I was confused. I thought they needed me in here. There were no maps lying around, and everyone seemed barely able to keep their eyes open. Did you need me for something? Chris looked at me askance. No, she said, shaking her head. Your brother is passed out upstairs. Harper said he's doing fine. That's about it. Jake said you needed me. A knowing grin spread across Harper's face, and he leaned back, sprawling on the floor with his arms folded behind his head. We do. We need you and Chris to keep your feelers out, baby girl. Let us know if you feel anything strange, just as an extra safety precaution. I can help, Sam added. Perfect, Harper said with a warm smile and a wink at the boy. The door opened, and Jake strode inside, making a beeline for the pot of chili. Tavis entered after him and crossed the room to Sam, who was nestled on his pallet of blankets in the corner. Neither looked at me. In fact, it seemed they purposefully avoided my gaze. So, tell us about your friend inside the colony, Tavis said, sitting and leaning against the wall beside Sam. What's your plan? Chris shook her head. We're not sure yet. For now, the plan is for her to gather as much information as she can. But she's still in there all alone, Carlos said. Like me, he clearly didn't like the fact that she was still in the colony. I swallowed a bite of chili. She said she's okay, I offered, trying to reassure him. It was senseless for both of us to worry.
She said that Gabe, I rolled my eyes, is helping her, but I still don't. What did you say? Jake asked, his hands suddenly gripping my wrist. I looked from his white-knuckled grasp up to his scowling face. He emanated a ferocity that made my hands tremble. His chili bowl clacked against the small table beside the sofa as he set it down. What did you just say? He repeated, eerily calm. That Danny said she's okay and that Gabe is helping her? When recognition registered on Jake's face and his eyes flashed with rage, I suddenly understood. I instantly lost my appetite and lowered the bowl to my lap. Jake shot to his feet and laced his fingers together behind his neck. He stalked away from us, his anger whipping around him wildly. We all stared at him, taken aback by the sudden, dangerous shift in his mood. None of us had ever seen Jake so angry, but between my killing someone for the first time, Danny sending me into a debilitating dizzy spell, being attacked by colony soldiers, and pretty much everything else that had happened in the last 24 hours, the day had been filled with a lot of firsts. He flung the front door open and stalked out into the darkness. Not even Cooper trotted after him. Jake's hatred and fear burrowed into my heart as he pictured Gabe at the colony with his sister. When he pictured Gabe visiting me in my dreams, he could no longer contain his rage. There was a loud crash outside, followed by another, and everyone turned to me, waiting. It took me a moment to realize what they were waiting for. Gabe's the one responsible for Becca's death. He's the guy who's with Danny. My little girl body was broken. The featureless woman who haunted my dreams stood looming above me. Even without eyes, she was watching me, waiting for me to die. I could feel hot blood covering me. My head felt dizzy and my vision was blurring. Where am I? The faceless woman reached for me and I squealed, trying to get away, but my body remained paralyzed and nothing but sobs escaped my little girl lips. There you are, a familiar voice said. The faceless woman was gone, but I knew I wasn't alone. I was wondering when you'd die. My eyes were glued open, but my vision was blurred, so I couldn't see who it was. But I didn't need to see her. I recognized the hair-raising lilt in her voice. Clara. I gulped for air as my heart lurched. Grabbing at my throat, I tried to breathe, but I couldn't. Finally, was all she said as I caught a flash of her blue eyes and blonde hair, but it was too late. I started awake, snapping my eyes open. I was lying on my back, and I felt suffocated and disoriented. Nothing smelled familiar. Not the scent of fabric softener on my sheets, or the comforting smell of leather and hay from the barn. Where am I? I sat up. My eyes darted around in the darkness, gradually discerning my surroundings as I recalled the musty-smelling house we were staying in, and the feel of Jake's inferno-like body beside me. His presence eased my mind a little, and I exhaled. It was just another stupid fucking dream. Rubbing my toes against the flannel lining of my sleeping bag I'd rolled out over the bed, I let the feel of the soft, well-worn fabric distract me from my rapid breathing and sweaty hands. Moonlight shone through the narrow windows on one wall, and Jake's long, deep breath soothed me. As my mind calmed, I could feel Jake's emotions churning. Concern, regret, uncertainty. He was awake. I tried to wake you, he said in a quiet rumble. Jake, I breathed, looking down at his shadowed outline. I wanted things between us to be normal, comfortable, even if it was just for the night. He seemed to know my question without me having to ask it. He raised his nearest arm, welcoming me to tuck myself in beside him. I lay back down, my head resting perfectly on his shoulder. Snuggling into him,
I hoped the feel of his body would drive away the unsettling memories of my nightmare and make me feel like there was still something good in my life, still something worth holding on to. I placed my palm on the t-shirt covering his chest, and the rhythmic thumping of his heart was all the reminder I needed to know I was safe, for now at least. His arms tightened protectively around me, and I lifted my head to kiss the side of his mouth. "Sorry I woke you," I whispered, letting the familiar sound of Cooper's tired sighs distract me.
I wasn't asleep,
he said hoarsely, and out of habit I stroked his chest with my thumb.
Was it about your mom again?
My feet found his at the foot of our joined sleeping bags. Yeah. I was tired of wondering if the dreams would ever end. Will I ever know what Mom really looked like? I hated not remembering anything about her, but I'd been too young when she died, and the hand-carved box Danny and Jason had brought from home was the only tie I had left to my parents. As frustrated as I'd always been with my dad for hiding it from me, I was also strangely relieved. I had something to look forward to now, potential answers. I needed to open the box to find out what it contained. A surprising flood of hope washed through me at the thought of opening it, and my eyelids slowly drooped closed as I drifted into unconsciousness. Chapter 12. Danny, March 17th, 1 AE. I squeezed the doorknob and, not knowing what to expect inside the bedroom, felt my palm slick with sweat. Questions ran through my head. Will it smell like death? Will it smell like rotting meat? Has Cam been decomposing, melting into our bed? Twisting my wrist, I let the door creak open. I instantly focused on the bed, on its unmoving occupant. Something was wrong. The room didn't stink of death and decay, as it should have after holding my boyfriend's dead body for so long, and the body was covered by a sheet. I didn't cover him. What the... I began in a hushed tone as I moved closer to the bed, to the body. I reached for the sheet and pulled it back from his face. The body was neither bloated nor decayed. It also wasn't Cam. "Oh my God!" I wailed, falling to my knees beside the bed. "Jason! No! No!" I clutched onto his cold, motionless body, my fingers digging into him as I willed his life force to return. I reached out with my mind, searching for his, but there was nothing to find. As I stared at him, begging him to come back to me, dark splotches of blood began to leach through the front of his gray t-shirt. "No, Jason, this can't be happening," I cried, lifting the hem of his shirt to reveal that the smooth skin and hard muscle of his abdomen and chest was riddled with bullet wounds. I tried to stop the bleeding with my hands, but the viscous red liquid welled relentlessly, forcing its way between my fingers. "Jason, please, I can't lose you too. Not after Cam. I can't lose you. Can't lose you." With a gasp, I sat up in bed. It was a dream, I told myself. Just a dream. Jason's fine. I kept repeating it as I stared at the far wall of the bedroom. The sun had yet to rise, so the dull pre-dawn light streaming through the window made the paint appear a sickly gray instead of off-white. Jason usually rose with the sun. It was one of his quirks. I, on the other hand, was more of a night owl, preferring to loll in bed in a state of lazy half-sleep for hours each morning. The rigid travel schedule we'd stuck to over the last few months had been a lot easier on him than on me, especially since he'd practically functioned as our alarm clock. In my opinion, his morning perkiness was completely unnatural. Still, I would welcome it in a heartbeat if it meant I could be with him again. Smiling at the thoughts of Jason, I stretched and lay back on the mattress, pulling the covers up to my chin. It was cold sleeping without him beside me. After spending most of my life yearning for him and settling for unrequited love where he was concerned, It was odd that being separated from him hurt so much, but it did. My entire being ached for him, a dull, incessant pain centered in my chest that throbbed with each breath. I felt wrong, incomplete. With that thought, I decided not to wait until the sun rose to try to contact him. I needed to hear his voice, so to speak, to reassure myself that he really was okay. I needed to know that he was out there, alive and waiting for me to return to him. I closed my eyes, just as I'd done the previous evening when I'd contacted Zoe, and searched for the cluster of minds belonging to my friends. They'd moved again. I found them a little further to the west. Thankfully, unlike last night, Jason's mind blazed near the others. When I reached out for his mind, something happened that I'd only experienced while talking in animals' minds.
Red,
He whispered, and then he stopped speaking to me with words. He showed me what he wanted more than anything at that moment, to hold me close against his body, to feel ourselves connected in that most intimate way, to know I was safe because he was touching me, shielding me from the rest of the world. I could almost feel him, as if an ethereal version of Jason was with me, acting out what he was imagining. It made the pain from missing him, from needing him, increase to nearly unbearable levels. It also made me instantly and uncomfortably aroused. "Oh, God," I groaned. "It was like you were here. How'd you do that?"
really? I don't know, Red.
Jason responded, melting my heart with the sound of his voice, even if it was only in my mind.
I've been waiting for you for hours, thinking about you. I don't know.
Listening to him speak, I could almost imagine that he was lying beside me, holding me close. Tears welled in record time and streamed across my temples. "I miss you so much," I told him, unable to keep a sorrowful wobble from my words.
Fuck, Danny. I didn't mean to make you cry.
He sounded utterly lost, desperate. "It's fine," I told him. "I'm just so happy to talk to you. I've been sort of, worried, but that doesn't quite cover it. Zoe told me you got shot."
Barely.
He grumbled. "And that you got a bad cut on your face?"
Can we not?
If he didn't want to talk about it, that was fine, but I needed to know one thing. "Are you going to be okay?" He didn't hesitate in answering.
Not until you're back here.
My tears increased. "Oh, well, that's just really, nice."
Zoe told me you were being mind controlled by some general. What the fuck did he... Tell me what he made you do."
Jason demanded roughly. Though he didn't say it, I knew he was thinking of Mandy. "Honestly, not much. But then he didn't have control of me for very long. Mostly he just made me forget things and want to obey him," I explained.
So nobody's touched you? Nobody's hurt you?
His voice was filled with barely controlled rage. No, I'm fine." I paused, unable to rid my mind of the images of him hurt, bleeding, dead. I frowned and blinked rapidly, annoyed at myself for being unable to restrain the sadness pouring from my eyes. "Jason, if I lost you, I don't know what I'd do."
Red, me too.
He said, making my heart flutter. "I wish I could kiss you right now," I told him. Jason chuckled, low and rough.
I wish I could do more than that.
I sighed, remembering the feel of his body against mine.
How are you feeling? Are you tired? I don't want you to overwork yourself,
he said, letting his overprotective colors show. "I'm starting to feel it." I frowned, not wanting to say goodbye, but even with the power boost from the neutralizer, I was starting to strain to maintain the connection. "I should probably go. Can we do this again tomorrow?"
Definitely.
He agreed.
Be careful, Red.
You too, I said before reluctantly letting the connection go. It's gonna be a long day. As I wandered across the street in the late morning, kicking the stray rocks and pieces of garbage scattered on the asphalt, I thought about my mission for the day. I was heading for the cluster of buildings Gabe had pointed out as converted storage warehouses. I had a limited amount of time to gather as much information as possible on what we were up against, and that included doing a rough inventory of the colony's supplies, weapons, medications, food, and otherwise. Before leaving for his lab earlier in the morning, Gabe had drawn me a rough map of what he called the warehouse district and had labeled each building with a letter. As I approached the sprawling building marked with an A on the map, I folded up Gabe's sketch and stuffed it into the left pocket of my heavy black raincoat. Luckily, the weather had remained too warm for snow, but that just meant the precipitation resulted in something I was far more familiar with, drizzling rain. Glancing around to ensure that nobody was watching me, I reached for the door handle and twisted. It was locked. Damn! Instead of standing in front of the door looking like I was trying to figure out how to break into the makeshift warehouse, I turned and walked away. I kept my pace even, neither rushed nor lagging, all the while glancing along the outer walls of the building, seeking a way in. There were dozens of windows, probably all locked. I scouted the entire perimeter without luck. There were no convenient open windows, no doors accidentally left unlocked. Staring forlornly at the main doors from the sidewalk beside the building, I thought, "Come on, universe, toss me a bone here." He walked around the nearest corner of the building at that exact moment. The yellow arm-banded guard who'd propositioned me when I'd been on my way to meet with General Harrodson. He was built thickly, and from the way he carried himself, I could tell his bulk was all muscle. I guessed he was around my age, maybe a few years younger. With his fairly attractive face and light brown hair, he looked like an all-American boy next door. It only took him a few seconds to recognize me, but I knew the moment he did. He narrowed his eyes and grinned wickedly. As he prowled forward, I started to back away, shooting furtive glances around me as I searched for the best escape route.
Well, 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 little darling,
he drawled. During our last encounter, I hadn't noticed his Texas twang through the haze of my concussion.
How about you and me have a little fun?
His eyes glinted predatorily. Thanks for the offer, but I can't right now, I said, impressing myself with the steadiness of my voice. I'm a little busy with, recuperating. He kept coming, his pace increasing. His eyes scanned me from hood-covered head to sneakered toe.
You look just fine to me.
No, I'm really not. I brought my hand up to my neck, searching for the cord carrying my red card. It wasn't there. Oh, no. I have a pass. From my doctor. I shoved my hands into my coat pockets, hoping I'd stuffed the card into one of them instead. All I found was Gabe's map. I guess I left it at home.
Don't worry, darling. I'll do all the work so you can just keep on recuperating,
he told me, leering. Without hesitating, I turned, intending to flee to Gabe's lab. It was only a few blocks away, and I was quick enough that I had a good chance of beating the guard there. Unfortunately, my toe caught on a portion of the sidewalk that had been pushed up by a tree root. I tripped over the crack and skidded to the concrete face first. I barely noticed my stinging palms or my torn jeans and scraped knees because he was there, pulling me up and dragging me back toward the main doors of Warehouse A. I wanted to scream, to fight, to claw out his eyeballs, but I was wearing yellow armbands, and struggling noticeably would alert the guard and any onlookers to my unusual non-mind-controlled status. I was expected to go with a reproductive flow, as per the general's usual directives. My choices were death, or pretending non-consensual sex was consensual. It shouldn't have been a hard decision, but it was. "Please, don't do this," I whispered. He responded by wrapping his unyielding arms around me from behind, restraining both of my arms at my sides. He was just too goddamn strong.
"Come on, darling,"
he said as he released one arm to unlock the warehouse door.
"This can be fun. You're the one making it difficult. Why not just relax and enjoy it?"
If I get the chance, I'm so going to kill you. But in the back of my mind, I wondered if the general's directive was the only reason he was behaving so aggressively toward me. Maybe he'd been a sweetheart prior to the have sex with whoever you want compulsion. So, can I kill him if he's little more than a puppet? He wasn't like Mandy or Mr. Monk, or even like the crazy I killed in the stable. His death wouldn't be justified. There has to be another way. I stopped struggling, instead working on calming myself. I took slow, even breaths, hoping that doing so would steady my racing heart and bring rational thought back to the forefront of my mind. My captor's hold loosened as he registered my supposed compliance.
"There we go, sweet thing. That wasn't so hard, was it?"
The way his arms were wrapped around me had transformed from aggressive and forceful to a mockery of tenderness, and he lowered his head to kiss my neck. I shivered involuntarily at the gentle contact, my skin crawling. Pretend it's Jason, I told myself, thinking this stranger's touches would seem less repulsive that way. Jason might never forgive me for what I was about to do, but he definitely wouldn't be able to if I was dead. Closing my eyes, I pictured him, his powerful body, intense sapphire eyes, and short jet black hair. I imagined how safe I would feel if it was him embracing me in the warehouse, breathing against my hair and unzipping my coat to access what lay beneath. Caught up in my fantasy, I whispered, "Let me see you. I need to see you." But when he turned me around to face him, I became all too aware that the man lowering his face to mine was not Jason. And still, I let him kiss me.
Chapter 13, Mace, March 17th, 1 AE.
Come on, we have to get closer,
Camille hissed and grabbed Mace's wrist as she stood. Her small hand didn't come close to encircling it completely, but that didn't stop her from tugging. The two regens were hiding between some bushes and a few trees to observe the tiny woman. Begrudgingly, Mace rose from his crouched position and let Camille drag him across the road toward the warehouse. He easily could have tossed her over his shoulder and carried her back to the chow hall, where they would finish their lunch hour pretending to be nice, obedient regens. He thought he probably should have. It would have been safer. But Camille was determined, and Mace didn't have the heart to deny her. She was his first memory. It had been her kind face smiling down at him when he first opened his eyes a few months ago, her soft gray eyes gazing at him with nothing but affection. She'd watched over him, taught him how to be more like the normals and less like the other regens, taught him how to pretend to be just like the other regens. She was the center of Mace's universe, the only force holding him together when the fragmented images of someone else's life flashed through his mind. The other regens focused all their attention on Father, practically worshipping him. Camille and Mace pretended, did their jobs, and did whatever it took not to draw unwanted attention. But Camille had whispered the truth to Mace, telling him what Father had done to him, what he must have done to her too. He killed them. He killed them and remade them into something else, something he thought he could control. He was wrong. Every time Mace was near Father, the man the normals called General Harrison, he had to fight the urge to tear the man's head off and smash it against a wall. He could have, easily. But there were others like Father, others who controlled many of the normals' minds like Father did. He was just the strongest, largest, and evilest head on a many-headed monster. So Mace bided his time, watched, and kept Camille safe.
Come on, pick up your feet, Giant, or we'll miss it all.
Mace scowled,
but inside he was smiling. Giant was Camille's nickname for him, and he loved it. At night, in the barracks they shared with the other regens, vast rooms filled with row after row of bunks, she would often sneak over to his bed and let him hold her while she slept. She would call him her gentle giant and say he made her feel safe. Mace usually stayed up late watching her, avoiding the nightmares that haunted his sleep. Camille had the nightmares too, as did some of the other regens. Sometimes she would wake up crying, and the only way Mace could get her to stop would be to press his lips against hers. Eventually she would rest her head on his chest and fall back asleep. But he never slept after those moments. Mace would lie awake, hungry for something he didn't understand. Camille looked back at him. Hair so dark it was almost black flew around her as she jogged, and her pale cheeks were flushed pink.
Faster, Giant, or I swear.
Mace did smile then.
Calm down, Camille,
he told her as they neared the warehouse. He glared around at their potentially hostile surroundings. They were wearing jeans and sweatshirts instead of their usual uniforms, the scrubs worn by regens, in an attempt to look like normals. But Mace was still wary.
If anyone sees us like this, they'll recognize us. They'll report us.
I know, but we can't miss it,
she said, her soft voice urgent.
What makes you so sure she can help?
He asked, picking up the pace. He wanted to get out of sight. Camille waited until they were crouched behind another bush, but their new cover was nearly flush against one of the warehouse's many windows. She wiped the glass with her sleeve to clear it of rain and grime and peered inside.
I told you, I saw what happened in the science building when Dr. McLaughlin shot the glowing medicine into her neck. She screamed until she couldn't scream anymore, and her scream made my head feel like it was going to explode. She doesn't want to be here, Giant, and she's not under his control. She's perfect.
Mace looked through the window, finding the two normals a short way from the door in the shadowy interior. The tiny woman had stopped struggling, and her eyes were closed. The man was touching his lips to her neck and unzipping her coat. He ran his hands up and down the sides of her body. It felt wrong, but Mace wanted to watch it play out, to know what happened next. He ached to know what happened next. The tiny woman said something, and the man turned her around, away from the regen's view. Mace didn't understand why she wasn't fighting him anymore. She'd tried so hard to get away from him before. A sudden burst of anger surged through Mace as he imagined Camille in the woman's place. He didn't want the man to do whatever he was planning. Mace felt Camille's eyes on him and glanced at her, unable to fully tear his attention from the scene inside. His face had transformed into a furious scowl. Sometimes, when rage overtook him, his strength emerged and he lost control.
Calm down, Giant,
Camille whispered, reaching for his hand.
This is not the time for that to come out.
I don't understand.
Mace's voice was hoarse and too deep.
Why isn't she fighting anymore? Why is she letting him?
Camille squeezed his hand.
I think she's pretending. Just watch. If it goes too far, you can go in, okay?
Swallowing repeatedly, Mace nodded. He felt sick. He was no longer curious to see what happened next. Not like that. Not with the tiny woman who had no choice.
She's so small,
he commented softly. The tiny woman ran her hands down the man's back to his legs, and then Mace saw it. Her nimble fingers released the pistol from the man's thigh holster, and she pressed it against his groin. The man froze instantly, and she began backing away from him. Camille's radiant smile caught Mace's attention.
Told you,
she said proudly.
She is the one who can help us. You have to believe me now. Come on, let's go help. If she shoots that gun, it'll ruin everything.
Mace started to think that maybe, just maybe, Camille was right. Maybe the tiny red-haired woman could help them destroy this place from the inside, then get as far away as possible. Unlike Dr. Wesley, Dr. McLaughlin, and the few other normals covertly working against Father, she was from the outside. They couldn't be trusted. Not completely, but maybe she could be. Following Camille into the warehouse, Mace took control of his strength and speed. He felt it pumping throughout his body, making him an unstoppable force. "Stop!" Camille cried out as Mace eased the door shut behind them. The tiny woman turned the gun on the regens, and the second the man was no longer in her sights, he rushed her. Mace got to him first. He slammed the man against a crate, and the wooden boards cracked behind him. "Don't kill him, Mace," Camille said calmly. Mace held the man up by the neck, but managed to restrain himself from squeezing hard enough to crush his throat. "Don't fucking move," he growled. The normal made a choking noise, and when Mace released him completely, he slumped to the floor. "Are you all right?" Camille asked the tiny woman. Mace turned to watch them. Camille was holding her hands up, looking completely harmless. She wasn't harmless. "Did he hurt you?" she asked. The woman shook her head as she lowered the gun she'd been aiming at Camille. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice shaking. She cocked her head as she studied Camille. "You feel different." Camille smiled. "I'm Camille, and that's Mace," she said, pointing to him. "We won't hurt you." "Whatever you say," the woman said as she glanced at the other normal and then at Mace. When her eyes met his, he thought she suddenly seemed taller, less fragile. There was a fierceness in her eyes, and he truly began to believe that Camille was right about her. She could help them. "We should take care of this," Mace said, nodding at the normal groaning on the floor. "Oh, right." Camille fished a small vial out of the secret pocket she'd sewn inside her coat and handed it to him. It was the forgetting medicine she kept on her at all times, just in case someone witnessed them acting different from the other regens. She refused to tell Mace where it came from, no matter how many times he asked, but he was pretty sure she got it from Dr. Wesley. "Open your mouth," Mace told the injured normal. When he didn't respond, Mace kicked his side, and the normal cried out. It looked like he definitely had a few broken ribs. Mace grinned. "Don't hurt him," the tiny woman shouted. Astonished, Mace stared at her. "It's not his fault. He doesn't know what he's—" She clapped her hands over her mouth and started backing away, her eyes full of terror. "We know," Camille told her. "We won't tell. We watched him bring you in here, and we wanted to help you." "How do you— Is it the neutralizer? Was it given to you too?" the woman asked. Her iron-hard eyes were still wary, but she stopped backing away. Camille shook her head. "Mace and I, like you said, we're a little different. Not like him." She motioned toward the normal at Mace's feet. "And we're not like you either. I guess you could say we're special." She was right about that. Mace and Camille had made sure of it, as had Dr. Wesley. Okay." The woman glanced around her. "It's a church," she muttered. "I almost got raped in a goddamn church. Isn't that effing poetic?" Mace wasn't sure how to answer her question, so he looked at Camille, who shook her head, equally baffled. Sometimes normals said the strangest things. "Well, thanks for, helping me. I'm just going to, go." The woman started for the door. "Wait!" Camille called after her. "What's your name?" Halfway out the door, the woman looked back at the regens. The dull sunlight from outside glinted off her hair, turning it a coppery red. "Danny. My name's Danny." And then she was gone. Mace watched the door for a few more seconds, then looked down at the injured normal. "I told you to open your fucking mouth," That time, he did.
Do you want me to move him?
Mace asked Camille after the man had lost consciousness, either from the medicine or from the pain.
To make sure someone finds him.
Yeah, but just somewhere else inside this place. We can't risk anyone seeing you carrying him.
Mace hauled the injured Normal up and flung him over his shoulder, waiting for further direction.
How about that platform up there?
She suggested, pointing toward the other end of the building.
There's even a nice long table you can rest him on. Someone's sure to find him, and then they'll be able to fix him up. Danny doesn't want him to be hurt anymore. She would probably be unhappy if he died.
Mace followed Camille up to the table and gently set the Normal down. You like her, don't you? Camille smiled shyly.
Yeah.
Chapter 14. Danny. March 17th, 1 AE. Though every cell in my body was urging me to sprint the 2 blocks to Gabe's lab, I forced myself to maintain a slow, steady pace. I kept my head down, my hood up, and I walked like my life depended on it. Eventually, out of breath despite having only walked a few blocks, I pulled open the glass door leading into the building housing Gabe's lab. I rushed through the doorway and stepped to the side, out of sight from anyone outside. As far as I could tell, the building was empty. I leaned back against the wall, giving myself a moment to breathe. What the hell just happened? And who were those people? Camille was little more than a teenager, delicate and still filling out, with brownish-black hair and a mixture of Asian and Caucasian features that lent her a doll-like appearance. And the big guy, Mace, had chocolate brown skin and was scary as hell and, well, huge. The man was built like a tank, and I thought he might have been able to give Jason a run for his money in the world's deadliest man competition. And then there was their minds. They were just different. A piercing scream shattered my inner monologue, and goosebumps rose under my sleeves. It was the second time I'd heard such a terror-inducing scream inside this building. I knew the stupidest thing I could possibly do was to investigate, but it was also what I had to do. I couldn't, in good conscience, just ignore the fact that somebody was apparently being tortured nearby. The last time I heard it, I'd been on the 2nd floor, and it had sounded like the scream was coming from the stairwell. This time it sounded louder, closer. I figured the screamer must be somewhere on the ground floor with me. Silently, I crossed to the right side of the empty, undecorated lobby and waited. And waited. And waited. After 10 minutes had passed and I'd heard nothing other than the bumblebee hum of electricity, I decided to pick one of the hallways blind. There were only 2 options, so my odds could have been worse. I chose the one with a hard-to-miss restricted sign. According to the smaller print, only personnel with white cards and something called regens were allowed access. Taking painfully slow steps, I inched down the hallway. The walls were white and devoid of any hanging pictures or inspirational posters, with only blue-gray doors breaking up the monotony. The floor was composed of polished industrial floor tiles in various shades of off-white, and the air smelled faintly of ozone. I was thoroughly creeped out. Dumb idea to investigate, Danny. Really dumb. Ahead of me, a door swung open. Before I could turn and bolt, a small man with thick glasses poked his head around the edge. I froze. Crap.
Oh, you must be my 10:30. You gens are so punctual. I can always count on you to be on time, he exclaimed, rushing toward me and reaching for my arm. What's he talking about? My last subject crashed a bit earlier than planned, so we can go ahead and get you set up now, he said as he guided me toward the still open doorway. The room beyond looked like a normal-sized classroom that had been converted into some sort of lab-meets-doctor's office. There was only one door into the room. 3 of the room's walls were covered in whiteboards filled with line after line of precise handwriting, while the 4th was a wall of windows, every single one shut. I have
Nothing, I thought, recalling that my red card was still at my house. The small man led me toward what looked like a dentist chair and situated me in it. Nothing fun ever happened in a chair like that.
Is this your first time, or...
He picked up a clipboard from atop a nearby medical cart and glanced at the top sheet of paper, which appeared to be a schedule printout.
JD2?
First I was a regen, and then I was JD2? What the hell's going on? The day was really starting to suck. How I'd managed to get myself into not one but two precarious situations so early in the day was beyond me. Not knowing how to respond, I nodded, fearing arguing with or disputing his assumptions would land me under the general's radar, the one place I really couldn't afford to be.
I'm called Dr. Maxwell, but most of you just call me Dr. Max.
Dr. Maxwell was talking to me like a young child.
It's very nice to meet you, JD2. Are you familiar with your...
He glanced down at the clipboard again.
Telekinesis? Have you noticed that you can move things without touching them?
I stared at him wide-eyed. If I was supposed to be telekinetic, then Dr. Maxwell was going to be mightily disappointed in my ability, or lack thereof. No? He sighed.
Fortunately for you, that's where I come in. I'm going to hook up some electrodes and then we'll strap you into the chair.
Wait, what? Strap me in? I glanced down and noticed padded straps dangling from the armrests and along the sides of the chair. Oh, crap. Why does he need to strap me in?
The process is painful, but you'll find that it's very effective in strengthening your telekinesis,
Dr. Maxwell told me. I was getting the impression that it was time to make a run for it. I was pretty sure I'd discovered the source of the screams, and I really didn't want to be the next one to emit them. While the doctor's back was turned to me, I quietly shifted so my legs dangled over the side of the chair. I was preparing to make like a tree and get the hell out of there, but as soon as my feet touched the floor, another, much larger man entered the room. Mace. Unlike Dr. Maxwell, who was wearing a white lab coat, Mace had changed from his street clothes into light blue scrubs. Under the fluorescent lights, I could see that his irises were an unusual grayish-brown. He narrowed his eyes when he looked at me, and I knew he recognized me from our recent encounter in the church warehouse. Maybe he'll help me, or at least let me leave. But Mace seemed to read my intentions, and, after flicking his eyes to the doctor and back, shook his head the barest amount. For whatever reason, he wouldn't let me go, or couldn't, and he was blocking my only exit. I was stuck with a new, awful decision. Torture or death. First rape, then torture. Damn it all to hell! Internally, I screamed, being sure not to lace it with any telepathic power. If I let on now that I wasn't the telekinetic regen Dr. Maxwell had been expecting, that I'd been pretending and therefore had been wandering around a restricted area of my own accord, the jig would be up. Damn it! I can't believe I left that damn red card at the house. Dr. Maxwell shot the briefest glance at Mace.
Ah, there you are. MA1 will help you get situated,
he told me without looking my way. Optionless, I scooted back on the chair while the dark mountain, otherwise known as Mace, approached me. I sat quietly, watching his face as he strapped me in. He met my stare multiple times while he worked, his smoky brown eyes intense and pitying. Pitying was bad. Really bad. Whatever was about to happen was going to hurt a lot. Then I had a realization that made me want to hit myself, except my arms were restrained. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. I can talk to him in his head. I focused on Mace, on his not quite right mind. Camille's had felt the same, almost like it was somewhere on the scale between animal and human, but not belonging to either group. Please help me, I said to him silently. He'd been focused on the restraints he was fastening just above my knees, but he froze for the briefest moment and glanced up at me. You can talk to me silently by thinking at me. I had the impression that he was trying to respond, but no words were coming through the mental connection. Instead, I heard bursts of white noise, and in my mind's eye, saw something that reminded me of television snow. Panic and frustration were doing a pretty good job of overwhelming me. What about... Animals' communications always came through as images, not words. It's not working. I can't hear you. Try thinking in pictures, I told him. It was a long shot, but it was the only shot I had. Mace resumed strapping my legs down, but images began to flash through my mind. Though they started out indiscernible and choppy, they quickly formed into recognizable scenes. Me sitting on the chair, strapped in and cooperating while Dr. Maxwell stood beside me. Mace running down the hallway. Mace talking to Camille. Camille talking to Dr. Wesley. Did Mace and Camille know Dr. Wesley? What the hell is going on? Mace tensed his face in concentration, and one last image appeared in my mind. Me smiling up at Mace and then hugging him tightly. I pursed my lips, trying to understand his meaning. He was saying I would be happy with the result of what he had planned, that I would be grateful, assuming I was interpreting the final image correctly. Mace looked up at me, raising his eyebrows and nodding. He wanted me to agree. Happy and hugging him was determinedly better than whatever form of pain Dr. Maxwell was preparing to use to supposedly enhance my ability. I locked eyes with Mace and nodded.
I am finished. May I be excused for a few minutes, Dr. Max?
Mace asked. Unlike in the warehouse, his speech sounded odd, stilted.
What?
Dr. Maxwell glanced at him.
You just had your lunch break. I feel wrong. Here.
Mace said, patting his abdomen. Studying Mace, the doctor took a deep breath, then expelled it slowly.
Fine, but make sure you talk to your domestication officer about whatever pains you're feeling, okay?
Mace nodded, maintaining eye contact with the doctor.
Be quick about it,
Dr. Maxwell said.
I'll need you when she starts to fight it.
That sounds really, really bad. Without sparing me another look, Mace left. I desperately hoped he found Camille quickly. For once, my hopes were realized. Mace returned minutes later, before the doctor had paid any further attention to me. He met my eyes and nodded minutely, and I allowed myself a single relieved breath.
All right, JD2, let's begin. We'll start small and work up so it's not too painful to begin with,
Dr. Maxwell said, turning his attention to a small high-tech switchboard.
MA1, the bite protector.
Mace moved to my side and gently tapped my chin. Fearful, I looked up at him. He nodded and tried to smile, but I could tell his heart wasn't in it. Pity had filled his eyes again. Pressing on my chin, Mace opened my mouth and inserted a rubber mouthguard. My fear quadrupled and then multiplied exponentially when he secured one last strap over my forehead. I felt like I was in an electric chair. Dr. Maxwell turned a dial on the switchboard. As an uncomfortable, staticky sensation passed through my body and all of my hair stood on end, I realized I hadn't been wrong about the electric chair. I shifted my focus back to Mace and implored him with my eyes. I tried to speak to him telepathically, but the moment I reached for my ability, a searing pain ricocheted in my skull and singed outward to my nerve endings. Groaning, I bit down on the mouthguard.
See, it's working already,
Dr. Maxwell said. I hated him. He turned another dial, the electrical current increased, and I hated him even more. I felt like I was floating in a bathtub filled with stinging jellyfish. When I whimpered, he turned it up again. My lungs seized, paralyzed by the electricity coursing through my body. I couldn't breathe.
One of the straps is tearing, Dr. Max,
I heard Mace say. His voice sounded far away and fuzzy.
Do you want me to hold her down? Yes. It would be counterproductive to stop now. Are you wearing your gloves?
Though the doctor was fiddling with the dials on the switchboard, increasing the current further, my agony suddenly decreased, and I was able to catch my breath. I glanced down to find Mace crouching beside the chair, one hand encased in a thick black rubber glove and covering part of the strap holding down my hips, the other wedged between the chair and my lower back, the flesh of his palm pressed flush against my bare skin. As I stared into his grayish-brown eyes, I understood. He was absorbing the electrical current, sharing my pain by diffusing the current with his much larger body. Holding his gaze, I screamed into the mouth guard, pretending my agony was so great that I couldn't possibly take any more. I hoped the show would finally convince the doctor that it was time to end the electroshock session. It didn't. Instead, Dr. Maxwell made another increase, and I jerked and screamed again, no longer pretending. I couldn't believe Mace was holding still of his own accord, his clenched jaw his only sign of discomfort. Tears streamed from my eyes, and I shook my head back and forth as much as my restraints would allow. It wasn't his pain to bear, and I didn't want him to be hurting for me. He doesn't even know me. The door opened, and a tall, dark-haired woman in a white lab coat strode into the room.
"John, stop this at once," she demanded. "This isn't JD2. She's a special project of mine, and you might be ruining her with your tests."
Through the white haze clouding my vision, it took me a few moments to identify her as Dr. Wesley. The electrical current immediately vanished, and my entire body filled with the most intense pins and needles sensation I'd ever experienced. I felt Mace remove his hand from my back, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from Dr. Wesley.
"MA1, release her restraints right now," she said. "Take her to my office and wait for me there."
Mace didn't seem to be having nearly as much trouble as I was with the after effects of the twisted electroshock therapy. He unstrapped me, slipped his powerful arms beneath my shoulders and knees, and picked me up effortlessly. Once we were in the hallway and out of Dr. Maxwell's sight, I wrapped my arms around Mace's neck, buried my face in his scrubs, and began sobbing. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," I repeated over and over again. He hadn't prevented the pain altogether, but he'd shared it and had done what he could to make it stop. We walked for a short time, Mace carrying me and me crying uncontrollably, but eventually his steps ceased.
"Camille,"
he called.
"let me in. I have her."
But it wasn't Camille who responded. There was the sound of a door opening, quickly followed by Gabe's demanding voice.
"Here, set her down over here. How far did he get in the process? What was the highest level he reached?"
When Mace tried to lower me onto a couch, I tightened my hold around his neck and whimpered. I wasn't ready to let go. He made a low, rough sound, almost a growl, and turned, still cradling me in his arms as he seated himself on the couch.
"Dr. Max just raised her to level 6.
Mace said. He started rubbing gentle circles on my back as I continued to cry against his shoulder.
"Level 6? Her synapses must be fried!"
Gabe exclaimed.
"Danny, can you hear me?"
His voice was closer, more urgent.
"Do you know who I am?"
Someone too small to be Gabe sat down beside Mace, lifting my feet and resting my legs on his or her lap. It must be Camille. She slipped slim fingers beneath the rolled cuff of my too long jeans, wrapped her hand around my ankle, and started humming an unrecognizable lullaby. Her angelic song, or maybe it was her touch, was so soothing that I felt my body begin to calm, the pins and needles begin to fade.
"Danny?"
Gabe repeated. I felt hands on my hair, brushing it back and trying to turn my head. I tensed and pressed my face harder against Mace's scrubs. Twice he'd helped me in the past few hours. In such a foreign, friendless place, he'd proven himself to be an ally, to be safe. I wasn't ready to let go of that security. I missed my friends, my Jason, and being held by someone I could trust, at least for a little while, was like ice on a burn. It wouldn't fix the pain and loneliness forever, but it was a damn good temporary salve.
"Please, Danny."
Gabe said, again trying to turn my head. Mace's chest rumbled against my ear.
Let her be.
I can't. I need to know if she's still...
Gabe made a choking sound, and his hands dropped away from my hair.
Oh, God, what have I done? How could I have brought her here? It's just like before. It's always going to be like before. Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
From the sound of his voice, I was pretty sure he was crying.
She spoke earlier when we first left the electrotherapy lab.
Mace said quietly.
I don't think she's broken.
But how? Level 6?
Gabe's voice was strained.
Even if it was only for a few seconds.
He starts me on 10. Level 6 is nothing to a regen.
Mace said.
What are you saying?
I felt Mace briefly raise his shoulders.
I shared it.
You shared it?
When Mace spoke, he sounded a little uncomfortable.
When she was at level 3, I touched her here.
He ceased his back rubbing for a moment to lift up the hem of my shirt and lightly touch my lower back. The patch of skin felt tender, almost like I had a bad sunburn.
And the electricity flowed through me, too.
How did you know it would work?
Gabe asked.
I didn't.
I'm so proud of you, Giant, Camille said, pausing her hypnotizing song. After a long moment filled only with Camille's humming, Gabe said,
You two aren't like the other regens, are you?
I jumped at the sound of the office door opening.
Camille, Mace, I need you both to get back to your usual duties. We can't have anyone asking questions about you two.
Dr. Wesley said.
But
Mace said, raising me a little for emphasis.
Thank you for what you did today, Mace, but Dr. McLaughlin will take it from here. She'll be safe with me, I promise.
Dr. McLaughlin? Is that Gabe?
Just set her on the couch and return to Dr. Maxwell's office. Camille, I believe General Harrison is expecting you for today's batch.
Yes, Camille said, and she and Mace shifted me around so they were no longer under me. I was suddenly alone on the couch. I curled up on my side, facing the back cushions, and squeezed my eyes shut. How had the world turned into such a nightmare? Will it ever get better? I heard 2 sets of footsteps, and then the sound of the door opening and closing again. There was a heavy female sigh.
Well,
what?
Gabe asked.
Just say it already. I'm too tired for these games, Gabriel.
Dr. Wesley really did sound exhausted.
You've been keeping secrets from me, Wes.
Gabe said, his voice low and accusatory. All signs of his earlier grief had disappeared. Now he sounded pissed. Dr. Wesley laughed, a sound that was equally rough and musical.
I keep many secrets from many people. Just part of the job, I suppose. But those 2 are a couple of my best secrets.
You're playing with fire, Wes. If he discovers the truth about them, that the regens aren't all under his absolute control.
I'm fully aware.
Even more exhaustion laced the doctor's voice.
But what could he possibly do to me that he hasn't already?
Wes.
I'll give her a sedative,
Dr. Wesley said, ignoring Gabe's single plaintive word. I could hear her moving around behind me, opening a drawer, tearing open a plastic package, stepping closer to me. I didn't care.
She'll be out for a few hours, but when she wakes up, she should be back to normal, more or less. You'll have to inform her of the initial and long-term side effects of the electrotherapy.
I felt the prick of a needle in my upper arm, but didn't react.
You can come back down here and take her home when your shift is over.
I want to stay with...
No.
Dr. Wesley's voice was soft, but firm.
You need to get back to work. You've missed too much lab time as it is. It doesn't do any of us any good if you get caught. Especially not her.
She paused, and I heard Gabe sigh.
You need to stay in control, Gabriel.
otherwise. Their words faded out as I sank into unconsciousness's gentle embrace.
Eat,
Gabe said. He was sitting across from me at my kitchen table, watching me move unenticing food around on my plate. He'd hustled me home shortly after I woke up in Dr. Wesley's office, about an hour ago. He'd only left me for a moment to change out of his work clothes at his house, which turned out to be right next door.
Please, Danny, after what happened today, your body, you need to eat.
I dropped my fork, letting it clink loudly on the brown speckled stoneware plate. The last thing I wanted was to take a single bite of the roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, gravy, and peas he'd brought from the cafeteria near his lab. In fact, I didn't want to eat another thing that had been prepared in the colony. I didn't even want to breathe the air. Who knew if it held some repulsive mind-controlling agent, some fail-safe in case the general's grasp slipped? After what happened today, I said, repeating his words, why don't we talk about what happened today? As I spoke, I speared him to his seat with an accusing glare. Based on what he'd said in Dr. Wesley's office, he obviously knew quite a bit about the ridiculously painful electroshock torture I'd been subjected to. I needed answers, an explanation, something.
What do you mean?
Gabe asked, lowering his eyes to stare at the far corner of the table. What did happen today, exactly? Before he opened his mouth, before I even knew if he would answer, I added, what are regens? How are Camille and Mace different? What secrets has Dr. Wesley been hiding from you? And why the hell is someone in your building electrocuting people? It took an effort to keep myself from shouting. Would a warning have been so difficult? Sighing and slouching in his chair, Gabe finally made eye contact with me.
Regens they're complicated.
He shook his head.
I'll drop you by Wes's office first thing tomorrow. She can explain it a lot better than I can. After all, she's the one who created them. As for those two, Camille and Mace, all I know is that they're apparently different from other regens.
He frowned.
I don't know why or how.
And the electroshock crap? Is there some sort of purpose, or do you colonists just get a sick kick out of torturing people? Gabe pulled the elastic band away from the base of his skull and let his golden hair fall around his face.
The electrotherapy, that's what we call it, is the quickest way we've found to strengthen a person's ability. The effects are unprecedented.
He paused, pain and regret filling his eyes.
But we've learned that it's too dangerous to use on humans.
I fought the urge to pick up my fork and throw it at him. Then why the hell did that psycho Dr. Maxwell have a full schedule of people to electrotherapize? The corner of Gabe's mouth twitched. Apparently my little tantrum was amusing him. If he smiles, I'm throwing my plate at him.
It's too dangerous for humans, not for regens,
he told me. I scoffed. Mace and Camille look pretty human to me. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck. Gabe said nothing, simply stared at me. Oh, come on. You're not saying they're not human, I exclaimed. That's ridiculous. Is it? I recalled how different their minds had felt, closer to animal than human. But they're people. A single blonde eyebrow rose over Gabe's eye. Fine, I said, sitting back and crossing my arms. Say I do believe you and they're, I don't know, aliens or something. Why doesn't the electrotherapy hurt them like it does humans?
It has to do with the process they go through when becoming regens.
Which is? Gabe's mouth did quirk up at the corner that time.
Something you'll find out from Wes tomorrow, if she decides to explain it to you.
Sensing I wouldn't get any more information on the regens out of him, I changed the subject. So, I didn't die from the electrotherapy. Does that mean my ability is going to get stronger? Too impatient to wait for Gabe's answer, I tried to use my telepathy and hit a brain-numbing electrical wall. Ah! I cried out, hunching over, clutching both sides of my head. Large, gentle hands covered mine, and I looked up. Gabe was standing beside my chair, gazing down at me with sympathy-filled eyes.
Yes, you will. But not until the electrical charges fully integrate with your natural synapses. It usually takes about 24 hours. Until that happens, using your ability will be impossible, and attempting to do so will be extremely painful. Also, your ability may fluctuate a lot over the next few months. It might even change to some degree.
Attempting to do so will be extremely painful. Through clenched teeth, I said, "Painful? You have no idea." Painful was an understatement. He offered me a small smile.
Actually, I do,
he said softly. Stunned, I stared up at him. He was telling me that he'd gone through the whole process too, probably months ago. It explained why his dream-walking ability was so strong.
Now will you please eat?
I shook my head and pushed my plate away, glaring at the food. It's pretty much the product of slave labor. I just can't.
Are you wasting away during a hunger strike? What good would that do anyone?
I shrugged. Gabe reached out and placed his hand under my chin. Gently, he tilted my face up so I was looking at him.
How about if I make pancakes? Would you eat those?
My stomach growled, and I failed to hide my eager grin. Gabe laughed softly.
So it looks like you'll be living off a steady diet of pancakes and spaghetti until you get out of here, since that pretty much exhausts my culinary repertoire,
he joked. I chuckled until I fully comprehended what he'd said. Until you get out of here. We, I clarified. You meant until we get out of here, right?
Danny.
Gabe turned away and started toward the kitchen, but not before I saw his pensive frown. No! I jumped to my feet and followed him, snatching his wrist to stop his retreat. You have to come with me, Gabe. You and the woman you told me about. Promise me, I urged. He'd been spending so much time with me. There was no way the general wouldn't catch on to his free state of mind once I escaped. I might as well have installed a neon sign inside his office blaring, "Gabe's a traitor." I needed to get out of the colony, but Gabe's life wasn't an acceptable price. He shook his head, avoiding my eyes.
Danny,
You owe me, I practically growled. Promise me you're coming with me when I leave. The moment between my demand and his answer was tense, filled only with the sound of our breathing.
Fine,
he eventually said. Promise me, I demanded quietly. Finally, he met my eyes.
I promise I'll come with you when you leave.
Thank you, I whispered, releasing his wrist and letting him go.
Chapter 15. Zoe. March 18th, 1 AE. Unable to wait idly by, wondering why Danny hadn't contacted Jason first thing this morning as planned, I needed to preoccupy myself. Since the box was fresh on my mind, I decided it was time to open the damn thing. Jason seemed wound more tightly than usual, so I wasn't surprised by his absence in the house. Knowing he had the box and would want to open it with me, I was resolved to find him. Since my brother was still healing, I knew he couldn't have gone very far, so I could investigate the ghost town in the process of looking for him. After I donned a fresh pair of cargo pants and a white tank top, I heard footsteps in the hallway.
You look like you're on a mission,
Jake said from the doorway. I glanced up from tying my boots. Sort of. He leaned against the doorframe and crossed his arms over his chest, waiting for me to explain. I'm going to find Jason. There's something we need to talk about. I didn't mean to be so vague, but I had enough on my mind.
Sounds serious,
he said lightly, and when I didn't answer, he continued.
He's been in a bad mood lately. Are you sure?
Jason's always in a bad mood. I'll be fine. I smiled weakly and stood up. It was hard to ignore Jake's penetrating stare as he attempted to gauge my mood. He wanted to say more. I snatched my leather jacket off the back of the chair. Zoe, we need to... I really can't talk right now, Jake. I shrugged on my jacket. Maybe later? Giving him a pleading look, I strode past. He reached out to stop me. Zoe. There's a lot going on right now, Jake. I knew the longer I stood there, the harder it would be to walk away. We're both treading water, just trying to stay afloat, and I think we need to take a step back for a while, get some clarity. The words tasted sour and wrong, but needed to be said all the same. Without giving him a chance to respond, I patted the gun attached to my thigh, ensuring it was there, and hurried down the stairs, calling for Cooper to accompany me outside as added protection. We made our way out of the old house, and I took a much-needed, deep, calming breath. Pulling my hair up into a ponytail, I plodded down the 4 wooden steps on the porch and stepped onto the dirt road that ran through the center of town. Main Street, I supposed. But then, as far as I could tell, it was the only street. The weather was warmer than it had been in a while, but a little gusty, causing many dust devils to whirl here and there along the abandoned street and the hanging signs to clack and clang against the Old West storefronts. The smell of wood and dust reminded me a little of the barn at our old camp. I liked it. Standing in front of the Sackett house afforded me a decent view of the town. 2 surprisingly well-maintained rows of antique buildings stretched out before me. Upon noticing the saloon sign at the end of the road advertising a good time, I smiled. The church to the left of it resembled a log cabin, and the general store to the right was rickety enough to believe it might have been completely authentic. If I were Jason, where would I be? I figured he wasn't morbid enough to hang out at the undertaker's, so I continued on and headed quickly toward a log structure quite a bit smaller than the church. The sheriff's office, a few buildings down from the boarding house. That seemed a little more like a spot Jason would choose to hang out in. Pausing on the road in front of the sheriff's, I studied the building. It looked like the door hadn't been opened in a while, but I assumed there was a back entrance, so that didn't necessarily mean anything. Quietly, I walked up onto the front porch to the door and stilled, listening closely. I could hear a muted scraping sound, like metal on wood, a sound that reminded me of my woodsmith dad, and I placed my hand on the hilt of my pistol. The repetitive scratching continued, broken only by the sound of someone clearing their throat behind the sun-bleached wooden door. I crept toward the window set off to the right, careful not to alert whoever was inside in case it wasn't one of my companions, and peered through the dusty glass. I let out a relieved breath. It was Jason. He was sitting near the window in an old wooden chair by a simple oak desk, hunched over, with his back to me. I moved back to the door and opened it. Jason jumped in his seat, then turned his head to glare at me. Even Jack started from his curled position in a patch of sunlight streaming through the window. "Sorry," I said, trying not to enjoy his surprise too much. "What are you doing in here?" I glanced over at the single jail cell and the sign above it that read, "Take your picture here." "Nothing." My eyebrow rose in question, but I didn't push the issue. Jason wasn't one for sharing. And like me, he had a lot to deal with, so I tried to respect his privacy by pretending I didn't care. I approached the chair on the other side of the desk and plopped down, slouching like I was back in high school and had so many better places to be. "What do you want?" He shifted in his seat, hunching his shoulders even more. His combat knife was in his hand, and it made me think of the rolled-up carving toolkit I'd spotted when I'd been rummaging through his bag in search of a sweatshirt. "You're carving again?" Jason looked down at the desk, where an R and an E were carved into its surface. He covered the letters with his palm. "Not that," I said, rolling my eyes. "The kit. I saw it in your bag. I also stole one of your sweatshirts," I added, in case he cared. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen Jason work with wood. For years, he and Dad had been nearly inseparable, spending hours upon hours out in Dad's workshop. But that changed when Jason left for the army. He'd left his tools behind, and everything fell apart after that. Dad hadn't worked in the shop as much, and his constant state of distraction had worsened, especially when Jason stopped calling or coming home when he was on leave. Like Jason, my dad was the epitome of emotionally unavailable. When I was younger, it hadn't seemed so bad, but as I grew older, they both became more withdrawn. If it hadn't been for Danny, I would have been utterly alone. It was like Jason had been the glue keeping our fractured family together. I missed the smell of his shop, I said absently. Jason only stared at me. I also missed the smell of Dad's aftershave and the smoky barbecue scent that clung to the house whenever Jason was making dinner. Why can't I remember things like that more often instead of having those stupid dreams all the time? I asked, not expecting him to answer.
Of Mom? You're still having them?
He set down his knife and leaned back in his chair. Surprised by his interest, I nodded. Jason hadn't seemed interested in my dreams of the faceless woman since I was a little girl. When I was 5 years old, I'd run crying into his room across the hall after one of my nightmares, as I'd done countless times before. But unlike all the times before, he'd refused to let me crawl into bed beside him. "Grow up, Zoe," he'd said. Was that the night everything changed between us? I couldn't help but wonder what had caused the change. Was it Dad? Was it something I did? Maybe it had nothing to do with me at all. I stopped having them for a while, before the shit hit the fan, but they're back. They've changed a little, but they're the same basic thing as before. Jason glanced out the window, and I wished I knew what he was thinking. I'm tired of it, Jason. I fiddled with my fingers, nervous what his reaction might be. I want the dreams to stop. He looked back at me expectantly. Danny told me you have the box and the key. Jason said nothing, simply reclaiming his knife and twisting it point first on the desk. I want to open it, I said without hesitation. I wanted to open our dad's box to rid myself of the looming burden of the unknown. What if whatever's in it could stop the dreams? My brother's eyes met mine, really met them for the first time in days. And for an instant, I saw a reflection of my own curiosity flicker in their blue depths. It only lasted a moment. Jason narrowed his eyes and shook his head, disappointed.
Danny's still with them, and you're worried about the fucking box?
His voice was cold, everything I should have expected, but hadn't been prepared for. I stood up, resentment surmounting my wariness. Like I could forget, I snapped. Opening the box isn't only up to you, Jason. While my brother was currently living in a world devoid of any emotions, other than anger and despair, I was haunted by fear and an acute loneliness that I didn't understand. I wanted to open the damn box and finally gain some resolution. I'm the one who has nightmares almost every night. I'm the one who can't remember Mom. Jesus, Jason, I've never even seen a picture of her, I screeched. Desperation bubbled in my voice. I'm sick of being in the dark. I'm sick of feeling like an outcast in my own family. My brother just watched me, emotionless, still twirling the knife on its point. I don't know why I expected you to care. You never have before. I spit out and rushed to the door. I needed to distance myself from him before I said something worse, something I would regret. Sensing no alarming emotions, I fled, Cooper trotting beside me. I cared little where my feet landed as I tromped across the dirt road, between two unmarked buildings, and into the woods beyond. Why does he have to make everything so damn difficult? Ever since Danny's kidnapping, all Jason did was rage and brood and act like he'd lost everything. Part of me understood him, could relate to the anger and turmoil that blazed in his eyes. But he wasn't the only one hurting. I'd lost Danny too, and our dad. I'd lost my friends and family, and I was somehow coping with it. Stumbling out into a clearing of moss-covered boulders and fallen trees, I sat down on the thick trunk of a pine that had toppled over long ago. It was smothered in lichen, and I began adamantly picking the orange and green fungus from its defenseless host, each pick and gouge of my thumb and index finger more determined than the last. I barely noticed Cooper loping off to explore the surrounding woods. After all that's changed, after everything, Jason is still Jason. His stubborn, closed-off attitude seemed like the only thing in the world that hadn't changed. It had been too much to hope that he would really talk to me. For the first time in ever, I felt like we actually had something to talk about. The end of the world, him sleeping with my best friend, him knowing Sanchez from before, but he clearly didn't agree. I'm opening that fucking box.
You're frowning again, Zoe.
Danny's voice echoed in my head.
It's not pretty. You should really stop.
It wasn't really her, but the imaginary version of her I'd come to rely on over the past few months. Sometimes I wondered if I might be going a little bit crazy. I leaned forward, my elbows resting on my knees as my fingertips found their way to my temples, massaging in an attempt to loosen the pressure wrapping itself around my brain. I thought about never finding Danny, and of my brother's infuriating everything. I thought about Jake and his sister and losing him for good. Nothing is okay anymore, I whispered as I let out a much-needed breath. I exhaled again, my eyes stinging. One day at a time, Zoe, I said after exhaling another deep breath. A gray squirrel scurried from boulder to boulder, stopping momentarily to sniff the air. His beady eyes met mine before he bounded away, his scraggly tail undulating behind him. Slow, heavy footsteps interrupted my musings. I didn't bother looking back. The complete void of any emotion settling in my mind told me it was Jason. He stopped behind me but said nothing. I didn't turn around. What do you want? I heard a long, deep exhale. Once we open the box, there'll be nothing left, he said. He'd obviously thought about opening it, even if he was opposed to doing it at the moment. I understood his hesitancy. Part of me was nervous to discover what was inside, to open it and examine the last remaining pieces we had left of our parents. But the burden of not knowing what was in the box outweighed my reluctance. I need to know, Jason. My voice was only a whisper among the sound of chirping finches jumping from branch to branch and woodpeckers hammering on a nearby tree. Know what? What the hell do you think's in there? Mom and Dad won't come back to life just because you... Answers! I shouted and stood to face him. I think there will be answers. Jason looked at me like I was nuts. Answers to what? I don't know. Let me think. What happened to us, maybe? I said, laying on sarcasm as thickly as possible. Or what the hell is so damn secret that Dad would hide in the box in the first place? What do you mean, what happened to us? He asked, and his obliviousness pissed me off even more. This! I gestured between us. He rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. This isn't normal, Jason. We can barely stand to be around each other, and half the time I don't even know why. He scowled. Look, it doesn't even matter. You don't have to look in the box, okay? But I deserve to know what's in it. Dad left us the key. He must have wanted us to know what's inside. I have so many questions, and there could be answers in there. Or not, he said calmly. I turned away from him and started pacing. Isn't it weird that I don't know anything about Mom? Would it really hurt to know who the hell she was or what she even looked like? Why wouldn't Dad ever talk about her? Shouldn't he have gotten over her death? Gotten over it? Jason sounded offended. You know what I mean. Don't you think she'd want her own daughter to know who she was? I am her daughter, right? Or is that the big secret? Are we not really siblings?
Is that why you hate me? My voice was more scornful than I'd meant it to be, but letting out my frustration felt like finally taking a breath after holding it for years.
Don't be stupid.
Stupid? You and Dad have always walked on eggshells around me, and neither of you ever tell me anything. Dad always looked at me with sadness, and I have no idea why. You can barely stand the sight of me. Saying the last bit out loud hurt more than I'd expected. Confusion flashed across Jason's face, but he said nothing. I'm tired of being in the dark just because I was too fucking young to remember anything. I'm tired of you looking at me like I did something wrong.
Knock it off, Zoe. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
His tone was cold and flat, which only ignited my anger more. Would you stop being an asshole for once in your life? I barely know you because you always stop a conversation before it starts, or you're too busy, or you're in a bad mood, or you're off with some girl. Take your pick. The way you glare at me all the time, like you're judging me, it's getting old. You've never been around or cared what the hell happened to me. There has to be a reason. It's the end of the fucking world, and you still can't stand the sight of me. Or is that just second nature from all the years of practice?
God, you could be such a bitch, he replied, shaking his head in disbelief.
I glared at him, using my frustration to keep the tears at bay. Yeah, maybe. But you know what I'm talking about. I'm not blind, and it hurts.
You want to know why I hate looking at you?
He interrupted, taking a step closer to me, his intense eyes fixed on mine.
You want to know why I hate looking at you?
Hearing him say it stung, and I took a cowering step back.
You look exactly like her. The older you get.
He shook his head.
You think I want to remember Mom every time I look at you? Remember her accident? That she's dead?
His eyes searched mine, hostility burning in their blue depths, and resentment dripped from his tone. But in an instant, his expression blanked. I wasn't sure if I'd really seen remorse flicker across his face, or if he was even capable of remorse. Either way, the truth was finally out. I felt my face fall, and another lump swelled in my throat. Oh, was all I could manage to say. Jason's eyes thawed momentarily, considering something, but I turned away from him. In a strange way, I understood him, empathized with him. My mind was reeling. I was embarrassed, but also relieved. I finally knew the cause of Jason's distance. I looked like our mom. The fact that I resembled her filled me with joy, but it was a bittersweet joy. Jason had known our mom, had been nurtured by her most of his childhood. He remembered what it felt like to be around her every day, and what it felt like when she was suddenly torn away. I heard Jason walk away behind me, leaving me alone with my thoughts. A sense of helplessness settled over me. Even though I understood why Jason distanced himself, there was nothing I could do about it, about the way I looked. I sat back down on the log. There were still unanswered questions. Why didn't Dad ever talk to me about her? Only a few moments passed before, again, I heard footsteps approaching. I turned around to find Jason standing there with Dad's small cedar box gripped in his hands. The key swung from a chain wrapped around his thumb. My heart sputtered to a halt as he stepped over the fallen log to sit down beside me, setting the box between us. We looked at each other with silent understanding, and then he handed me the old-fashioned iron key. The moment we've both been waiting for and dreading. We were finally going to know what was in the stupid box. For a long time, all I could do was stare at it.
Just open the damn thing, Zoe,
Jason said impatiently. Biting the inside of my cheek to avoid smiling at his mounting curiosity, I placed the tiny ornate key into the lock. With a click, the box was unlocked. I scooted closer to Jason, still balancing the box on the log between us. Running my fingers over the intricately carved scrollwork on the lid, I slowly lifted it open.
A cedar scent escaped its stuffy confines, and I wondered when it had last been opened. The wood's grain was rainbowed with coppers, reds, and browns, and the initials, TJC, were etched in the bottom right corner on the inside of the lid, confirmation that the box had been handcrafted by my dad. Peering inside, I examined its contents. A folded newspaper clipping lay on top. I carefully lifted it out, revealing what I assumed was my mom's gold wedding band resting on the box's black velvet lining. Beside it lay a lock of long black hair tied with a white lace ribbon. Beneath that was a small envelope. My eyes flicked to Jason's, and when I realized his attention was focused solely on the items inside, I painstakingly picked up the gold ring and studied it. It was delicate and dainty. I checked the inside of the band for an inscription before slipping it onto my left ring finger, imagining what it might have looked like on my mom's hand. It fit perfectly. I glanced at Jason again, and his eyes darted to mine. He nodded for me to continue. I turned my attention to the lock of hair. Picking it up, I examined the long, thick black strands, wondering how old our mom had been when she'd given it to our dad. It made sense that she had black hair like us. Our dad's was much lighter, though it had been mostly gray all my life. I let the silky wisps fan across my fingers before setting the black tresses back inside the box. I lifted out the folded newspaper clipping. It was yellowed, and the black print was so faded I struggled to read it. "It's their wedding announcement," I mumbled. "You want me to read it?" Jason closed his eyes and took a deep breath, giving me a hesitant nod. San Diego, California. Miss Annabelle Elizabeth and Mr. Thomas Cartwright of this city were privately joined on Tuesday night, January 3rd, at City Hall. Directly after exchanging vows, Mr. and Mrs. Cartwright left for their honeymoon in Mexico. I was disappointed by the absence of any photos or interesting details about them. I handed the clipping to Jason and reached for the last item in the box, the envelope. Opening the flap, I was careful not to tear the well-worn paper. My fingers fumbled with the page as I pulled it free. Glancing to the bottom of the letter, I saw her name, Anna, written in a slanted script. I looked at Jason. He folded the wedding announcement he'd been rereading and placed it in the lid of the box. "It's from her," I clarified, making sure he realized the significance of the letter. "You want me to read it out loud?" My voice cracked. I was both scared and ecstatic to read our mom's words. Again, Jason hesitated before nodding. Clearing my throat, I began to speak. My voice sounded foreign, and my mounting anxiety made me feel nauseated. "Tom," I said, trying to ignore the strangeness I felt in reading our mom's private words to our dad. "Please know that I love you very much. I've loved you since the first time I saw you. The sight of you completely crumbled my resolve to never date a..." The next word caught in my throat. Holy shit! I tried not to wrinkle the paper in my clenched, frozen fingers.
"What? Why'd you stop?"
I took a weary breath, knowing Jason wasn't going to like what he heard next, and continued. "Crumbled my resolve to never date a military man." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jason stiffen. Like me, he'd apparently had no idea Dad was ever in the service. But for Jason, that omission was a far greater insult than it was for me. Not wanting to see his expression, I read on. "But your smile alone dulled every rational part of me. I'm glad it did. I'm sorry I had to leave, but please remember that it wasn't by choice." This time I couldn't help glancing at Jason. He was frowning. "Maybe they were having problems and she left for a while?" I suggested, grasping for a shred of understanding. But reading the date on the top of the page, I realized something was wrong. It's dated 2 days after she died, I told him, pointing at the date to make sure I hadn't misread it. Right? The crease between his eyebrows deepened, and he nodded. But the accident, and Dad practically disowned you when you joined the army, I said dumbly. He hated the military. I don't understand. I tried to push away the crushing realization that, for whatever reason, Dad had lied to us. Does any of this make sense to you? I asked, hopeful.
Keep reading,
Jason ordered, unblinking as he stared ahead. He wasn't showing any outward reaction, and I couldn't feel his emotions. But somehow, deep down, I knew he was filled with a violent maelstrom of confusion, disbelief, betrayal, and anger that easily rivaled mine. I refocused on the letter. It's best if the kids never know the truth, I read hollowly. Tell them whatever they need to hear so they never come looking for me. It's safer for them that way. We both know this. I hesitated, trying to rein in the sudden suffocating pain I felt in my chest. Remember, every scar makes us stronger. We have to be strong for them. This is for the best. Love them, Tom, for the both of us, and take care of our family. I love you, all of you, always. Yours forever, Anna. The letter fell from between my fingers. She left us, I whispered. Abruptly, Jason stood. He said nothing, just stalked back toward the ghost town, while I stayed behind, motionless, heartbroken, betrayed. I didn't doubt that the same emotions fueled his actions as he disappeared through the trees. I looked down into my lap. The thin, worn letter still rested between my fingertips. It seemed impossible that our dad had lied to us for so long, that he'd kept so many secrets. As I stared blankly at my mom's words, my eyes began to sting, and the writing turned blurry. It wasn't long until Jason reemerged through the trees, a giant axe gripped in his right hand. He passed by me without even sparing a glance in my direction. I watched him stalk away, his steps determined, until he was out of sight again, deeper in the scrubby woods. In the distance, I could hear the sound of the axe blade splintering wood. I'd never pretended to know my brother well, but his eyes tended to deceive him. They always had. When Dad cursed him for joining the army, his eyes had filled with sadness. And 7 years ago, when Danny and I had wandered home after a day basking in the sun on the beach, a look of wonder had filled his eyes as he looked at her, like he'd discovered something hidden, something pure. So the emptiness I saw in his eyes when he walked past me with the axe told me how much our dad had hurt him, how much our mom had. Why'd they do it? Why'd they lie? As I slipped the note back in its envelope, I noticed something else inside. A photo. The back was discolored and the edges were torn, but the moment I saw the cursive name written in faded black ink on the back, my heartbeat quickened. Anna. I slowly flipped the photo over to find the image of a woman who could only be my mom, staring back at me. Her hair was straight and black like mine, some of it hanging past her shoulders, while stray wisps were suspended on a breeze, frozen in time. Her eyes were like Jason's and mine, as bright and vivid as gemstones. They could have been green or blue or maybe both, and they were surrounded by dark, thick lashes. Though her gaze was shrewd, she looked happy. Her full pink lips were pulled into a broad smile that revealed perfectly white, straight teeth. She was wearing a white eyelet skirt and a purple tank top that exposed her pale skin and slender frame. Beside her, A resplendent collection of driftwood and green and white sea glass rested on the sand. Her bare legs were folded under her, her yellow painted toes peeking out. Although her right arm was raised as though it was draped around someone, the photo was torn in their place. All I could see was a child's hand resting on her skirt. Jason's hand. Does he remember taking this picture? She, Anna, my mom, was real. She was stunning, and seeing her for the first time sent silent tears streaking down my cheeks. I wasn't sure which feelings made it so difficult to breathe. Desperation, grief, resentment, curiosity, maybe love. Did I love my mom? I didn't know if I could. I loved her for existing, for being alive and so vibrant, even if it was only in a picture. But she'd left me. Us. Part of me hated her for that, and hated my dad for lying to us. He'd cheated us out of ever knowing the truth, and his death had cheated us out of ever knowing the reason for the lies. I wanted to scream, but instead, I just cried.
Chapter 16. Danny. March 18th, 1 AE. Dr. Wesley studied me, her gaze sharp and unwavering. I was in her office, again, sitting on her small, unyielding sofa, again, but unlike the last time, I wasn't lost in a haze of pain. I was paying attention. The decor was as stark and no-nonsense as the doctor herself, lacking any embellishments or personal touches. Dr. Wesley sat behind her wide wooden desk, looking as exhausted as she'd sounded the previous day, and I felt a little guilty about the arsenal of questions I'd just launched at her. Anything and everything I could think to ask about the regens, her work in the colony, and the colony in general, had erupted from my mouth.
I'll answer your questions,
she finally conceded, and I squirmed under the intensity of her stare.
but nothing I tell you gets written down.
She made a shooing motion in my direction.
Put that away.
I glanced down at the small notebook on my lap. Later, when my ability finally came back online, I was planning to relay everything I'd learned over the past day and a half to Zoe, Jason, and the others, and it would be a whole lot easier if I was able to take notes. But once the doctor pointed it out, I realized it was one of the dumbest ideas I'd had in a long time, and dumb ideas seemed to have become my specialty lately. Absently, I hoped Jason wasn't too worried about the fact that I hadn't checked in with him this morning. Fat chance. Tucking the book into the blue and green striped canvas tote bag I'd found in my coat closet earlier that morning, I crossed my legs and nodded. I just need answers, Dr. Wesley. This place is so... I shook my head. I feel like I'm losing it, and... The doctor's wan face transformed as she laughed half-heartedly. I thought it might be the saddest laugh I'd ever heard.
I understand, she told me. You feel like you need to be doing something, taking a stand, because everything around here is too unbelievably...
She raised her eyebrows.
Awful. At least under the surface. And you need more information to do whatever it is you're thinking of doing.
After a short, contemplative pause, she added,
You and we're not so different, Danielle. I bet you'd do anything, whatever it took, for the people you love. You'd pay any price, or exact it from others, just so long as it meant they would survive.
I moved my head in a single, protracted nod. I suddenly felt an odd connection to her, an unexplainable familiarity.
Just remember that you can't fight if you're dead. If you're dead, you can't do anything.
Again, I nodded. Very well. She took a long, deep breath.
The regens are, for the most part, my greatest creation. Giving life to a being that has passed, there's no greater form of redemption.
Wait. I shook my head, utterly confused. Are you saying... You can't mean that the regens died and you brought them back to life? That's...
Crazy? Impossible?
Noli si quid tibi effectu difficile opinari hominem id non posse prestar.
Because a thing seems difficult for you, do not think it impossible for anyone to accomplish, I said. It was a quote I'd translated repeatedly during my graduate studies in linguistics. Marcus Aurelius was a wise man. Surprise flashed across Dr. Wesley's face, but was quickly hidden behind a mask of disinterest. In a twisted way, I was actually enjoying myself. It was like playing conversational chess, and I hadn't played a good game of chess in a really long time. I bit my bottom lip to keep from smiling. So, you really did bring people back to life. But as they say, they didn't come back the same. They came back different. Wrong.
Not wrong exactly,
Dr. Wesley countered.
Just different. They're changed by the process in ways that even I don't entirely understand, and I created the process.
She laughed bitterly and shook her head, making her black chin-length bob sway.
They don't remember anything of their former lives, though some report having disturbing dreams. Camille and I believe these are memories from their pasts attempting to resurface, and it would seem that, among other factors, those who are nurtured more fully upon waking the first time are more open to such dream recollections.
I tapped my pointer finger against my lips, thinking, so, Camille and Mace, they were nurtured more than other regens? Dr. Wesley nodded.
In a manner of speaking, with every regen, Camille and Mace excluded, though nobody but a select few knows that. As soon as they wake up, they're programmed with General Harrison's commands and teachings, but they're not shown much in the way of genuine care. They're extraordinarily impressionable during their first few hours of rebirth, and they learn remarkably quickly. This impressionability is the reason why Harrison likes them so much. He acquires devoted followers without ever having to use his ability.
She took a deep breath and frowned.
It does seem that some remnants of their former personalities and preferences remain, though again, that effect is greatly enhanced in Camille and Mace.
Her lips curved into the first genuine smile I'd seen on her since entering her office.
You may or may not have noticed Mace's penchant for a certain word that starts with F. That's spillover from who he was before. Camille took very good care of him when he first woke.
Fiddling with my hands, I said, this is going to sound completely ridiculous, I know, but are they zombies? Her genuine smile evolved into a genuine laugh. The sound was musical and heartwarming.
Oh, for goodness sake, no. They're alive. They breathe. Their hearts beat. And so far as we can tell, they age normally. They were the recently deceased, made into regens before too much cellular deterioration made them impossible to revive.
Cellular deterioration. Recently deceased. Regen. Pieces were starting to fit together, and the image they created was unsettling. I pictured rows of hospital beds, the people lying in them being drained of blood day and night. Let me guess, you used the blood of someone with the ability to regenerate.
How could you possibly...
A friend of mine almost died. Well, actually, she did die for a few seconds, but they brought her back by transfusing her blood with that of someone who could regenerate, I explained. The doctor looked pensive.
Would this be one of the friends you mentioned the other day?
Glancing down at my hands, I frowned. How much should I tell her? How much can I really trust her? Yeah, it was my best friend, actually, though I didn't know about it at the time. Someone poisoned her and she died. I shook my head, swallowing repeatedly and blinking away tears. I can't believe she actually died. As terror filled me, my eyes flashed to the doctor. Oh my God, is she a regen? Dr. Wesley took a long time to answer.
No, she finally said. The process is very specific and requires the delivery of precise electrical pulses, several chemical compounds, and an infusion of a substance derived from the blood of someone with hyper-regenerative abilities.
Your friend's body probably just shut down for a few seconds before the regenerative properties of the donor's blood could take effect.
After a pause, she added,
Danielle, I'm so sorry for what your friend went through. So unbelievably sorry.
She sounded on the verge of tears. Thanks, Dr. Wesley, but it's not your fault. But a nauseating feeling was settling in the pit of my stomach. Why is she sorry? I replayed several other things I'd heard Dr. Wesley say over the past 2 days. No greater form of redemption. You'd pay any price or exact it from others. I don't deserve. Can I ask you a personal question? She sat up straighter and, hesitating for only a moment, nodded. Why are you here? I asked. Dr. Wesley looked down, lowering her chin, then glanced up at me through her lashes.
I guess you could say I made my bed. This is me lying in it.
Does that mean... I threaded my fingers together, straining to hold my hands in place. Did you create the virus? Without lowering her eyes, Dr. Wesley said,
Yes. Chapter 17. Zoe, March 19th, 1 AE. The morning after Jason and I opened the box, Jake, Carlos, and I ventured over to the other side of the Arkansas River, which is about a mile south of our new camp. We brought the dogs with us, while the others stayed in our ghost town home. I was glad to be away from Jason. Every time I looked at him, I thought about what we'd found in the box, and I was tired of thinking about the box. The night before, while we'd all been eating dinner around the fireplace in the larger parlor, Carlos had reached for a metal skewer sticking out of the fire, evidently forgetting that it would be searingly hot. There'd been a soft sizzling sound as his skin burned, and he'd yelped a curse. At the same time, a dust-covered radio sitting atop one of the antique cherry bookshelves had turned on. Carlos had dropped the metal skewer back into the fire and shook his hand vigorously. I'd risen and dunked a napkin in one of the buckets of water we kept near the fire. Here, I'd said, handing the wet cloth to Carlos before running to get burn cream. The instant the cloth had been wrapped around his hand, soothing his burn, the radio had shut off. The others anxiously glanced around at one another. The static of the radio had been the first electronic sound we'd heard in months, and it had been strange how creepy the noise was. Chris had been the first of us to connect the dots. Was that... She'd glanced back and forth between Carlos and the radio. Did you do that, Carlos? I don't know, Carlos had said. His eyes had been filled with pain and confusion, making him look a little wild-eyed. It hadn't taken us long to come to the conclusion that Carlos's previously unseen ability was directly connected to energy. It turned out it wasn't just pain that enabled him to channel energy into electronic devices, but concentration and control. If he really focused, he could even send out an electromagnetic pulse that would shut down everything nearby. He'd done so with our flashlights, repeatedly. We didn't know how far his ability would reach, but we thought it could be useful in retrieving Danny, so it merited more exploration. We needed to test how far it could reach, which was why we were heading to the other side of the river. Our horses trekked effortlessly over the mountain trails toward Aurora Gorge. The considerable amount of traveling they'd been doing was turning them into oversized mountain goats. Once we reached the mile-long pedestrian suspension bridge, the horses were reluctant to step onto it. Eventually, after much coaxing, they did, falling into an easy pace. As we crossed, Jake's horse leading the way, Wings fell into step beside Arrow. Peering down at the rushing water of the Arkansas River far below, I realized the river had been the only constant part of my journey since leaving Fort Knox months before, following us as we made our way through Kansas and into Colorado. I'd come to rely on the sight and sound of the water to calm my nerves. The clomping of hooves on the wooden planks resounded throughout the canyon, and I closed my eyes in momentary contentment. Jake and Cooper plodded ahead of us, while Jack trailed behind, sniffing and exploring the unfamiliar wooden slats beneath his feet. His tail wagged happily, and his nose found its way back to the ground every few strides. "Holy shit," Carlos gasped behind me. His arms were tense. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the reins more tightly, and his eyes were opened wide like those of a frightened child. I could see the sweat beading on his brow. "What's wrong?" I asked. "I don't like heights." Carlos cleared his throat and looked straight ahead, refusing to let his eyes wander. I'd never seen him afraid of something so normal. In an odd way, it felt good to know I wasn't the frightened one for once. As Arrow and Wings stepped onto solid ground, Carlos drew in a deep, calming breath. Barren, rocky bluffs quickly gave way to dense shrubbery as we drew closer to the wooded hills. We searched for a shady spot within the trees that was large enough for all of us to dismount and concentrate on Carlos and his ability. "Over here," Jake said quietly. He'd stopped his horse beside a squat fir. He pointed through the trees to a farmhouse down in a narrow dell, letting his reins slacken momentarily while his horse gnawed on the bit. The single-story farmhouse was old, and junk was strewn all over the yard surrounding it. An overgrown, surprisingly bountiful vegetable garden filled multiple raised beds on one side of the house, and a few laundry lines were strung between trees on the other, a handful of chickens pecking at the ground and clucking between them. "Should we check it out?" Carlos asked. The place looked abandoned. The gardens were unkempt. There was no laundry hanging from the lines, and the chickens were running around freely. I nodded, having the same interest in the property that Cooper and Jack displayed, with their excitedly wagging tails and anticipative whines. They were eyeing a rickety chicken coop beside a small stable. There were another handful of chickens clucking around inside the coop. "No," Jake told the dogs sternly, a smile curving his lips. "You'll scare them off," he said, like the dogs might understand. "Stay." I leaned down and patted Wing's neck. "We should check the garden and the stable, too. It couldn't hurt." Jake nodded, and we dismounted on the side of the road, tied the horses to a couple of firs atop the hill, and headed down into the shallow valley to catch some dinner. Unsure what to expect, we held our weapons at the ready, Jake and I with our pistols, and Carlos with Chris's shotgun, moving silently and swiftly toward what appeared to be the back of the house. The place looked like a junkyard. We passed a few rusted tractors and a mound of bowling balls that had been there so long weeds had grown up out of the finger holes of each ball. Old splintered doors were piled up in what might have been a burn pile at one time, and a pale pink bathtub from the 50s sat inside an upside-down truck hood, broken in half. I began to feel uneasy as we approached the garden. Letting my mind find the offending sensations, I realized there was someone inside the stable. Someone wrong. Without hesitating, I grabbed Jake's arm and pointed to the dilapidated structure. "There's someone in there," I mouthed. My index finger drew a few invisible circles beside my ear to indicate it was probably a crazy. I looked back at Carlos to make sure he understood, but he was gone. Shit. "Stay here," Jake mouthed, and I knew he was going to find Carlos. I shook my head and raised my pistol back up in front of me. I was going with him. I didn't have the best aim, nor was I a strong fighter, but I wasn't going to keep waiting behind the scenes to get attacked, or worse. I preferred to be with him, knowing what was going on, instead of guessing and hoping for the best. Jake gave me an exasperated look, but I ignored it and followed him. I could feel the emotions of whoever was inside the stable shift between blissfulness and anger before settling on excitement. Without warning, the person stepped out of the stable, and Jake and I crouched down behind a mound of stacked firewood a few yards away, watching the stranger through the cracks between the logs. It was a slender young woman in a floral nightgown that looked like it was meant for a woman 3 times her age. Her golden hair was gathered on top of her head in a messy bun, and her nightgown was covered in brown smears. She was wearing a gas mask, and carrying something at her side as she glided closer to us. I strained to see what it was. Some sort of dark, fringy mass hanging from her fingers. I glanced at Jake, finding his eyes wide with disbelief. Looking back at the woman, I watched as she dropped the mass onto a pile of... Are those shoes and hooves? Bile rose in my throat. And hair? The woman took a few steps to a nearby stump and struggled to pull out an axe that was wedged in its surface. Her arms shook and strained as she tried to manhandle the axe, but eventually her efforts paid off. She heaved it up to her shoulder and walked back into the stable. Jake and I exchanged glances, and his eyebrows lifted in curiosity. We continued creeping toward the house, hoping Carlos was inside.
Carol Ann!
A woman called from the far side of the house. Instantly, Jake and I crouched down again.
Carol Ann, I got something for you,
she yelled and finally came into view. Carlos stumbled ahead of her, the barrel of a shotgun pressed between his shoulder blades. They were on the far side of the garden beds, their forms coming in and out of sight as they walked between corn stalks. It was difficult to see Carlos's face, but I could feel his fear. As they passed the last cornstalk, I could see his right hand twitching to grab the knife stowed in one of his cargo pockets. Shit, I breathed, looking at Jake. He nodded and brought his index finger to his lips. I returned my attention to Carlos and the woman holding the gun. She was old, in her 70s or maybe even her 80s. Her hair was long and matted and appeared to have been white at some point, but was streaked with brown and deep red. She was only wearing a bra, a long denim skirt, and a pair of mud-stained slippers. Jesus.
Carol, stop hollering!
The woman, who must have been Carol Ann, yelled as she came out of the stable. She pulled off the gas mask and set it on the stump, then wiped thick brownish-red gunk from the axe blade onto her nightgown. Her pretty features brightened with excitement.
Ooh, where'd you find him?
She asked, her voice suddenly heady, like he was fresh meat and she was completely starved.
I was burying the bones from this morning from mulching my garden, and he crawled right past me, just like one of them damn ground squirrels.
I hate 'em, Carol Ann. You know I do. Carol Ann waved them over to her.
Come on,
she said. When Carlos hesitated, the older woman urged him forward with the barrel of the shotgun.
Move it!
Carlos still resisted. In the blink of an eye, the woman flipped the gun, ramming the butt of it into the back of his skull as hard as she could, and he fell to the ground.
I told you to move, boy,
she grumbled. My stomach dropped at the sight of Carlos's limp body. I felt the old woman's joy, her sheer excitement that verged on lust. Get the rope, Carol Ann. The gaiety they felt made me livid. We couldn't let them hurt Carlos. I nodded to Jake, and without hesitation, we both stood up and opened fire. Following 2 misses, I landed a shot in the old woman's chest. She dropped to the ground before she could even get her shotgun aimed in our direction. As Carol Ann was trying to escape back into the stable, Jake took her out with a single shot to the head. While our hearts still hammered, pumping adrenaline-rich blood, Jake turned to me. I'm going to check the house for anyone else. I nodded. Be careful. Once he was gone, I approached the stable. I was petrified of what might await me inside. More crazies? Dead bodies? I didn't feel any other twisted emotions, but I knew I needed to clear the structure, just in case. Hands shaking, I held the gun against my chest as I sidled up to the splintered wall. The putrid smell of rotting meat permeated the air, sending my stomach into somersaults. My gag reflex kicked into overdrive. Covering my nose with the crook of my arm, I took a deep breath through my mouth and held it. Hurry up. I aimed my gun in front of me and stepped inside with my finger on the trigger, just like Jake had taught me. I didn't sense anyone. Weak sunlight shone through the windows and the cracks in the siding. Riding gear, hay picks, and rakes hung on the walls and from the rafters, but there was no sound to alert me of anyone's presence. I tried to read the shadows for anything that might prove dangerous, but again there was nothing. I moved quickly, still holding my breath. The gun was slippery in my sweating hand as I swept my aim across the 4 stalls. When my eyes settled on the origin of the stench, the decaying pile of human and animal body parts in the far right stall, I turned and ran out of the stable as fast as I could. My eyes burned from the foulness, and I stumbled out into the open, into Jake's arms. His eyes were wide, and his grip on my shoulders was firm and protective. "I'm okay," I panted and spat, the disgusting smell making me salivate profusely. "There's no one in there." On the ground a few yards away, Carlos moaned. I pulled out of Jake's hold and stumbled over to Carlos, falling to my knees and rolling him onto his back. "Are you okay?" He squinted in the sunlight. "Stupid crazy bitch came out of nowhere," he mumbled. He brought his hand up to the back of his head and cringed. "They're dead," I said, "but we should get out of here. I don't know if—" At the sound of footsteps behind me, I turned on my knees and reached for my gun. It was Jake. "You guys should see this," he said, nodding toward the back of the stable. Fighting the urge to ask if I absolutely had to, I helped Carlos up to his feet, and we followed Jake around the stable to a muddy paddock stall. A thick red rope was tied around the metal fencing. I followed the line of it toward the ground and spotted a white mass surrounded by tall, wild grasses. When I took a few uncertain steps closer, Jake's hand gently touched my arm, warning me. I glanced back at him, raising my eyebrows in question. He peered past me again, at the rope. I shifted my gaze back to it. The red rope was attached to a white horse. A bony, dead horse. They starved it. My voice was barely audible as I took a horrified step forward. The body was so emaciated its backbone protruded from its form, and the skin between its ribs was concave. I wondered how much of its condition was the result of starvation, and how much was the result of the onset of decomposition. If it was tied up, it couldn't graze, or... How cruel. I looked back at Jake, wondering why he would have wanted me to see something so unsettling. He stepped up closer behind me and pointed into the next paddock stall. "Over there." At first I saw nothing but shadows in the sheltered portion near the back of the paddock, but then a yellow and black striped lead rope tied to one of the metal crossbeams of the fence grabbed my attention. In the shadows I saw the whip of a tail, which was quickly followed by a soft snorting. It was another, living horse. The taut rope slackened, and a large black body hesitated in the shade before stepping partially out. Although it wasn't tied as close to the fence as the dead horse had been, it was still thinner than it should have been, and its face was raw from trying to tug free from its halter. I peeked over at Carlos, who was still rubbing the back of his head, looking disoriented, and then at Jake, who was staring at the horse, unsure what we should do. "We have to at least untie the poor thing so it can move around," I said. The horse had eaten everything within reach, and it was only a matter of time before it either starved or died of dehydration. I walked over to a patch of tall grass growing beside the stable and pulled a hefty bunch from the ground, roots, dirt clods and all, and took slow, timid steps toward the horse. As I opened the gate, I watched the way its ears moved and its pensive, sinewy muscles shifted anxiously. "Easy," I cooed quietly, trying not to startle the starved beast. "Easy." I took a step closer and gingerly tossed the grass toward the horse as a sign of goodwill. It eyed the offering hungrily. From so close I could tell it was male. His mane was long, hanging in his eyes, and matted into clumps against his forehead, temples, and down his neck. I looked around for water, but found no trough or puddles.
There were a few bushes he'd nibbled down to twigs, and I assumed the only sustenance he'd received in a while was from their leaves. The horse's head bobbed with anticipation as he inched toward the food. Getting as close as he could, he lowered his head and strained his lips to pull the blades of grass into his mouth. I took a few more steps toward him and stopped just within reach of the rope. Slowly, I extended my hand forward to untie it. The horse's head reared back in panic, causing the fence to shake with each forceful tug and the rope to creak and groan as it tightened. His eyes were filled with fear, and he whinnied and snorted as he relentlessly tried to break away. "Shh," I murmured, attempting to calm him. "Easy, boy." But the horse continued thrashing, the rope rubbing against his already exposed flesh. Knowing he wouldn't calm any time soon, I stepped closer and untied the rope as quickly as I could. I struggled to loosen it against his pull. As he seemed to realize I was trying to help him, he calmed, but I didn't know how long his quietness would last. After a few seconds, he began pawing at the dirt and looking between me and the remaining grass on the ground. He quickly gave in to his hunger and went back to eating what he could reach. The slack in the rope enabled me to untie him, and the lead fell to the ground. I wanted to remove the halter from his head, but I knew he didn't trust me enough to get anywhere close, and I wasn't brave enough to try. His head flew up. "Easy," I said softly, and began to back away. He regarded me for a moment before deciding I wasn't a threat and returning his attention to the grass. He couldn't seem to consume it fast enough. I continued to back away, one steady step at a time, until I was standing beside Jake again. When the pile of grass I'd left the horse was gone, he took 2 strides to the nearest plants and began tearing the long strands free, his lips maneuvering each clump of nutrients into his mouth and letting the dirt and roots fall to the ground. "We should go," Jake said softly, and I felt the warmth of his palm on my lower back. I nodded, again wishing I could remove the halter so the horse would be uninhibited, but I decided I'd taken enough chances for the day. Taking Jake's hand, I started back up the hill toward Wings and the other horses. Before we were too deep into the cover of the trees to see, I glanced back down at the farmhouse. The shadow horse was still down there. He was no longer grazing, but was standing over the dead horse, nudging it as he stepped restlessly around its remains. "He'll be okay, Zoe," Carlos said. "He can take care of himself." I hoped he was right. We hiked back up the hill, leaving our hope of a chicken dinner and fresh vegetables behind. Though we were tempted to collect the chickens, eating anything from that sick-infested place was enough to make our stomachs churn. We had no idea what the chickens had been fed, not to mention what had been used as fertilizer. Upon reaching the top of the hill, the animals excited to see us, we anxiously climbed into our saddles and trotted back toward the bridge. Although we still needed to practice Carlos's EMP ability before we returned to the ghost town, he was having a difficult time concentrating. Giving up, we headed back to camp, worried he might have a slight concussion, and determined to test his ability another, less eventful day. We stepped onto the suspension bridge, and we'd made it almost halfway when a miserable groan came from behind me. I smiled back at Carlos. "You're doing fine." Beyond him, where the road ended and the bridge began, stood the black horse. He tapped his front left hoof on the wooden planks, like a cat might do before walking over wet grass. His head sank low as he scented the planks. I could hear him breathing as he hesitated. His eyes were wide and his ears alert as he stepped out onto the bridge behind us.
Chapter 18. Danny. March 20, 1 AE. Dr. Wesley was holding out her hand, her fingers crooked. "Come here, Danielle. I want to show you something." She was standing in the shadowed doorway leading into my closet. At Graham's house. Why is she at Graham's house? Why am I at Graham's house? And then it came to me. It's a dream. The doctor turned and disappeared into the oppressive darkness, and tentatively I followed. Like the small walk-in was actually a magical wardrobe into another world, I pushed through hanging sweaters and dresses, except instead of finding myself in a frozen winter forest, I emerged into an enormous laboratory filled with a meticulously arranged sea of antique, metal-framed medical beds that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was as though an infirmary from the First World War had been transplanted into an infinitely expansive modern laboratory. "Come," Dr. Wesley said, walking away from me. "What? Where? What?" "Come." Her voice surrounded me, a whirlwind of sound pressed into the single word. We stopped by one of the beds. It was empty, with crisp white sheets pulled tight over the mattress. "You must choose. We can only make 2 more regens, but we have 3 recently deceased to choose from. You must choose." "What are you talking about?" I asked, looking away from her and back down at the bed. It wasn't empty anymore. A body, a person, lay under the covers, the top sheet a shroud hiding his or her identity. When confusion drove me to raise my eyes, I found that all but 3 of the beds had disappeared, and the walls had closed in around us. "Choose." I shook my head and backed away, but a wall sprouted up behind me, preventing my retreat. "Why do you want to make me do this? You're the one who creates them. You choose." I didn't want to see the face of whoever was under the makeshift shroud. My stomach lurched as Dr. Wesley pulled the sheet back, revealing the face of the nearest bed's occupant, Zoe. She looked serene, like she was merely sleeping, but I knew better. She was too pale, too still. No, 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 no. I couldn't tear my gaze away from her face. "Her. I choose her," I whispered fiercely. "Are you so sure?" Dr. Wesley asked. She hadn't moved away from the side of the bed, and when I raised my eyes to meet hers, to tell her, to beg her, to make Zoe a regen, to bring my best friend back to life, the breath whooshed from my lungs. Dr. Wesley's jewel blue eyes, her black hair, her bone structure, here next to Zoe, the resemblance was impossible to miss. Dr. Wesley looked like an older version of my best friend, how I imagined Zoe would look in 30 years. "Oh my God," I whispered. If I hadn't known Zoe's mom was dead, I would have bet my life that I was staring at her. Oblivious to my shock, or possibly uncaring, Dr. Wesley strode to the next bed and drew back the sheet. I wasn't surprised when she revealed Jason's blank face. I didn't have room for surprise. All I felt was near-fatal heartbreak. "Both of them," I said, my voice rough. "I choose both of them." Even if the third body were Kai or Chris, I would still choose to bring back Zoe and Jason. Living in a world without Kai or Chris would be difficult and painful, but doing so without Zoe or Jason would be unbearable. They were my weakness, and I didn't feel the least bit of shame about it. Dr. Wesley rounded Jason's bed to the final of the 3, and again she drew back the sheet. "Oh, God!" I howled, lunging toward the third bed and falling on my knees beside it. Cam. He was lying on the mattress, his face expressionless, peaceful even. I glared up at the doctor, hating her for forcing me to make a choice that would stomp my heart into a bloody, meaty pulp. "Why?" I whispered, then repeated, louder. "Why? Why are you doing this? Tell me why." "I can't choose. You have to," she said, her voice devoid of emotion. I gazed at Cam, memorizing the lines of his face. It had been so long since I'd seen those lips curved into a joyous smile, those eyes sparkling with laughter. I could see those things again. I only had to choose him. But to do that, I had to give up Zoe, or Jason. I can't, I said hollowly.
You must.
Why? Why can't you do it? She waited for me to look up before she spoke.
Because it wouldn't be fair. Because I killed them.
My eyelids snapped open and I gasped. Despite the chill pervading the house, I was covered in a sticky layer of cold sweat. I kicked off the sheets and growled. Can I hurt her? Can I make her pay? Can I kill her? For everything she'd done, it'd be justice. That was undeniable. She was Callie, the destroyer of worlds, the destroyer of my world. Somehow, for some reason unknown to me, she'd created the virus that had killed billions, including some of the people I cared about most in the world. Callie, Cam, and Grams. Why? The sun had yet to show any intention of rising, so I peeked at the clock on the bedside table. It was 3:34. With the adrenaline coursing through my veins, sleeping was a non-option, and though I felt awful about making him worry, I couldn't have an early morning mind convo with Jason. My ability was still out of commission, courtesy of the electrotherapy. It was taking longer to return than Gabe had predicted. What if it never comes back? What if it's weaker? Broken? What if... I sighed as I rose from the bed, thinking darkness was the perfect cover to continue my failed explorations of 3 days past. Searching through the warehouses, inventorying the colony's supplies, would distract me from my murderous thoughts and useless fretting, at least for a little while. After a quick shower, I searched through the dresser and closet until I'd assembled the perfect nocturnal stealth outfit. Black leggings, a black long-sleeve t-shirt, a snug black hoodie, black socks, and black combat boots. I dressed and assessed myself in the full-length mirror hanging on the closet door and smiled. I looked like a cat burglar. Perfect. As an afterthought, I slipped the red card's cord over my head and tucked it beneath my sweatshirt. I didn't like relying on something the world destroyer had given me, but I wasn't stupid. A gift horse and all that. Plus, it carried the other item I would need, my would-be molester's key to the warehouses. I'd stolen it before securing his sidearm. Obtaining it had been half the reason I'd let him get so handsy with me in the first place. I considered stopping by Gabe's house before heading over to the warehouse district, but I figured he would just try to stop me or bribe me with pancakes. My mouth started watering and my stomach growled. Damn it! I'd forgotten to eat, and my stomach roaring like that would alert any passers-by or guards to my presence as easily as me stepping in front of them, waving and saying, "Howdy, I'm a spy!" Quickly, I doubled back to my house, snatched a granola bar out of the pantry, inhaled it, and then continued on my mission. The church that had been converted into Warehouse A was completely devoid of light as I approached. Thinking about what had almost happened in that building, as well as the kisses and touches that had happened, I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted to forget. Hands shaking with disgust, I yanked the key out from the neck of my sweatshirt and leaned closer to the warehouse door to unlock it. I crossed my fingers, hoping the general had changed all the warehouse locks so that one universal key would work. With almost all of his little colonists under his mental control, I was betting on him leaning toward uniformity and ease. After all, it wouldn't do to have his patrols jingling along like prison wardens. I was in luck. I opened the door as quietly as possible, then quickly slipped inside and eased it shut, making sure to relock it. Compared to outside, the interior of the warehouse was night incarnate. Outside, the moon shone, bloated and silvery, but inside, the narrow windows admitted only long slits of light, and the surrounding darkness was practically tangible. It was good for me, because my outfit blended better with the unrelenting blackness than the washed-out grays of the moonlit base, but it was also annoying, because my eyes required another 20 minutes to adjust to the deeper darkness. Sitting down beside the door, I waited, and listened, and thought. What am I going to do about the world destroyer? Should I kill her? Can I even do it? Sure, she killed my loved ones. But she also freed me from the mental hold the General had over me at great risk to herself. Gabe trusts her. He probably wouldn't forgive me if I hurt her. And what about Mace and Camille? What about all the regens? She'd been bringing people back to life. True, most of them were under the General's absolute control. Most of them were clueless as to their former lives. But she'd taken another huge risk with Mace and Camille. What's her end game? And of course, my mind dwelled on the same question it had been turning over and over and over. Why'd she create the virus to begin with? Why'd she destroy the world? Why'd she kill my family? My Cam? Why? Amidst those troubling thoughts, I looked around and was relieved to find that my eyes had adjusted. The warehouse was still overwhelmingly dark, but my surroundings were painted in a palette of grays and blues instead of relentless black. I rose and began creeping toward the first aisle of stacked crates and plastic-wrapped pallets. Non-perishables, canned goods, boxed foods, and the like. Went on for 4 aisles. The 5th aisle contained hygiene items, as did the next 3, and then I reached the back of the cavernous room. I estimated that the supplies could last the several thousand colonists a few weeks, maybe. Moving to the nearest window, I removed Gabe's map from my sweatshirt pocket, angled it so the moonlight made it legible, and searched for my next target. I opted for Warehouse B, which was the closest and therefore safest route, and I was all about not getting caught or ending up dead. Squeezing my right eye shut to preserve half of my night vision in the moonlight, I snuck back out into the night. The short, cautious trek to Warehouse B went down without running into any patrolling guards, as did the one to Warehouse C. The first contained more packaged and preserved food, and the second housed both food and medical supplies. As I finished up in Warehouse C, it was still full darkness, but my time was running out. I guessed I could only fit in one more stop before I had to sneak back to my house. With another moonlit glance at Gabe's map, I decided to bypass Warehouses D and E and head straight for Warehouse F. It was the largest of the 3, and also the closest to my house. I stuck to the cover of the bushes and trees surrounding the buildings as I made my way toward Warehouse F, doing my best to blend in with my surroundings. There was a heart-pounding moment when a patrol of 4 soldiers wearing yellow armbands rounded the corner of the nearest building. I had to become one with the trunk of an evergreen tree, slowly inching around it to avoid their view as they approached. Luckily, they passed without noticing me and eventually disappeared around the next corner. No other obstacles hindered my path as I reached Warehouse F safely, ducking inside, easing the door shut, and heaving a huge sigh of relief. It is seriously my lucky day. As I stood just inside the entrance to the dark warehouse, focusing on taking slow, even breaths to calm my hyperactive nerves, I studied my new surroundings. Warehouse F looked as though it had actually been created for the function of being a warehouse. It was filled with row upon row of towering shelving units constructed of heavy steel, and each was filled with a variety of paper goods. A hushed noise broke the silence. Someone else was inside with me. I could just barely hear 2 whispering voices. There was the sound of a footstep, too close. I reached for the doorknob, thinking I could escape and dash into some nearby shrubs before they exited after me, but they were closer than I'd anticipated. A monstrous figure clothed in camouflage rounded the end of the nearest aisle, and I glided into the shadows, plastering my body against the wall beside the door. If I didn't move, if I barely breathed, whoever it was might not notice me.
I know what I heard, and the patrol is due any minute. Let's get out of here.
One of them whispered. No! Another hissed. Not until you remember. A second, much smaller figure emerged from the aisle in the wake of the other. It pointed, and barely audibly it said, I hid there and you crouched down and spoke to me. You were so sweet, Giant. Giant? Isn't that what Camille calls Mace?
I don't remember.
The other whispered. After a heavy sigh, there was a resigned, "Fine. What did you hear?"
Something. We just need to go.
Swallowing the baseball-sized lump in my throat, I opened my mouth and whispered, "Camille? Mace?" Both froze, and as one they turned to face me. I took a step forward. "It's Danny," I said softly, then held my breath. I hope I'm right. The smaller figure rushed toward me on silent feet, and once it was close enough, I confirmed it really was Camille. Shakily, I exhaled and closed my eyes for a long moment. "What are you doing here?" she hissed. "The patrol. It'll be here soon. Do you have any idea what they'll do to you if they catch you in here?"
Probably the same thing they'll do to you.
Mace was suddenly behind her, towering over her small form.
We have to get away from the door. They'll be here in a few minutes.
"Is there another way out?" I asked. "No." On cue, there was a clang on the other side of the door, a key being fitted into the lock.
Fuck, they're early.
Mace hissed. Stealing my breath, he picked up both Camille and me. "What the?" He slung us over his shoulders and jumped. We landed on one of the oversized shelving units, on the top shelf. Thunder resounded throughout the cavernous space, and the metal shelf vibrated beneath us. Holy shit! Mace set both of us down right before the door opened and the 4 soldiers I'd seen earlier stepped inside. The 3 of us lay side by side, watching with bated breath.
What the hell was that?
One of the soldiers asked. When nobody responded, he commanded,
"Do a sweep. Check all the back rooms. If someone's here, I want them found."
As the 3 other soldiers fanned out, deftly waving their rifles and lights around in search of whoever had caused the noise, the leader waited by the door. Careful not to make a sound, Mace raised his hand to his head and tapped his fingers against his temple, and then did the same against mine. He wants me to use my telepathy? Doubtful, I concentrated, fully expecting to run into the electrified wall that had been erected in my brain and had been blocking my ability for the past day and a half. It wasn't there. Oh, thank God. "You got a plan, big guy?" I asked, astounded at the ease with which I connected to his mind. It was unlike anything I'd ever experienced, even with Jason and Dr. Wesley's neutralizer boosting my ability. He nodded minutely, and several images flashed through my mind. Mace leaping down to the floor like a panther and snapping a soldier's neck before the other man could cry out. Camille and me quickly climbing down from the top of the shelving unit. The 3 of us sneaking through the door and running far away. Can we do it without killing him? I flicked my eyes toward the guard below. Mace frowned, and 3 more images appeared in my mind's eye. Mace leaping down to the floor and putting the soldier in a chokehold until he passed out. The other 3 soldiers coming in search of the cause of their leader's struggle. The soldiers finding Camille and me, and I blocked the rest of his communication, not needing to see myself being killed. "Okay, I understand," I said, resigned. Without waiting for further confirmation, Mace silently launched his massive body off the shelf and dropped to the floor, his landing unbelievably quiet despite the 20-foot drop. He landed directly in front of the patrol leader and snapped his neck before the other man even knew he was in danger. Holy crap, how's that even possible? As Mace eased the limp body to the floor, I couldn't help but replay what had just happened. It had taken only a few seconds, and Mace's unexpected grace had made the attack appear unnaturally easy. I wasn't sure what his ability was exactly, but it was obviously very physical, far more so than any other I'd witnessed. Camille tugged on my sleeve before easing over the edge and beginning her climb down the oversized shelves. It wasn't easy, but I followed, descending beside her. My legs and arms shook. My hands felt cramped, and my heart pounded. I beat Camille down, and as soon as Mace could reach her, watched him take hold of her hips and lower her the rest of the way to the floor. The motion was so protective, his hold so tender, that watching made my heart ache. I missed Jason. Mace led Camille to the door and motioned for me to follow. Shoving my loneliness away, I slipped outside behind Camille and held my breath as Mace soundlessly eased the door shut.
You have reached the end of part 1. If you're enjoying this audiobook, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. You can find links to other audiobooks in this world and series information in the description below. Thanks for listening.